Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing today? All right, we got some energy left over from yesterday. It is like a beautiful spring day in New York. It was nice and crisp. Wait, it's still winter, they're saying, but man, it was a beautiful, beautiful walk over to the New Yorker Hotel for me. What about everyone who's watching from home? What's the weather like in your neighborhood? Where are you watching from? Definitely jump in the chat. We would love to see all the viewers from across the world that are joining us. But the lucky people are sitting right here in front row and center. You guys are ready for some Lightroom updates, right? Awesome. So as you know, and as the viewers at home, this is our second stage, the B&H exposure stage, and we have our main stage presentations. You guys already came up here. You know where to find your way back down, but come on up. We have a lot of great presentations happening all day. And of course, the trade show is active and all the shooting experiences, the workflow stations. We got Canon printers out right outside this room, printing some really stunning work. Hopefully you guys are going home with some prints, some large format prints. But we're jumping into the education. You guys are here to learn Lightroom. Our next speaker has 15 years as a retoucher and a Photoshop educator. Comes from Washington, D.C. We love East Coasters. Loves translating Photoshop. And as you guys will see in her presentation, this will not be the first time she has spoken at Adobe Max, Imaging USA, Creative Live, Photoshop World. I'm sure there'll be a new show that pops up and you will see Kristina there. But without further ado, come on stage. Good luck, Kristina Sherk.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. This is going to be, like the name says, a very epic class. We are going to talk about all of the new advancements that Lightroom Classic has rolled out. So I was lucky enough to be one of the speakers at Adobe Max. I got to see this stuff firsthand when they were rolling it out. I was super excited to be able to share all of this information with you. And we're just going to jump right in, and we're going to start talking about all of the new things that have been rolled out in Lightroom Classic. So we're going to be talking about Lightroom Classic today. That is the desktop Lightroom that we have. It's not linked. It's not the one that you have on your phone. It's not the one you have on your iPad. This is Lightroom Classic. Now, as they update their Lightroom mobile, they are integrating a lot of this new technology into Lightroom mobile as well. So if you see something here that you absolutely love and you can't wait to play around with, chances are in a couple of months you're going to have that capability on Lightroom mobile as well. So isn't that exciting? Okay. So first off, there is a bit of a news flash. We're going to jump right into our first tip. Okay, you guys can see it there. If I bring this up, I'll go ahead and we will bring this into develop for a moment. And I want to just have a news flash and say the phantom spot removal tool, random spots that you have when you accidentally sync spot removals across images is now a thing of the past. Are you guys excited about that? Has anybody ever had this experience where they have this random blob and they go, where did that come from? And you look and you have synced a spot removal across every single image, and all of a sudden there's this random face in the cloud. Okay? So that is a thing of the past. So what I'm going to talk about first, I'm just going to start with this tool here. And this is the new content-aware remove tool. So you can see it right here. What this is going to do, it's very similar to the spot removal tool and the clone stamp. But what we're going to be doing is incorporating AI technology of your image into the fix that they use to remove whatever is underlying, whatever you are trying to remove. It's going to use the AI technology to fix that. So it's a really exciting new aspect of this tool. So we'll get started. I'm going to show you how it works just a little bit. So let's go ahead. I'm going to show you here. We've got an image here. And I'll go into my develop module. We're going to choose the spot removal tool. And like I showed you before, we have a content-aware remove tool. Now you can see that each one of these is going to have the ability to have a different size and a different opacity, which is really helpful because if you were going to do the same thing in Photoshop, what you would need to do is have different layers at different opacities, and you'd have to make different adjustments on those different layers. No, nobody wants to do that. We don't have time for that, right? Okay, so the fact that each one of these can have its own unique opacity, you want to soften under the eyes. You don't want to completely remove them. You don't want it to look plastic. But if we've got a big honking blemish, third eye that's going on, which we know is transient and we know we want to get rid of it in our image, that's going to be a situation where you would want to cover it 100%, right? So having that capability, that flexibility is very important. So I'm going to go ahead and activate my spot removal tool, and then within that is the content-aware remove option for that tool. And I'll make my brush a little bit bigger, and I'm just going to go ahead and paint over this area here to see if we can remove that. Now, as you can see, I didn't give it an area where it needed to pull information from. I didn't clone it, and I need to pick which area I'm using to copy the pixels from. It did it for me, right? If you feel like you would like to maybe change that up a little bit, there are two ways to do that. You do have a refresh button over here, and that's going to allow you to refresh which, it's going to give you a different suggestion from the program. So you can hit refresh, you can see what they look like. If you'd like to, you can go ahead and hit the H button, which will hide your overlay, and then you can keep hitting refresh, and it's going to give you different options for filling in that hair. So that's very helpful. The other thing that you can do, I will show you in the next image. So we've got this background here, or sorry, backpack. Backpack. You can see I have toddlers. Okay, so we've got this backpack here, but we don't necessarily like this strap that is, you know, kind of flopping out. Makes it look a little bit messy, you know? So what we can do is we can take our content-aware remove tool, and we can go ahead and cover over this area of just that strap that we want to remove, and then wait for the program to work. And it gives you almost a perfect fix on the first try. What this is doing is it's using that AI technology, and it's looking at the surrounding area and trying to make the best fix. Did that save anybody time? Yeah, I know. It's exciting. So we're going to talk a lot about that today. I do want to just, before I get like super deep into this, if you are one of those people that like takes copious notes feverishly because you know you're not going to retain all this information, I know your brains must hurt at this point of the conference. It's early. Maybe we went out and had some wine last night, you know, who knows. What I am going to give you a link to download all of the notes for this. It's an in-depth PDF of your notes. So I will give you that. I'm also going to include some other freebies, so you definitely have to stick around. So instead of taking notes, take a picture. It may come in handy later for a contest. Just saying. Take a picture. Yes?
Is this a destructive process, unlike layers in Photoshop?
So is this a destructive process? The nice thing about Lightroom is it doesn't allow you to edit destructively. So everything that you change in this image will never actually enter the raw file that you're working on. They're all written to the XMP file, which is a sidecar file that goes along with that raw image. So I think of like the raw file is my, you know, my motorcycle, and then the sidecar, the little sidecar that you can get for a passenger, that's your sidecar file. They should never be divided. If you divide them and you only have the raws, you're going to lose all of the changes that you made to your images. Yes?
So you're importing them as raws, not DNG?
Correct, yeah. They are, I am importing my images, all these images as raws, or as, this is a JPEG that I'm working on right now. But for the most part, when I'm shooting raw. Yeah. Okay, so, all right, so I'm going to continue on. So we've got this, this little Christmas tree branch back here that I may want to remove as well. Can you guys see that right behind her? So what we can do is we can go ahead and use the same content-aware remove tool. Okay, and it'll go over that area right there. Now that doesn't give me the best result by default. Well, that's okay. We have another option, and you can actually see it right here. It gives you a nice little note. Thank you, Adobe. Command plus drag on the photo to select a custom source. So has anybody played around with the new content-aware window in Photoshop? Oh, guys, do it. Okay, if you're Photoshop users, you've got to try out that new window. So what this is going to do is if I hold Command or Control for my PC users, and I select a area right here, let's say I want to use this as my reference, okay? That gives me a better fix, okay? So you can either use the refresh button. The other way you can use the refresh button, if you're a keyboard shortcut junkie like I am, the / key on your keyboard is going to have you redo that heel over and over and over again. If you get something you like, great. You don't have to do the manual, look here and take information from here. This is what I want you to use, okay? But if you do run into a situation that's a little bit harder, you can go ahead and you hold Command or Control, click and drag a box around a certain area, and that's going to give you a better result, okay? So I'm giving you guys like some advanced tips on using the tool. Yes?
Is that only for Lightroom Classic, or is the other Lightroom program as well?
So is this a tip for Lightroom Mobile? As
No, not mobile.
Lightroom Desktop?
Lightroom Desktop.
I'm melting here because there's just too many Lightrooms. I can't keep track. And if I can't keep track, no one can keep track. Okay. I am not familiar with Lightroom Desktop. I do a lot in Lightroom Mobile. Lightroom Mobile is can you do the dedicated area? I don't think you can yet. You can refresh and you can change the opacity, but I don't know if you can directly say, use this information to make my fix.
Desktop the same thing as Classic?
Is Lightroom Desktop the same thing as Lightroom Classic? They are not. So Lightroom Desktop is a separate cloud-based equivalent of Lightroom Classic. Lightroom Classic lives on your computer, okay? But we also have Lightroom on all of our other devices. But that Lightroom is Lightroom that's based on the cloud. Yes, it's all Adobe. Yes, it's all Adobe. So so Lightroom Mobile on your phone, Lightroom on your iPad, and Lightroom Desktop are the same program on different devices. And then Lightroom Classic is its own entity on your computer.
Now we're in the dark.
Yes.
Are desktop and cloud the same thing?
Yes.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Our desktop and cloud, the same thing. Yes. Yes. Okay. So I will be here for questions after. If anybody is still confused, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Where is Adobe support when I need them? Okay. So we're going to move on. I have a lot to cover, and I was given strict instructions not to go over my time today. So I want to make sure you guys see all the new cool things that are going on. All right, we're going to move on. I think that I've done everything. Yep, fill in hair, backpack strap, Command plus draw on a reference point. Okay, we're good. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about one of the new selection features, which is select background. So when we were starting out and we had our new features, select sky and select subject, a lot of times people would want to select everything but the subject. Now that's something that can be done, but it required an extra step. You'd have to select your subject, and then you'd have to invert that to select everything but the subject, the inverse of it. But now, if we go ahead and we come in here, do you guys see the zoom? So within our masking section right here, we have select subject, which we are familiar with. We have select sky, which we are familiar with, but we also now have a quick button for select background. And that's going to allow you to select everything but the subject in one click. All right, so I gave Lightroom a pretty hard one on this one, right? Because this is a composite of my daughter that I created. And I put a cloud on top of the sky, but it's not part of the sky, it's part of the subject. So I do commend Lightroom for giving me somewhat of a good selection off the bat, but we do need to work a little bit more on making this a better mask. This is where like hybrid masking comes in, okay? So there are 3 different ways we can change a mask that we've already created. One is to add to it, one is to subtract from it, and the third one is intersect. Okay, I will get to intersect in just a moment, but what we're going to do is we'll come into our mask, we're gonna click on it, and what's really nice is that it lays out exactly how you got to your mask here. And every time you add an addition or a subtraction or an intersect or anything like that, they're all gonna have their own dedicated lines. So it's like breadcrumbs on how you got to your final mask. Does everybody follow? Yeah? Okay, so we want a mask of just the background and not necessarily the umbrella. But right now, the umbrella is part of the background mask that we selected. So what we can do is we can choose the subtract button, and then Lightroom is going to ask you, well, how exactly do you want to subtract from this mask? What method do you want to use to subtract from this mask? And so for this, I'd like to use the radial gradient because I know that the size is very similar to what I'd like to remove. So I can click and drag in the middle of the umbrella here, and I can just pull that down and just adjust the size. And then this is the amount of feather. This little, see that little box right in there? So if I click that, I can change the amount of feather. If I pull it all the way out, it becomes a very sharp edge. But as I pull that inner circle in, it's going to change the amount of feather that I have. So I think that looks pretty good. All right, and so now, if I hover over my background, it will give you what the background was, the first mask that we created. If I hover over the radial gradient, it will give you just a preview of the radial gradient. But if I hover my mask over the mask 1, right here where it says mask 1, you're going to have a preview of the hybrid mask that you're working with, okay? So now that we have our mask, we see that there is an overlay over it. Has anybody ever been, why is it red? Why is my whole image red? I don't understand. I didn't add red. I don't know why it's there. This is a way for Lightroom to show you the area in which you have activated as your selection. So we'll go ahead, and as soon as you make any adjustments to that, the red overlay is going to disappear. So what I'd like to do is maybe add a little bit of clarity and dehaze to the background to really make those clouds just look a little bit more ominous and just punch up that image. But I know I've already sharpened the subject, so I don't really want any of that additional added clarity or additional added dehaze to be on the subject. Okay, so here is our before and our after. I don't know about you, that just alleviated a mountain of masking work in Photoshop that I would have to do. Yeah? So is that an epic change? Okay, cool. All right, so we did our masking hybrid. Does anybody have questions on adding, subtracting? I'm gonna move on to intersect in a minute. Do you guys have any questions? Yes? You can. Yeah, that's a great step. Or great question. So if I come in here and I click on my mask, each one of these has a 3-dot menu, which is dedicated to it. You can rename the radial gradient. You can change it from subtract to add. You can invert it, which is kind of the same thing, but we won't get into that. You can intersect, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. You can duplicate it, add 2 radial gradients to your mask. You can hide it, you can delete radial gradient, you can also copy it if you wanted to, okay? So lots of different options there. Yes?
My version, I haven't seen the select background option yet. But when I do the select subject and invert it, sometimes the add and subtract option acts.
You need to update. Yeah. Make sure you're working on Lightroom 12, Lightroom Classic 12, and that should fix. Oh, it's a total mess. Yeah, they fixed that though. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, within the background you were doing, and you could add or subtract, I was just thinking,
say in the clouds, I want to add more brightness on the top right.
Uh-huh.
Just go to add and then fill in a lighter thing.
Okay, so the question is, if I wanted to make a change to a portion of that area that was masked, do I do that in the same mask? No. The reason is that this hybrid mask, even though we have multiple elements, it's all applying the same slider changes to that. If you wanted to go in and say the top corner needs to be brightened, you'd have to do a different mask, and you would have to, so you would add a new mask, you would select linear gradient, you would click and drag down, and then you would increase that exposure like that. But because that is a localized change, not being applied to the entire mask that we created in the first place, that means that it has to have its own dedicated mask for that. And
Order of the masks, like if you move one below the
sometimes, yeah, yes. When did 12 come out? Lightroom Classic 12 came out when was I at Max? Whenever Max was. September? I think September or October. Yeah. Yes.
After you mask an area, you can use the sliders to adjust things. Is there a way to use a preset to adjust?
Oh, you're just too smart? Just too smart for school? Is there a way to apply a preset to a mask? Yes, and I cannot wait to show you those.
Every time I try, it never works, so it's like,
Oh, really? Okay.
not recently, I've tried, when this first came out, the selections, when this first came out, I tried it and I didn't get it to work, but
Okay, well, we will, I'll show you the presets that I've created, and we'll try and make it work for you. Okay, so we are going to talk a little bit about intersect. So intersect is basically like a Venn diagram of two different selection methods. Does that make sense? So when you have and it's hidden, and I'm just so frustrated that it's hidden. It should be just right there in the middle between add and subtract is intersect. So when you have a select sky, it's going to select the entire sky, including the clouds. But you only want to darken the blue of the sky. You don't want to darken the clouds of the sky, let's say, okay, hypothetically. So what you would do is you would intersect that mask for the sky with a color restriction, a mask for a selection of a color. And you would say, within the sky area, I just want you to select the blue tones within the sky area and leave the clouds alone. And within that, these two make a baby, and it's a beautiful baby, and you're left with a mask that's only on the blue of the sky and not on the clouds. Okay, so that's kind of how intersect works.
That's the subtle gradations between the cloud and the blue?
Yes, yeah. Because you're working with color, it gets the subtle gradations of the blues. Yes, because your second selection isn't based on anything but the color blue. Yeah, so I'll show you a real-world example of that. So we've got again, clouds. You can obviously see a theme here. Okay, so we've got this image of my daughter, and this was one of the first composites I made of her. She was so cute. Okay. So we've got these books in the background, and while I love that the sun is shining in from the back, it's kind of giving her a little bit of a rim light. I'm happy with that. What I don't like is the highly saturated red books in the background because they keep pulling my eye away. When you are a photographer, you need to realize what pulls your eye to a certain area of the image. So that is sharpness. Your eye is going to immediately subconsciously go to the sharpest area of the image. It's going to go to the brightest and the most saturated areas of the image, and contrasty. So whatever those things are, if you don't want somebody's eye to be distracted by something, you need to work in the inverse of that. So you need to take those things away, make them blurry, desaturate them, make them darker, okay? So that's going to help really train the eye of the viewer to see what you want them to see first, okay? And this goes back to the darkroom, okay? So we've all been doing this. So I'm going to start with a brush tool, and I'm just going to make a really sloppy mask over the back books back here where I'm getting my distractions from. Okay? Okay. Then, with that mask created, I am going to, you can either, there's two different ways you can do this. You can either come to the three-dot menu of your mask one and choose Intersect Mask With, or you can hold down Option or Alt and Intersect will show up. Okay, so if you hold down Option or Alt, then you get Intersect. Well, what do you want to intersect this mask with? How do you want to further refine or further constrain this mask? Constrict, whatever. So I want to do that by color range. I'm going to get a eyedropper that shows up. And at this point, because I have a red overlay of the mask, I'm going to turn that off just for a moment. You can do that by turning off the Show Overlay check mark. And then I'm going to come in and I'm just going to select the red colors of the books. Okay? And so if I turn my Show Overlay mask back on, you guys can see that if I refine this mask, if I change the refinement slider, I'm expanding the redness, the red colors, or I'm constricting the red colors. So it's basically like you can make it bigger or smaller. Okay? So I've got all of my books selected. Now, it's very hard to see because we are working with a red mask overlay over red books that we are trying to adjust. So that's perfectly fine. What we can do is over here, if you see this little Show Overlay red box, you have the option to change the color of it, change the color of that overlay, or if you click on this three-dot menu, we can change how we are previewing the mask. We can change it to our image on black and white. We can change it to a overlay color on black and white. You can do the image on white. You can do the image on black. So I can see here a much better visualization of what I am trying to isolate to make the adjustment to. Okay? So I'm going to take this back to Show Overlay, Color Overlay, so that we don't go into a hiding panic, like, what happened? Where's my image? Okay, so I have the selection of the red books. At this point, what I'd like to do is desaturate those red books and maybe darken those red books. How many people would, yeah, wow, exactly. Like, how much time would that have taken you in Photoshop? Who would have been there painting each one of those books out? Okay, yeah. I feel you. Seriously. There was something, I can't remember what it was, and I was like, and Photoshop, this is totally a tangent, but Photoshop integrated some new feature into a tool. Oh, I remember what it was. It was this, before the slider in Lightroom came out for amount, before the amount slider came out, which you can see right here, this amount slider, they were like, well, you can just change all of the sliders. You could just take that disclosure arrow up, and then it takes all the sliders of your brush tool, and it compacts them into one slider, and then you could just change that one slider. And I was like, what are you saying? I was like, the hours of my life that I would have gotten back, just knowing that tip is so frustrating. Anyway, so yeah, so this is hopefully going to be a way for you to save time with this epic update, okay? All right, yes?
Do you think that Photoshop will be integrating this into your platform as well?
Do I think Photoshop is integrating this into their platforms as well? What exactly do you mean? Do you mean this?
Well, the simplicity of this.
Oh, this masking technology, this masking way. I don't. I think that they are going to stick with their masking way, their masking mode in Photoshop. Yeah, yeah, yes.
Can I just say that the Lightroom masks are much more precise than the Photoshop masks?
Okay, the Lightroom masks in your experience are much more precise than the Photoshop masks.
Not much more, but more.
Yeah.
Do them in Lightroom for
Oh, cool. Yeah.
select subject.
Yeah. Nice. So you're also going to be able to download a PDF of all of the new features that Photoshop has also come out with as of Adobe Max. And one of the features in Photoshop is the fact that you can now process your select subject on the cloud instead of on your device in Photoshop. And that gives you a better selection. So maybe look into that a little bit, because you can now process that on the cloud. And it gives you a better result. Yeah. Okay, so we've been able to remove the red books. Now, all of a sudden, if I hit my backslash button, you can see the difference. We're definitely focused more on our child than we are on the books. The next tool that I want to highlight is the option that you have a Select Objects button here, okay? Has anybody played around with this? It's pretty cool. Okay, so I'm going to choose Select Object here. I'm going to come back up to the top, and you have two different options here. You have like a brush over the area where the subject is, and you have a draw a box around the area of the object. I'm sorry, I said subject, but I meant object. So if I was going to select subject, it probably wouldn't select the cloud that she's sitting on as well. So if I wanted to make an adjustment to the little girl and the cloud, I'd have a problem. I'd have to do the masks independently. I'd have to use a convoluted way of getting to the effect that I want, and I don't want to have to do that. So what I can do is I can click on the box. I can click and drag around what I want Lightroom Classic to look for as a selection, and boom. Okay? It found the cloud, it found the subject, and I have one mask with one click and drag. Yeah, I mean, this is super exciting. I know I'm geeking out a little bit, but if I wanted to increase the exposure on her and just make her pop off the background just slightly, or maybe increase the clarity and the texture on her, we could easily do that by one click and drag and let Lightroom Classic do the rest. Exciting? Yes. Yes.
Could you, going along the same lines, exactly what you're doing, let's say on the far right, I see all those red books. If I make it, the square around those books, I can intensify, just because I want to do it, make all the books redder.
Make all the books on the side redder.
Can you do that with Select Object? Can you change the color of the books?
The way that I would do that would be, he's saying that, is it possible to make the books on the right side more red? What I would do is I would do the intersect that I did before, but instead of desaturating the red books, I would add saturation to those red books. So first I would draw a mask over the area, then I would go in and refine that mask or constrict that mask by the color reference, and then I have that mask of all the red books, and then I would increase that saturation instead of decrease it. Did I have a question over here?
Is there a way you can change the masking, like you can do like the hair refine in Photoshop, where you can just paint it a little bit and kind of like inverse it and bring it out more, or push it back more, control it better that way?
Is there a way to fine-tune, add, or subtract from a mask? Yes, there totally is. You would start with your initial mask, and then whatever you felt like wasn't included, like let's say if I zoom into this mask, and of course I'm working on a trackpad here, which is not what you want to do for retouching. So I could add to that mask with the brush tool. Whenever you're doing specific, detailed adding and subtracting of masks, that's going to be your go-to. And then you could go ahead with your brush tool activated, just come in here and add this area, because we wanted to add that to the mask as well. And now, if I hover over that, I've got my initial selection, then I have my added selection using the brush tool, and then I have my master mask, which is the changes are being applied to. Yeah.
Can you feather these masks?
Not at this point. Can you feather these masks? At this point, you cannot, but I would love to see that roll through in a couple of months' time. Did you have a...
I was just going to say, it's going to have
Would that be a new mask if you're going to talk about the books? It would. And the reason why it would be a new mask is because you're making a different change using different sliders at different values to do that adjustment than you were for the books that you were trying to desaturate the red from. Okay? All right, so I'm going to move on. We talked about select object. We talked about intersecting of the mask. Talked about that. Talked about our masking previews. I have mom brain, so if I don't write down what I want to teach you guys, it's not going to get taught. I know. I know. Why doesn't it get better?
And then you get old brain.
Oh. Mom brain just turns into old brain. I love it. So exciting. Aging.
And then grandchild brain.
Oh, grandchild brain. That's a new one. I'll talk to my mom about that. Okay, so the next section that I want to talk about is very exciting as well. We are going to talk, I'm going to start speeding up a little bit on pace because I want to make sure I fit everything in. We are going to talk about select people. How many people have played around with select people? Ooh, it's so exciting. Okay, so I'm going to select my image and I'm going to go ahead and bring it into my develop module by hitting the D key. Again, I am going to go into my masking icon up here. And then if we look down here, we see an area that says detecting people. And once it has been scanned by the AI technology, it's going to give you the faces of the people in your image. Now, if you go ahead and you click on that area, it's going to give you a list of features. Now, watch this. You have your entire person. You can make a selection of the entire person. You can make a selection of their facial skin, their body skin, their eyebrows, their eye sclera, which are the eye whites, okay? Nobody knows the word sclera. Don't know why they called it sclera. They should have just called it eye whites. Iris and pupil, lips, teeth, and hair. So let's go ahead. We're going to make a mask for our face skin, our body skin, our eyebrows. Her sclera are pretty okay, so I'm going to leave those alone. The iris and pupil, might want to do a little bit of sharpening. Lips, we might want to give a little bit of color to, and that seems good. All right, so one important thing. If you do not have this checked, create 5 separate masks, I'm pretty sure you're not going to want to soften the iris the same amount as you soften the facial skin, right? 2 different adjustments, 2 different changes, so we're going to need different masks. So you need to make sure that create 5 separate masks is checked for this. Okay, and then we're going to hit create masks, and it's going to create all of the masks for you right here. Mask 1, oops, and you can rename these by double-clicking. Mask 2, body skin, mask 3, eyebrows, okay? And if you click into these, that's when you're going to see the name of the selection method that was used, okay? I get this question a lot. Well, why don't they just make that name the top master name? Because you could use multiple different options, multiple different masking avenues to get to your final mask. So they don't want to name the top master mask the name of whatever you used as your selection method. Does that make sense? Okay, so we've got our facial skin. Let's go ahead and come down here and just, I'm going to do really quick. We're going to just slightly decrease the clarity and texture on the facial skin. For our body skin, if I turn off the show preview, you can see that the body skin is less yellow. Is this calibrated? Yeah, pretty good. I was just checking the calibration of the screen. Okay, so we've got a little bit less yellow tones in the body skin than we do in the facial skin, and it's also slightly too bright. I see my eye getting drawn to these highlights across her collarbone. So for this mask, what I'd like to do is, I don't need to decrease clarity because I personally shoot with a very shallow depth of field. So we'll go ahead and just decrease the exposure just a touch. And then I want to match the color value as well to the facial skin. So we'll go ahead and just increase the yellows slightly. And that makes it all more cohesive. Does everybody get that? Okay, so we're moving on to the eyebrows. Let's add just a little bit of sharpening. And a little bit of increased texture to the eyebrows. Okay, And if you want to at any point hide these silly little icon thingies, you just hit the H key for hide. H for hide, and that's going to get rid of them. Iris, we're going to increase the sharpness of the eyes, and we'll maybe increase the shadows a little bit and increase the saturation of those eyes as well. And then our lips, let's add a little bit of color and darken the exposure. So sometimes when you're dealing with certain kinds of makeup, you're going to have issues with flashback. If you've ever worked with a professional makeup artist, the first thing they're going to ask your model is, are you wearing sunscreen? So sunscreen has a lot of ingredients in it that are going to reflect the sun rays from your face. Well, same way they reflect the sun rays, they're going to reflect your flash as well. So sometimes when you use strobes, your makeup is not going to necessarily look the same way that it looks in person. So you may have to make some of these adjustments, and it's not because the makeup was done wrong. It's not because the client is ugly. She's literally drop dead gorgeous, right? It's just compensating for a technical issue when it comes to photography, because we want the photo to match what we see in person, right? Okay, so we've done all of these things, right? We've made all of these changes. Now, I am in this situation going to go in, because I'm happy with all of these, I am going to go ahead and rename all of these. So this is facial skin. This is body skin. And I'll tell you why I'm doing this in a minute. This is, what is this? Eyebrows. Okay. Brows. Did I darken those? No. Oh, I just said I was going to darken them and then didn't. Oh, lovely. Oh, yeah. Can you change color? Just wait. I got a good one for you. So this is iris, okay? Just increasing the exposure just a little bit. So we'll do iris. And then lips. Okay, so we've done the edits, right? We're happy with the adjustments. They're nice. They're natural. If I hit my backslash button, I'll be able to see the before and the after. And it shows you some other edits. Okay, so there we go. I'm just using this light switch right here for my masking section to do on and off what the changes were that we made, okay?
Sorry, which one did you use for the shine?
Which one did I use for the shine?
Shine, we were talking about the reflection of the...
Shine on the collarbone.
Oh, so when I was talking about flashback and shine, it was the lips. So I darkened the lip color just a little bit so that it would match what I saw in person, because it was reading lighter once I lit it with light, with my strobes. Okay, so I'm happy with those changes. Now, that's not the only image that she purchased from me, okay? She purchased a lot. I'm going to shift select all of my additional images that she's purchased from me. I'm going to choose sync. Oops, no, I'm not. I'm going to go into my develop module first. Okay, so I have, if you look down here, I know my film strip is really small. So this is my master. It has the additional selection around it. You guys can see this brighter selection. What am I time? Okay, good. All right, so, and then I shift selected the other images that she purchased, and I'm going to choose sync. And I'm going to start by checking none, but then I'm going to sync my masking. I'm so excited. Okay, I'm so excited. I have been waiting for this for years for Adobe to come out with this. This is like, this is, I'm totally geeking out right now. Yes, but it's a smart batch. It's going to do a smart synchronization. So we're going to replace those masks. It's going to synchronize after it references the new additional images. It's going to find the eyes in the next image, the next image, the next image, the next image, apply the eye settings. It's going to find the lips in the next image, next image, next image, and it's going to apply the lip settings. It's going to find the facial skin, apply the facial skin settings to all those additional images. I am here to save you time, okay? All right, so there is our next image. All right, I'm going to go here. We can see It found everything that we needed to because we synced the preset, or we synced the settings. That's why you name your masks. If I had mask 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and I synced it across the images, if I don't know what those masks are, right? And then you've got issues with merging them together, and do you want to replace the masks that are already on other images, or do you want to, merge them together? So yeah, naming your masks, very important. Okay, so we've added them here to this image as well. Completely different lighting setup. Okay, completely different clothing. We've come to this one. Completely different lighting setup and clothing. All of them have been added. This image, whoa, her eyes are a little crazy. Okay, so if I go into iris now, what I can do is I can take the amount slider down on this one, okay? On just the eyes adjustment, okay? And the next image as well. Taking those iris changes down just a bit. Did that save everybody time? Cool. Yes, we have a question. Sure. Can I show how I did the sync function again? Sure. I started with the first image down here. Okay, right here. I shift selected the other images. Once I did that, I'm going to come over to the sync button right here. And then once you get this synchronized box that shows up, you want to make sure you're not syncing any of the global adjustments. You're just syncing the masking. But because the masking is AI backed, it allows you to find the new eyes, the new lips, the new skin, the new body skin, the new eyebrows for each image. Yes?
Could you change the color of clothing too, like her shirt? Like
Yes.
the one in a red shirt, for example.
Yeah.
Or a black jacket.
Yeah. Now, I want to show you a couple of things, but I'm going to try and fit this in quickly, okay? So we've got this image here. That is a perfect example for using select object. If I come into my masking, I'm going to create a new mask. I'm going to choose object, and then I'm going to use the brush over option to select the shirt. I'm a very lazy masker, so all of this like AI-backed selection stuff is just the absolute best, okay? So completely changing the color of the shirt, darkening it a little bit, making it really pop so that, I know I'm doing it sloppy. Yes?
Now, let's say you mask like a pimple, would you be able to sync that across several different?
No, you would not for the content aware. Yeah, I know, that's a bummer.
If you had like two people or more than one person, it would do it, you could do like person one, person two.
They're working on that. Can you do the same adjustments, syncing them in images that have more than one person? At this point, no, but I think they're working on it. But you can do a manual for multiple faces, and I'll show you that. I just want to show you, so I did go crazy when this first came out, and I created 120 presets of everything that you could imagine for this. So somebody asked, can you change color? Definitely you can. So I have 120 presets, and so I was able to just go crazy here. It's detecting everything. So I have different hair colors that you can add for dark hair, for light hair, for medium hair. I have different lip colors that you can add. And you can just, the really fun thing is you can just cycle through them and see what looks good, okay? And the masking, once you apply it, it's going to be a better mask. Right now, it's just giving you a rough outline. But I went a little crazy when they first came out because I had been waiting for it for so long. Yes?
If you sync across multiple pictures of different people, just a single person, is it smart enough to find the different eyes in the second picture of the person?
If you sync an image of edits on one face in an image that has multiple faces.
Multiple images with different faces, just like a single.
Yes, yep. It will do different faces, yes. So if you have headshots of 5 different people and you want to edit them, and that's a perfect example of how you would add a preset. And so you could take all of the things that we did to this image, and you can go ahead and go to your preset section, you can choose, I don't know what they are doing back there, but it's kind of loud. Okay, you can choose for the preset section, you can choose the plus symbol. You can create a preset. And within this preset, you can just say, add the masking to my preset, okay? And so you could take that, you can create a general light beauty preset. You're going to save it into the user preset section, I think. That's where it's saved. And then you can come to any other image. This one, let's try that. You can go into develop. You go into your preset section. What did I call it? General. Oh. General light beauty. I do have a preset problem. General light beauty. It's going to reference this image. It's going to find the lips, find the facial skin, find the body skin, find the eyebrows. It's going to apply it to that, okay? Super exciting. Okay, so I talked about creating a preset. Perfect. I talked about those. Okay, so multiple people. So we've got an image. You give it to the art director. The art director says, we need everybody's teeth whitened except for the girl in the front with the jean jacket, okay? So we're going to go into our develop module, go into our masking panel, and now this is something different is going to happen over here. When it's detecting people, it's going to find all the different people in your image, right? So we're going to start with person 1, then we're going to add people. We're going to add person 2, person 3, person 4. We're not going to add person 5, and we're going to add person 6. Then we're going to choose continue. All right, and now it says, well, what do you want to select on those people? We want to select just their teeth, okay? Now, for this, because I know we want to lighten them all, I'm going to just create one mask for the teeth whitening, okay? So we are going to turn off create 5 separate masks, and we're going to create our teeth whitening mask. At this point, we're just going to come in. I don't brighten the values of the teeth when I'm whitening teeth. What I do is I shift the color, okay? Because nobody likes chiclets, nobody likes radioactively white teeth. We've all done it. We've all done it, me too, me included. Okay, so if we go to our before and our after, in 3 clicks, or I don't know, more than 3 clicks, but pretty fast, we were able to brighten all of those teeth except for the one in the jean jacket, okay? So hopefully this has saved you guys time. Hopefully this is an epic update. All right.
Would you have charged more for that one?
You charge the same that you would have charged if it would have taken you an hour to do that update.
I'm sorry, how did you get to this group? Did you go, I'm sorry, I lost the way you got there.
So, yeah.
Selected from your picture on the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to recap, we went into, so let's delete this mask really quickly. We'll delete all of our masks. We're going to, so down here in the people section, because this image has more than one person, you have all the faces, they pop up. So we're going to select all the faces that we want, and then the next screen is going to be the features. What on these people do you want to select? We choose the teeth.
But that's just in the develop module.
Yes, within the masking feature. Yeah, within the masking panel. Yep. Okay, so, all right, so I hope everybody has learned a thing or two, right? So I did promise you guys some notes, and there is I am going to do a bit of a raffle. If you post something that you learned in this class, and you post and you tag Shark Pixel, right down here, Shark Pixel and BH Photo, and you say what you learned in this class, you will be entered to win my complete bundle of education, which is over 40 hours of Photoshop and Lightroom training. I'm going to pick a winner in 24 hours, so you guys have 24 hours to do it, okay? For the free notes that everybody should download, you can go to sharkpixel.com/Lightroom freebies, and sharkpixels.com/Photoshop freebies. The Photoshop is going to be all the notes for everything that's new in Photoshop as of Adobe Max a couple of months ago, and the Lightroom is going to be what I talked about today in this class. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. I do. And I have just been warming up for our next presenter, Eric Stoner. He is a awesome photographer, and he's going to talk all about how to use strobes and gels. So thank you guys so much.
One more time, round of applause.
Oh, I need to take that computer.
Yes, and a quick note, Kristina will be at the speaker meet and greet at 12:30. You get a short break, lucky you. But if you have more questions, and I know you guys do, that's downstairs in the trade show area at 12:30. So you'll catch her again. And we will be right back on the stream with our next speaker. So stay comfortable, maybe get up and stretch, but we will be right back. hello, welcome back. Everyone come on in, take a seat. Got a couple spots up here in the front row. It might be in the splash zone, but I promise you won't get too wet. We're excited to roll into the next presentation, sponsored by Canon. We are going to be talking about Speedlights, and Eric Stoner has been in the photo industry for over 30 years and a Canon photography instructor for the past decade and a half. Who's counting? Technical advisor at Canon USA, supporting a range of educational projects, concentrating on that live and virtual educational programming and research. We love having him. Come on down, Eric Stoner. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Can I just say I am so happy to see faces in front of me after this is the first time I've done a presentation in over 2 years since COVID. So I'm jacked to see all of you in front of me instead of doing a virtual thing. Are you guys sick of virtual stuff right now? So I'm super happy to be here, honored. I first want to thank B&H and the whole crew there, David Brommer in particular, for putting all of this together. So if we can get a quick little round of applause for those. They don't get as much recognition, the people behind the scenes that make a big conference like this work. So we're super excited that they have put this together for us. And so let me ask, just a quick question. Who's into lighting? Everybody should have their hands up, right? Without light, you won't have a photograph. So we're going to talk a lot about that today. We're going to talk about Speedlights and all the cool stuff that you can do with one of these. I mean, you could do a lot with just one little Speedlight. The limit is really your imagination. But before we get to all of that, we just made an announcement last night at 11 p.m. Did anybody catch it? There's two new cameras, the R8 and the R50, that just came out, along with two new lenses. These are some really cool things, and we have them downstairs in the room with Canon, Sony, and Nikon, but they're at the Canon place, so just FYI. Yeah, so go check them out. They're really cool. We were out at an event in Charleston last week doing shooting with them, with the media. It was fantastic. A lot of great content. So you can pre-order all this stuff, of course, on B&H's website. So go ahead and check that out. These are really great cameras. They're more on the consumer end, but really, like especially the R8. I shot with it all week last week, and it's just amazing. So take a look at that. So, all right, on to the program. So, who shoots with Speedlights? Raise the hands, just anybody. Who is scared of Speedlights? It's okay. We're all amongst friends here. It's fine. It's fine. You know, we're all in this together, right? So all of us are smarter than one of us, and that's one of my main things that like when we all get together, there's a lot of ideas that all of us share, and nobody knows it all. It's a constant learning battle. And once you think you know it all, then you should just check out, because there's always somebody like Sherk that will throw mad knowledge in Lightroom that she just did. Like I didn't even know half of that stuff, but that's a whole other story. So let's get into it, okay? So first, before we get into that stuff, I just want to say if you have to leave early, here's my contact information. If you want to throw your phone up and catch the screen, please reach out. Let's coordinate and collaborate, and anything with an 8 on it, I'm in there. Let's talk about stuff online, offline. Let's get together and talk photography, because this is really all I know. As he mentioned, this is all I know for this is my 35th year doing professional photography. I feel really old. And Michelle Celentano, our Canon Explorer of Light, right up here in the first row, she's like sister from another mister, I think. Is right. Yeah, so we were, yeah, there's so many different odd things that we're learning about each other that are parallels. We both worked on a cruise ship back in early 90s. It was
2 days apart.
Yeah, it's crazy. So anyway, there's my stuff. If you have to leave, please reach out. I'd love to see you online. And let's get into it. So let's talk about light, right? So first, we're going to go into different types of light, and then we're going to get into the gelling of Speedlights, things like that. Gelling Speedlights can be really misunderstood, and a lot of people will get confused with, how do I really get these great saturated colors? Well, we're going to cover all that. I've got lighting diagrams from overhead, all kinds of great stuff that will hopefully add some insight. And many of you may know a lot of this stuff, and that's cool, but there probably is going to be some things that you didn't know. And if you gather little nuggets here and there, that's when you get that incremental learning that happens, and then we all get smarter. If you know it all, that's cool too. Maybe you can come up next time and teach the class. It'll be awesome. So anyway, so let's talk about it, right? Hard lighting. What's on me right now? Hard lighting. I got this spotlight, like right on me. It's burning my retinas out. It's hard lighting. So I know that because when I look at the shadow, I see a very hard edge to the light. So the shadow of her nose or her chin line, anything like that, you're going to see a very hard edge shadow. When you're out on a sunny day and you look at your shadow on the sidewalk, it's got a very hard edge on it. So that means a very small light source, like the sun. Now, the sun is gigantic, right? But it's so far away, it's only that big in the sky. So hard light can also work very well, but a lot of times people are afraid of it. Portrait photographers in general say, I want to shoot at the sweet light time of day. What's that? Early morning or late afternoon, right before the sun goes down? Well, if you do this for a living, you can't necessarily just shoot at those times of day. There's stuff in the middle of the day that you need to be able to make a living. So that's where speedlights come in. You can really do a ton with speedlights in full sun, on the beach, the most challenging lighting condition in the world on the beach. No cover, anything, but you can do a lot with a speedlight. So anyway, let's get back to this. Hard light, now let's look at soft light. Soft light is just like a cloudy day. The transition between highlight and shadow is very subtle, right? We've all seen this. This is nothing groundbreaking or new, but I just want to show you some examples. So it's generally more flattering, right? Especially for those that may have some texture to their skin. This particular model, and she doesn't aware of this, but she has a lot of texture in her skin. You're going to see that in the next slide. I apologize if I'm talking too fast for you online. This is an East Coast thing. So I'm just warning you right now. Go back and then play it at like 1.5 times less, and it'll all sound like Middle America. It's fine. You're all welcome, but I apologize. But there's so much content we have that I want to make sure I get it all in. So soft light is wonderful, but it can also be not so wonderful because sometimes you want more contrast in your image. So has anybody heard of Rembrandt lighting before? Rembrandt lighting, he tried to say, is very contrasty. It doesn't mean that it's hard light. It can still be soft light, but you have that light pushed so far over that you get this little triangle shape on the cheek there, and that right there is where you see that Rembrandt lighting. It's usually lit a little bit high and up on one side or the other. It's just different types of light. None of them are better than another. It depends on the subject. Of course, the answer to everything is it depends. When you get somebody that says, well, what's the best camera for me? Well, it depends. And people hate to get that answer, but it's true. You have to ask yourself questions. So, split lighting. Split lighting is very much from one side. So if I were to turn this way, I would have split lighting on me. Now, usually with split lighting, without any other reflectors present, you're going to have one side of the face very light, one side of the face very dark. Now, you're noticing we are seeing some detail. I don't know if you can see. Okay, yeah, you can see a little bit more detail on the TV. So usually from the left or the right. And then this particular image, I had a reflector on the right side so you can see that detail a little bit that comes out. But if I didn't have the reflector there, we'd go almost totally black. Loop lighting, this is also known as short lighting. This is one of my favorite types of lighting. You'll notice that it's lit from obviously one side or the other. It's not to the degree of Rembrandt lighting, just kind of in between. And then you have this obvious little loop under the nose, but it doesn't connect to that shadow on the shadow side of where the cheek is, on this side, on the right. So, but it's there still. And this light is generally, you're going to see the cheek that's closest to the camera is in shadow. That's how you know you're doing short lighting. Okay, and it's usually very flattering. It also is thinning. This is something that a lot of people ask, those of you, who's a professional photographer in the room? A few of you, right. You never get asked the question, can you take 15 pounds off, right? Nobody ever hears that, right? We're all happy with the way we look. So this is one of the ways that as a photographer or an artist that you can help reduce and make your clients, or just even if you're not doing this professionally, you can make your subject look thinner than they actually are. This is the magic of lighting. All right, now let's talk about broad lighting. Broad lighting is the exact opposite of what we just saw, where the cheek that's closest to the camera, which in this case is the one on the left, her right cheek, is closest to the camera. Now, it's usually that, again, someone on the right or the left. It's less flattering for most of us, but not everybody. If you have somebody with a really thin, narrow face, this could work really, really well for them. Again, the answer to everything is it depends. It tends to add weight to your subject. So if you have somebody that's very thin and they're a little bit concerned about it, this is a good way to kind of help them along just with a little bit. Usually we're on the other side of that. We all want to look thinner, right? So again, cheek closest to the camera is the one that has the light on it. Now, butterfly lighting. This is what a lot of glamorous type of lighting is a lot of photographers use this. So it's lit from above, just literally right overhead, and the shadow falls under the nose. It doesn't extend to the point where you get to the lip. You don't want it so high that that shadow goes into the lip line, because then it becomes very distracting and it doesn't look right. So again, this is more glamorous style lighting. You see a lot of headshots done with butterfly lighting. And a lot of times there's either another light underneath, which is then considered a different type of lighting called clamshell lighting. Makes sense, right? You've got one up here, got one down here. Oftentimes you can just have a reflector underneath with one speedlight or strobe, whatever you're using, and just apply a little bit of a catch light. Anybody know what a catch light is? Okay, right? It's the reflections from the light source in the eyes. If you don't have a catch light in the eye, usually the eyes die, and so goes the portrait. In a lot of cases, not always. If you want, there's always a reason to break those rules, but I think it's important to learn the rules first and then successfully break them. So reflectors can come from underneath as well, just to kind of fill in. It's really a contrast game. We want to either lessen or make the contrast greater for effect. And it really depends on what your vision of the portrait will be. Okay, now on-camera flash. This is. Everybody's got a different opinion on camera flash, right? So, but it does have a purpose. Oftentimes it can be very, very harsh. Remember, we're talking about a light source that's very small. The smaller the light source, the harsher that light is. But there's a lot you can do with a speed light, because a lot of them have this ability to bounce. So we'll talk about that. Okay. Moving on. So one of the cool things about speedlights is they have a zoom head where you can actually focus the cone of light that comes out of that head, which many strobes, like studio strobes, don't have that capability. So it's almost like just putting a snoot, which is like, I don't have it in front. Oh, here it is. This is a different type of a snoot, and it basically just focuses the beam of light into a smaller area. It can be very effective, but this is done optically through the flash head by zooming it in and out. And so you'll notice on this particular picture, you see the bulk of the light is hitting the front, or the very facial area, and then it drops off down as you get towards below the model's chest. That's more like a spotlight kind of thing, like it's on me right now, but it can be very effective, and also very effective off camera, so play with it. Okay. Now, this is very rudimentary, so I went out and I bought a $2 shower curtain. But there's a lot of really cool benefits. Now, we all want to go to B&H and buy these beautiful, expensive soft boxes, right? But this is going to give you a kind of an indication of what you can do with a speedlight. And just take that shower curtain in this particular instance and pretend it's a wall, a white wall or a light-colored wall. We're going to bounce off of that. Now, you can also take the flash head and zoom it in and out to create a smaller bounce area. So you're just basically, if you zoom the flash head, you're making a smaller light source. If you zoom the flash head out to a wider beam, you're making a larger light source, because it's hitting that wall, and whatever's hitting the wall that's your size of your light source, which is going to then determine how soft that light is hitting the subject. And I have some examples to show you. So this is just a white shower curtain, and we're bouncing the flash off of that. It's a fairly soft light hitting our subject, because it's hitting a large area of white. So you could make that a wall or whatever you want. This is with no reflector on the side. Now, you're going to notice subtle differences, but I want you to pay attention in particular to the hair on her right side when we add the reflector. It just lightens it up a little bit. It's subtle. Can you guys see that? Okay, great. So very subtle, but if you want to have a little more contrast, just take the reflector out. If you want less contrast, bring it in. Now, narrow beam. So what we did here was we zoomed the flash out to 200 millimeters on the EL1 flash from Canon, and you're noticing it's hitting a smaller area within that shower curtain or wall. And now we have, again, a smaller light source, even though it's relatively pretty big. It's about the same size as some of the soft boxes that are out there. And you can see on this example here, you're going to see a smaller light source or bounce on the left side. And on the right side, we have a larger light source. So the one on the right is with a wide beam of light hitting the shower curtain. And on the left is the larger, or the shorter, zoomed in head. Make sense? You can see the difference between them.
Also softened their features.
It did soften her features. So, and so I always say, and Michelle and I were talking about this the other day, one of our other former Canon Explorers of Light has this expression, and it goes like this: beauty is in the eye of the checkbook holder. So, you know, it depends on, you know, whatever the market will bear, whatever they're willing to pay for you to make it. And so if this one of these is more flattering than the other to the one who's paying for it, that's all that matters. It really, you know, that's why you do a lot of different things, but it also helps to hone your skills and just kind of know ahead of time what your subject's perhaps fears are before you photograph them, so that you can then take steps to do what we do best and make them look their best. So pretty simple, right? So off-camera flash. This is one of the basics. When you get the flash off the camera, now you can really start sculpting the light, okay? So we have to think about this, all right? So we have to set up a transmitter. And that's, I don't have it in front of me, but we have a transmitter that just mounts on the hot shoe, and that controls the off-camera flash. Now, when Canon first came out with its radio-based off-camera transmitter, it was in 2012, and nobody else had it at that point. So it was like amazing not have to worry about light transmission being like line of sight. You have to see it. You could start hiding flashes in areas and have that just pop automatically, and it was great. We loved it. And then it exploded after that. So decide how we want the portrait to look. Do we want harsh light? Do we want soft light? Somewhere in between? The answers are limitless, really. There's so many options to choose from. But again, this comes with having a little bit of scouting, if you will, of what your subject is really after. And maybe they don't know, and they're leaning on you. Well, you're the photographer. You just take the picture. Okay, we could do that. So you have to look at your subject and study them a little bit and figure out what's going to be, based on your experience, what's going to be best for them. So think about you know, the use of reflectors, just filling in shadows. Do you want that? Do you not want that? And if you're not sure, do it all and then see what it looks like later in post. So there's lots of options. So one of the harshest ones, right, is just taking the flash right off camera, putting it on a light stand, and aiming it at our subject. And that's pretty harsh, right? So you could tell it's hard lighting by looking at the hard edge shadow on her neck. And it's not exactly the most flattering, but if you have a situation where you have a color image, a lot of times if you have harsh lighting like this, just make it black and white, and all of a sudden it kind of looks better. So don't be afraid of that, just black and white. You never know. I always say when somebody complains about digital noise, if you ran high ISO really up the ramp, just make it black and white, and now it's art. Okay? So it works. Try it. Okay, so back to the shower curtain. Now we've taken the light and we've got it off camera. You notice on the camera there's a transmitter. And we've taken the flash and we've put it on the other side. So we've got this transmissive light going through the shower curtain now. You'll notice that the size of this light is fairly small on the shower curtain. You can kind of see that circle there of light that's there. This is zoomed to 200 millimeters, so we have a fairly small light source overall. But what I want you to pay attention to, this is interesting, because again, remember I said you can do a lot with one light. So right now we've got beautiful light on her, but what's happening to the background? Okay, we've got, especially when you're working with a light background or a white background, the further you get away from that background, the darker that white will go. It'll be a gray, some form of gray, until you get so far back, it goes black. That's because there's no light striking it. So think of your scene in layers and how that light is playing. So you're going to paint it. You're going to have a layer where your subject is, you have a layer where your background is, you have a layer where your foreground is, and I mean, just it could be limitless. So you'll notice in this particular picture here with one speed light, and we're about 5 or 6 feet away from the paper on the background, that background's going gray. And that may be what you want, and that's fine. But if you want that pure white, you have to find a way to get light on it, whether it be with one other speed light hitting the background, or there's another way. And this is the only way you can do this with the shower curtain, is you can get that background pure white and still have beautiful light on your subject. And how do we do that? So again, you'll see this is gray. Now, here's the deal. What I did was I widened the beam of light. So you'll notice now that the whole shower curtain is illuminated. But notice the shadow on the ground from the shower curtain down beneath her chair. There's a little shadow diagonal line there. That light is now, the hard light is striking the background, which is about 1.5 to 2 stops brighter than what's hitting the subject. So you've created, can I say kill the two birds with one stone? Can I say that? Okay. I love birds, but don't kill the birds, but you get the expression, right? So, but this is cool. So now we've got wide 20 millimeters on that, and the light source on her is super soft. It is fantastic looking. So when we show this now, okay, that light's still pretty far away from the background, but now we've got a pure white background with only one light. So it's always good to carry a shower curtain around. That's the bottom line. So it just works. So you have to you have a challenge and you have to find the solution. You need a quick question. I want to take questions at the end, but I'm gonna allow it.
Is it towards the background, or is it?
So the question was, is it towards the background? No, it's actually aimed at the shower curtain, but because I widened the beam of light, there's light that's passing beyond to the far side of that's hitting the background. And that's how that was achieved. It's just, you know. How did I whiten it? Widen. So on the flash, you can zoom the flash head. So, and a lot of times your flashes are set, you have an auto setting, which if you have a zoom lens, as you zoom the lens, it'll automatically zoom based on what focal length you're at. But you can manually override that and zoom it in and out yourself, which is nice. And that's how this was done. Now, the next thing, and this is when we start adding grids. A grid is nothing more than like when you cross the street and there's the do not walk sign, right? They've got a grid on that, so somebody else doesn't see it from another angle. You know, okay, if you can see it, it's for you. Right? So that's what a grid does. It basically focuses the light into a particular area. It can still be soft. It's not necessarily making the light harder, but it's just concentrating it into a certain area that you want it to be. And that's nothing more than what a grid does. But this is where gels really, really come into play, and you'll see this as we move on. So you can see now that white background is getting pretty dark. It's not black, but if I were to pull everything back, the more I do that, the darker or blacker that background will get. Now, this is where, like I said, really important where gels come in. You have to, I'm getting ahead of myself, but you have to keep in mind that when you want to add a gel, you have to have no white light, which means from the flash, we're considering that white light, and I'll go over that in a minute. You can't have any of that light or minimal light striking the area that you're gelling. Okay, so there's a look at grids. And the grids are available for a lot of different soft boxes. Unfortunately, they don't work on an umbrella because umbrellas just throw a massive amount of light forward. That's all they're doing. There's no control there. So it's very difficult to gel when you're using an umbrella. Okay, so we create shadows by taking the flash off camera. We create dimension by adding separation lights. What I say separation light, it's also known as a hair light. It's also known as a kicker. Those are different terms for the same thing. Okay, and we create, we control shadow density, or in other words, how deep those shadows are, with lighting ratios or reflector fill. Okay, so let's look at some 2 light portrait examples. Then we're going to go all the way up to like 5 lights, and then we're going to get into gelling. So this is very simple. You can't get much more simple than this. You have one light on one side of the model, a reflector on the other, and rather than have just one light like I just showed you, you have another speed light on the background independently. So there's 2 speed lights in this. That's lighting the background. And generally on a white background, you want to go about 1.5 stops to 2 stops over what is on your subject to make that pure white. Okay, so when you see this Speedlight aimed at background for clean white tone, +2 FEC, flash exposure compensation. That's just making it 2 f-stops brighter than what's on your subject. That's what that means. And you can do that, what's cool, you can do that right from your transmitter. On the Canon, it's the STE3RT. They also have the STE10, which then you would actually, it's just a smaller transmitter and it fits right on top of the hot shoe, and then you can do everything from the screen. Just push like you do on your phone. It's pretty cool. Okay, so you'll notice that we've added a grid on this, and the grid helps keep that light off of the background. That's all the point of a grid would be. Control. Okay, and then so this one, rather than have the light off to one side or the back or the other in the back, we've added a boom, and it's just like literally almost right over and slightly behind her head to give you a nice soft flash separation, and you see the hair light on her. And when you have a model that has dark hair, you have to add a little bit more because that dark hair chews up a little bit more light than perhaps somebody that's got blonde hair or white hair or gray hair. So just be mindful of that. Okay, pretty simple. It's very basic portrait here. Now, when you get into some other things, more low-key or darker portraits, this is just a black background, right? And then I added a small speed light just on that background. So you see that little gray area right through her arm there into the left of her left eye or her right eye. That's just adding a little bit of dimension in there, so I didn't lose. We need to see where that hair was, so that's why I added that in there. Now, again, now we're starting to get into a little bit of gels, and this is kind of fun. This is butterfly lighting here on her, just light right overhead on about a 45-degree angle back toward camera, and then a reflector underneath, and that was gridded. And then we added this red gel gridded on the background for that little spot, and then it fades off to black. You can do, one thing about gels that I'll mention is either a black background or a gray background. Those really play nicely with gels. When you start trying to gel a white background, it's like, you ever mix paints? Like if we mixed red paint with white paint, what do you get? You get pink. Same thing with backgrounds. So this is also where you're going to see when we start mixing light coming out of with a non-gelled light with a gelled light, and if you mix them, you get a subtle mix of that, which doesn't, in a lot of cases, go good. So the gel goes, okay, I have this little question was, where do I put the gel? There's lots of different gel options out there. You can buy sheets of them from Roscoe, which B&H carries. There's also a company called MagMod, M-A-G-M-O-D, and they have these cool things that you just, you mount on the flash, and pretty cool. I'll drop my water, but they have this little magnetic mount here, and it just sticks. It's like super easy. I love it, and it makes working very, very fast. And when you're working, especially with a model that's either short on time or short on attention span, you need to work quickly. So that's pretty simple. And then there's simple reflector underneath. One thing I will say, there's a lot of material, and I'm going to take questions. I'll write them down. I want to take all the questions at the end if we have time, and then not, I will be back here afterwards to answer all your questions. So just jot them down if you wouldn't mind, because there's a lot of info that I have to get to. Okay, so now, two-light portrait again. This one's fairly simple. Whether you like it or you don't like it, that's for you to decide. This one's pretty simple. I used a very hard bare flash to the left of the model, and then I had a umbrella light right over camera to fill in the shadows. That's controlling the contrast. So the umbrella would be the fill light, just bringing the shadow level up a little bit, and then that hard light from the left is that kind of like spotlight on the subject. It's just a different type of light, and that's all. Pretty simple. And then you can get really, funky and dramatic by, if you have this muscle guy, right, and you want to just make something really cool with gels and have no white light, you can add, one gel on one side, one on the other, and create some drama. Really simple, two lights, just like that. And this is very just bare bulb kind of light, just no modifiers at all, right on the subject. And then so in this particular example, this was in St. Louis at a conference we did. a grid on the light that's coming from the left, striking the model. Again, if I didn't have that grid, that white light from the main light is going to strike that background and then spoil the color from that red. There's a little speed light with a little foot just aimed right at the porcelain. I don't know if that's porcelain, some sort of textile on the wall, but it gelled really well. So we worked with it. Now, you can get really, really focused with some of your light. Again, we put a blue gel on the background, and we used this. This is Magmod. This is called the MagSphere. And this really, it just gives a nice subtle round highlight on the background, then it fades off nicely. So it's a nice diffusion that way. But if I were to put the Speedlight directly on the background, you'd see a harder edge to that, and it's just not it doesn't work as well. So this was called the mag beam, the light that's on her face, and we used a CTO, or a color temperature orange gel, which are color correction gels, but you can use them for a lot of other things. And you could really focus the light on your subject by creating, they have these little things called cookies, and they go in to the thing, and basically it's a pattern, and it just projects this pattern onto your subject. It's kind of cool. So you can create all kinds of mood, and this is what we do. We have to create the mood for whatever it is that we're trying to convey to our viewers. Okay? Now, 3 lights. Let's go in. So again, decide how you want the portrait. Harsh, soft. Again, you ask the same questions. Do we want to use gels? Is the model or subject wearing something that we can accent with a gel? If not, no big deal. Don't use it. These are all questions you have to ask yourselves. In the Canon system, we can use up to 15 speedlights at the same time. That's a lot of money in speedlights, I understand, in up to 5 different groups. And different groups meaning you can control each of those groups independently right from camera. Okay, so you can control the brightness of every one of those groups, which is really a nice thing to be able to do without having to go back to each light and set it individually. You can do it right from camera, and you save tons of time. Okay, and you can also mix ETTL, which is Canon speak for automatic flash. You can mix that with manual flash. And just either way, it's fun. So if you have one flash that you need manual, because you really want to blast a lot of light through it, and you tried doing the flash exposure compensation, it goes ±3. But if you need more than that, you can absolutely just override it to manual and punch more or less light through it to taste.
Quick question. In those 5 groups, if you have 3 lights in each group, can you individual each light in the 5 groups?
So
Or do
question.
they all have to be same in the group?
So question is, in each individual group, you didn't pay attention to my ask questions later, Michelle, shame on you.
Sorry.
So the question,
Might be helpful for
that's okay. The question was, in each individual group, can you control the power of each of those individually within the group, or do they all have to be the same? If, like, say for instance, in our B group, we have 3 flashes in the B group. Yes, so they will all have to be individually set. In the B group, it's saying, okay, you have them set for this, and they all have to be the same. Now, what you could do, if you really wanted to get fancy with it, is you could get neutral density filters and put them right over top of the flash if you needed that kind of really specific control. Okay? And then make it happen. So 3 light portraits, right? So now we have a light coming from the main light coming from the left, a kicker coming from behind, and you'll see that by just looking at her arm that's kind of angled there. You can see a highlight on that arm, which helps separate it from the background, and then a light that goes right onto the background. It's pretty simple. Okay? Let's see. Yeah, here's the kicker, and there's your, and that's gridded too, because I liked having, so I used the MagSphere with a grid in it, so you create a little bit of a tighter highlight on the background. There's no reflector on this one, and you know that because those shadows on the shadow side of her face are pretty deep. And so one thing you can do is you can put a reflector there, which will also help create a barrier for that kicker light so you're not flaring out your lens. So if you put the reflector block, which would be right here, that would help block the light from striking the lens. And this is another reason why you want to use grids for your kickers that come from behind so that you're not flaring out your lens. Make sense? Yeah. Okay, so another 3 light example. This is, again, pretty simple. Same basic lighting setup as that last one we had, except you've got grids here. You've got a main light with a grid. You've got your kicker with a grid. Again, Now we're using a gel on this one, and we want to control that light spill. You don't want any of that light hitting the background, and that's where specific control really comes into play when using grids, with gels, excuse me. And this one we have a reflector on there because we just had that nice subtle shadow on the side of her face. So grids are key when we're talking about gels, if I haven't made that clear yet. Okay, this one was kind of cool. This was in a hotel in St. Louis. They had this old elevator shaft, and that's what that wrought iron behind her is. And so here's the setup. We had one main light which had a blue gel in it, and that's creating this. So we're going to build this. So she looks like a Smurf here, but we're building it. Okay, work with me. All right, and then so we've got that light there. The next thing we added was the blue light in the background, and of course that light that's illuminating her face. But we were able to take the blue light on a big light stand and put it into the elevator shaft to illuminate that whole elevator shaft behind her, because it was open up top, like 8 foot above. And so that was kind of a nice little bonus. And then what we did on the subject face was we added a snoot, in fact, this very snoot, to focus that beam of light right on her face, so her body still remains blue, but her face becomes reality, right? So what we did on there, you'll notice there's a little grid on there, or a gel. We used a CTO, color temperature orange, and that was a half CTO. CTOs come in full, half, and quarter, to my knowledge. There may be tighter versions available, but those are the ones that I've seen. So a half CTO is, it looks like a warming filter, okay? And basically this is canceling out that blue light that you saw from this picture, and we've concentrated it on her face, and so you no longer see that blue light that we had in the first picture. And what's the opposite of blue? Yellow. So we're canceling that light out. And so it's a very nice dramatic portrait. You've got this great deep saturated colors, and then boom, you go right to her face. Your eye goes to two main areas when you look at a photograph: the area of greatest contrast and the area of sharpest focus. So you're directing the viewer's eye where you want it to go by lighting. Now here's another one, same building. They had this baby grand piano there, and there's a friend of mine, and we decided, I want to do this portrait because she had this, it was a little party night, and she had this little 50s style or whatever outfit on, which was kind of cute. And so here's what we did. We took a main light, and there was no gel on it. We just aimed it right at her face. I wanted to be very specific on this. This is 5 lights you're going to see. So when I had the light on her face, her arms were going dark, and it really looked like it was just a floating face. So then I put more grids on the arms, so you could define the arms. And we're just like, it's like painting. So all we're doing, and then the next thing here is I put this blue gel on the mag beam, and I put a cookie in there that was basically looked like a Venetian blind thing. You'll see it in one of the next pictures. And then I added the separation light, which you see from the hair and down her arm, which separates her from the background. And then lastly, I added a blue gridded gel and bounced it off of the top of the black of the underside of the piano. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm not going to get any bounce from that, but guess what? You did, and it hits down in there. So not only did we get the bounce, the blue up on the top there, but it then reflected down into where all of the piano wires were, where the notes come out. So kind of cool. You can see the gel sitting there, the Speedlight sitting there with the mag gel sitting right on top of it. So that was kind of fun. And then so sometimes you just want to keep it simple. This is a portrait in Tennessee at the Opryland Hotel, and we just wanted to something just add a little punch. Boom, a red gel right on the background, and all of a sudden it has a whole much better appeal, in my opinion, than the first one. Very simple.
Eric, real quick, these are all shot with Speedlights?
These are all shot with Speedlights. Yep. Yep. Okay, so now we're going to get to the meat and potatoes of how to work with gels effectively. So we already talked a little bit about when you mix your paints, right? You get a subdued saturation from that gel, specifically with real rich colors, blues, reds, greens, things like that. And you can see it right here. This is the the same scene you see with the model on the right there, but I pulled her away, and you can see the setup here. There's her chair, and you see the light behind her, and it's red, but the lights were angled more toward the background, so you get this very kind of blasé look out of it. So all we have to do is we add grids to our lights up front, so none of that light strikes the background. And now, so there's your grid. And then now with the grids, we have 2 lights on either side, you can see, and then the hair light from directly behind, that's gridded as well. And now you get this rich red color because none of that white light is striking the background. And that's as simple as it is with working with gels. Just kind of, again, think about it in layers. Separate those individual slices, if you will, and make sure that they don't interact with each other. Okay, but from camera position, it all comes together. Okay, now we're going outside. This is awful, right? This is what street lights look like. That just nasty, I don't know if they're mercury vapor or sodium vapor, whatever they are, they're horrible looking, right? So this is done in a daylight balance. This is what it looks like, daylight balance. This is awful. So now we have to start building it, right? So now we add a blue gel. So let's see what happens. We turned everything off other than the one blue gel, and we're starting to build here. There's our blue gel. Now, we added flash from the left. What happened? We're mixing our colors. Can't have that. So it washes that color away. Should have remembered, right? So let's move the light to the other side. Now, I didn't have grids with me in this particular case. Sometimes stuff happens and you forget stuff. So in order to work with the colors, you just have to push the light off far enough, and we call it feathering it, where you're just tweaking it so it's shaded away from the area you're gelling. Okay, and that's really without having grids, that's how you would do it. It's a little more challenging to work with because you have a little more spill, but that's kind of how you do it. So, so now we cut the power down. So now we've got light on our model that's not overpowered. It looks nice. We're happy with that. Then we added a separation light, and right now we just nuked her. She's completely, like we blew the light out. So, but this is our starting point. So once we add a light, we start at a given number, and this is kind of what it was. Too bright, obviously. So now we have to fix that. And you'll notice that over here on the right, we're also, that light that's coming from the back left is striking some of the background, and we're losing that color. So we have to be aware of that. And I changed that in the end, which you will see. So we cut the power down, and now we have a nice separation. You can see the highlight on her hair, on her neckline. It's much more flattering. Now we decided to add a spotlight right on her face. And again, same problem, right? Now we've got this horrible shadow behind her, and we nuked her again with the light, so we got to obviously bring that way down. And it's on the wrong side. So again, we have to work with pulling the light to the other side and making sure the shadow falls off where we don't really see it, and we're not mixing our colors again. So there's the problem. Now, we've moved the light to the other side. We reduced the power, but not enough. So we have to go down a little more. And there's your final shot. It's just adjusting the power to taste. But what we also did was that light from the kicker coming from the back was a little distracting. So I just wanted a little kiss of light, and I put the light directly behind the model. So I illuminated just a little pin light around her. You'll see it from the hair on the very top of her head. So that was that. So that's all we did. So here's an overhead view of the lighting scheme. Okay, we've got the main light off to the right. We've got the snooted light, which was, again, this right here. That was the beam on her face. And then we had a backlight right behind her, and then the blue gel from behind. Now, what I also did was sometimes a model would be wearing a color that is just hard to match with the gels you have. If you have a whole stack of Roscoe gels, you can pretty much match them, but the Magmod doesn't have the full scope of what Roscoe has. So what I had to do was I just took the eyedropper in Photoshop, I clicked on her dress to get a color, and then I painted with color just to kind of match what's in the background that kind of matches with her dress. It's a little cheating, but if you just were here for Christy Sherk's program, my friend Carl's in the back there, he says, nothing's real anymore. I don't even know what to believe. So, but that's the world we live in now. And it's fine. It's all in the interest of art, right? Now, here's another one. This is on a set of steps. And where I started with this was not where I had anticipated I would end. And so we've got some problems here. The first, we just turned on the main key light, which was off to the right side of the camera, and then we added a hair light or separation light from up at the top of the steps, angling right toward the back. And you can see her hair is illuminated and separated very, very well. But we had this weird shadow when I added red gel in from the left side. See the shadow from the railing, which kind of bothered me. And then also we were getting some just like the spoil from the color with the white light coming from the right side. So I tried moving that off to the right more so that it wasn't striking the steps and flaring back, which cut down the glare, but I still have that weird shadow. I didn't like it, so you find the problem and you work the problem. So we added a snoot first to her already fair skin, but obviously we have to bring that down. So we just focused in on that group, dialed the power down, and we ended up with this. This is the final image. And I have an overhead scheme, thank you. We had an overhead scheme from that. So basically she's surrounded in red gel. So you have a red gel in the main light, you have red gels on the top, angling down, one red gel that's illuminating the behind her with the steps, and you end up with what you see here. So you just have to work the problem until, and this is what I teach, this is exactly how I do it. I build it so that you see the problems that I'm going through and you know how to deal with them, and you just work it until you figure it all out. And that's really it. So this one's kind of cool. We did this at Depth of Field a couple of years ago. This model was amazing. This is butterfly light right over camera. Obviously, the power needs to come down. And so we brought the power down. This is a starting point. We adjusted for the skin tone, brought the power down. And then we turned that off and we went to go figure out, okay, now the separation lights. I've got two gridded lights coming from behind at 45-degree angles to the subject. And that's a little too bright, so then we just toned them down. We only want a little kiss of light coming from those. Now, be careful. When you add separation lights and they're coming back to the camera, they're going to appear twice as light, twice as bright at the same. So if you were to add the same power that you have coming forward, the lights that are behind are going to look twice as bright because of a rule called the angle of incidence. So you have to dial those way down to taste. And this is what's cool about digital is you see it right in front of you and you go, okay, I got to turn it down. So then we're trying to find the right color. So going through my gels, I had a green gel. That obviously didn't work well enough. So then I added a green gel and a blue gel together, and I came up with this color, but obviously it's not a real good match. We have to tone that down. The more power you put through your Speedlight or your strobe or whatever, again, we're mixing white light with a gel. The more power you put through there, the lighter that color is going to become. The less power you put, the deeper that color will get. So just do a little test at home. So run through the whole power, shoot it at a wall, and run through the power settings, and you'll see that color change, and you just adjust it to match. So the brighter, the gentleman asked to repeat that. So basically, the more power you run, if you run full power, it's going to make that color brighter. The less, as you lower the power, that color is going to become deeper and more saturated. Okay? But just run through run through full power and just go down the list, and you'll see each shot that light will become less and less. Now here's the final image. Now what we added here was, I was missing something from below. So this was kind of clamshell lighting like we talked about a little earlier. I added a strip light from Westcott. It's just a 1x3 strip box. It's like this by that. And there was a grid on that, and I angled it up toward her face, but I tipped it a little bit up so it wasn't striking her chest as much, but that illuminated her face brighter than her body, which again, I'm telling the viewer where I want them to look by the lighting. Your eye goes to two places. What are they? Contrast and focus. So you have so much control with this, and it's great. So here's the lighting diagram. Okay, that light on the bottom there is that strip that's coming from low and angling right up. But it also adds a beautiful catch light to her eyes, which works out really, really well. Now, here's another one. This one's fairly simple. She's wearing this like kind of blue jacket, sweater. It looked kind of cool. Same butterfly lighting as the last time. But now, when you start adding separation lights, you have to be careful of hair. Now, you can go in and retouch all this stuff, but that's a nightmare. You know, if you can control it, you know, you just a little lick, and I'm kidding. Don't do that. Models don't like that. I'm kidding. Let me repeat. Don't do that to your model. Let her do it. But you know, the other thing is we're seeing it brighter now because the hair light there is obviously too bright. So if we take the brightness down, now it's subtle. Just a little bit will go a long way. She's separated because when remember, if we have a model with dark hair, that's going to blend in if you have a dark background. So somehow you have to separate those two. All right? So the other thing that bothered me was this little bit of light from my kicker on the back was striking her cheek, and I didn't like that, so all we had to do is ask her to move her hair forward a little bit, and now you have nice separation there, and it's not striking her cheek anymore. These are little subtle details that are sometimes missed, and you try to fix them in Photoshop, and sometimes it looks great, other times, you know, it's so much better to get it right in the camera as best you can. It drives me nuts. For everything that's great about Photoshop and Lightroom, you can really improve your skills if you pay attention to what's happening in front of you and get it as best you possibly can in camera. So then we added a gel, trying to match that blue color that's in her jacket there. But obviously that was too much. Here's the final image. You just dial the power down, and all of a sudden that color gets deeper, and boom, there's the final image. There's the lighting setup right there. Again, pretty simple stuff, but separation lights really make a huge difference. Now, this one was kind of fun. This was in St. Louis, again, at another conference. This is part of the hotel here, and I love these holes in the stonework. So I had one of my students just fill them with Speedlights. I brought a ton of Speedlights for this one. So this shot here, let me go back. This shot here was done at a much higher ISO, so you can kind of see the scene. But we don't want to see that light, those street lights, infused into the portrait. So we got to lower the ISO, cut it down to 100, and raise the shutter speed up to 200th of a second. So we have a black area, and now we've painted the lights in each one of those indentations in the stonework. Now we're going to add the model. We shut all the lights off in the background. We're working with the model now. So we have to add a hair light to separate her from the background. Obviously that's too hot. We tone that down to taste. That's subtle enough. We like it. So it's just dialing down each group. Very, very simple to do. And then the final image, we used 11 Speedlights. You've got 9, of course, but we have the power. We could do it. So we just put gels in every Speedlight and kind of made it nice. And then there's our final image. Then we added a little bit extra. We tried putting a gel in the hair light. We have a little green highlight on top of her hair. And then I kind of like this one the best. We added red, and that one to me, because I was the checkbook holder, that was appreciative for me because I like that. So, all right, now, one thing about, you heard me mention CTO, color temperature orange gels. This is kind of cool to take a very blasé lighting, cloudy or like very much dim blue hour type of image and add a CTO gel, and now all of a sudden we put it in the mag beam where we've got this hard light hitting her and it looks like low angle sunlight. And all of that was Speedlights, no sun at all. Okay, this one here was out in outside Vegas in a town called Nelson, Nevada. There's like this ghost town out there. It's pretty cool. And all we did here was add a full CTO to this, and we take our color temperature or our white balance down to tungsten, and all of a sudden you see this blue sky. Now I have a video of this real quick that I'm going to show you. Here's how it worked. Oh, we don't have sound. The ghost town. Here, let me back that up real quick so everybody can see it. So let's start over. Hey, it's Eric Stoner from Canon Live Learning, and we're here in Nelson, Nevada at the ghost town. All right, so what we're going to do, this is a quick tip on using CTO, or color temperature orange gel, in a flash. You know, we're kind of at dusk right now, and I want this to look kind of really moody and almost like it was shot at night. We're outside, we are in a daylight balanced environment. We've got a CTO gel on the flash here, and I'm taking my white balance down to tungsten, which is 3200 Kelvin. So what this is going to do is going to make the sky completely blue in the background, giving you that appearance of kind of a nighttime look. before we actually get to nighttime. So right now I've got exposure simulation turned on, which is giving me a fairly decent idea of what this is going to look like. I'm at 200th of a second right here, as you can see. And okay, Sean, here we go. Ready? Boom. That looks really cool. So that's it. So we've got the nice warm colors in front here. The background is underexposed. So we've got all the detail up here in the background from those clouds. And then we've got great exposure on her. And we didn't even have to use high-speed sync. If you look here, we're at 200th of a second at f5.6, 400 ISO.
Wow.
So
I did not, wow.
that's stunning.
You guys have a vision.
CTO gels can be your friend, not only in a color correction environment. We use it a little differently here. When you take a tungsten white balance outside, you get a blue hue from the background. Those two things in combination make it look like nighttime. It's kind of cool. So, thank you. So one last thing here. I don't want to take this too crazy, but there's anybody ever hear a term called high-speed sync? All right, this is one of the most misunderstood things, and I'm not going to go into it in this class, but I'm just going to share with you some of the difference here. Most photographers will accept this as normal, except for her shirt. I love it. Someone like you, but not quite you. I love it. So this is what a lot of people would get with flash, and then background goes completely white. This is a matter of shutter speed. So all we do is turn high-speed sync on. So normally, every camera has a max sync speed, and it's usually around 1/200th of a second or 1/250th. Well, at those shutter speeds, you're oftentimes going to get a white background from the sky. You don't have control of that. So we turn high-speed sync on, and all of a sudden, now you can control shutter speed. You drop that, you bring the shutter speed way up, and you're exposing for the bright background there, and you've controlled the light locally with your flash on your subject. It has to be fairly close to your subject, but this is what you can get. And so that's high-speed sync in a real nutshell. But there's lots of tutorials out there on the YouTubes of the world and stuff like that. But anyway, again, thank you so much. This is my contact information here, and this is generally my Instagram page, but I'll throw this out there so you can kind of do the thing. But listen, I love that you were all here. And we're out and we're learning in the wild again. This is great. Thank you so much for coming. My name's Eric Stoner. Thanks for coming. All right. I'll be downstairs in the Canon area if you have questions. Shortly after this, I will stay up in the back here for a little bit, but please see me in the Canon area down in the second floor shortly. I'll be down there. Thank you. Thank you.
I got it for you. Okay, we're jumping right back in. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. Hopefully you had a chance to stretch and, absorb all that information. I hope you're taking notes. I hope you're capturing all those QR codes from all the other speakers so you can see their notes and all their extra info. But we just wrapped up with Speedlights. We're going to stay on the subject with lighting. Our next speaker has a reputation of explaining complex ideas in a way that doesn't make your head explode. So we've been a digital collaborator for a few years now, and I'm really excited to bring Booray up here. He's a professional photographer specializing in weddings, headshots, bar mitzvahs, portraits. He really can do it all, and we're excited to bring him from our webinar now to the live stage. So come on down, Booray. Welcome.
Yeah. Give it up for that guy. I love him. He's so fantastic. I don't know what button I'm supposed to push. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? There it is. Hi, I'm Booray Perry from Tampa, Florida. I'm a professional photographer. If you would like to follow me, all you have to do is go to YouTube, @Booray Perry. Go to Instagram, @Booray Perry. I know other people have fancy things. You just take a picture of it. It shows them all their stuff. Listen, if you're looking for Booray Perry, you're going to find Booray Perry. It's not hard to find me. Just put Booray Perry into Google. You're going to find me all day long. Do I have to stand by the thing? Oh, that's not going to be good. I can't stand back there. There are two kinds of people in the world. There's artists and there's craftsmen. If you give an artist a piece of wood, they look at it and they go, oh, I see something, I envision something, and they craft and they sand and they carve and they create this beautiful piece of art and they hand it to you. Here is my gift to you. I'm a craftsman. If you hand me a piece of wood, I go, here's a doorknob. That's what I do. Most of the people that you'll see speak here, they are photographers. They had a passion, they had artistic, they had a vision. They became photographers, they couldn't help it. Then they became speakers. I was a speaker. I was a professional disc jockey and a comedian for 20 years. And then I became a photographer. So they're photographers who became speakers, and I'm a speaker who became a photographer. I do not have the creative juice that they have. I have to work at it. You all know that one person in school, right, who just seems to just breeze through math. Meanwhile, you're home hitting the books every single night. That's me. I'm hitting the books every single night. Let's go back one. Oh, this is going to drive me crazy. I guess I got to stand over here. I can't stand in one place when I'm speaking. Maybe that'll work, right? Let's try that. Maybe, maybe not. I am not Yoda. I am not the smartest person in this room. I am not the best photographer in this room, by far. But when I speak, I tend to speak in absolutes. So I'll say, this is what you should be doing, and that's how you should do that. And you'll be out there going, you're crazy. I may very well be, and I may be wrong. You have to find your own path. And if you can watch me speak and get just one or two nuggets that might work for you, then my mission here is accomplished. But don't get mad at me because I seem like that jerk who's talking about stuff like he knows everything. It's just the way I talk. Don't take it personally. Oh, this is going to be crazy. Every time I have to change a slide, I'll be like, my mantra is KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. I don't want things to be hard. I don't take more stuff than I need. I don't use more stuff than I need. Let's go back. Oh, this is going to drive me nuts. Come on. Okay. Yeah. I've got the thing is, I've got a backup in my bag because I carry backups for everything. This is a friend of mine. He's doing portraits at a small school, right? So he asked me to come in and help him. He has a trailer. This is the first of like 4 trips of stuff that we bring in to do these portraits that he's doing for these children at this school. Here's what I bring in, right? This is everything that I need right here. One package, small, 4 wheels. I can roll onto elevators. I can take it anywhere quick and easy. You don't have to have a lot of equipment to get the job done. Here's the lighting that I carry. One big Godox 30x30 softbox. By the way, thank you to Godox for bringing me in to speak to you guys today. A couple of their cones. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. 2 AD200s. 2 on-camera Speedlights, which can double off camera. And a reflector, which is, in effect, another light. So I'm carrying 5 lights, all in a package that's about this big. And a remote. a magic remote, which we're going to talk about in just a few minutes. If you go to B&H's website and you put in Booray, you'll find the Booray kit. This is basically what I use for 90% of the work that I do. One stand, one light, one softbox, one remote. Now, there are a couple of things missing from this kit, and I find this funny. We forgot to add the bracket. I guess I assumed you would just get duct tape and just wrap it around the top of the pole. But no, you're going to need a bracket and also the standard reflector. This is the best $7.95 you will ever spend in your life. You will get so much value out of this $7.95, and I'll talk about how I use this in just a few minutes. I also carry 3 light stands, and one of them is short. I carry a tripod, and I carry a background. I carry the tripod and background only if I need the tripod and the background. A lot of times, I don't. So before we start talking about lighting and lighting placement, we're going to talk about camera setup, and it's because I think a lot of people don't spend enough time talking about this. And there's a reason for that. Photographers are very, well, they're creative, right? So when you ask them a question about how they set things up, they use inspiration. They have a photographer will tell you how he sets up a shot, and they will tell you on Monday they set it up A, B, C, D. And then on Tuesday, if you ask them the same question, they'll go, well, first I do D, then E, then F, and then A. And you're like, wait a minute. That's not the order that you did it the first time. I need a recipe. I need a formula, right? I'm just learning. Give me a formula I can follow. And then later, when I reach your level, I'll be able to just pull it out of thin air. But for right now, please give me a process. So this is my process. ASIF, aperture, shutter, ISO, flash, in that order. This is the order in which I set up my camera. And if you need like a device to help you remember it, there you go. A short iguana farts. And if you're wondering what that looks like, it looks like this. This is what you get if you go to Fiverr and you ask them for a drawing of a short iguana farting at a party. I actually did this, put it in my show, and then I realized there may be an even better one, and it is as if, right? Clueless. So ASIF, as if. We start with aperture. And these are my settings on my camera. They're not going to be my final settings, right? I'm going to change things around. But what I'm looking for is the pace car. You know, in the course of the race, you're going to speed up, you're going to slow down, you're going to hit the brakes, you might crash, you're going to pit stop. But at the beginning of the race, you get behind the pace car and you go the same speed every single time. And then you start your journey. So I like to have everything set up the same every single time, because the less I have to think about my camera, the more my mind is free to try and be creative. And believe me, as I mentioned, I need every bit of brain power I can get to be creative, because I am not as creative as the people that you will meet most of the time who do this for a living. So if I'm going to take a picture of one person, I start at f2.8. If it's going to be more than one person, like 2 people side by side or something like that, I'll go to 4.0. And if it's going to be a group, I start at 5.6, because I'm worried about focus. I want to make sure that everyone's in focus. And after I've shot a shot or two, if I want to get tricky and try and change things around, great, I can. But to get started, let's just be safe. And these are APS-C settings, because I shoot Fuji. So if you're shooting full frame, which I used to shoot, this card used to say 4 and 5.6 and 6.0 or whatever the number is after 5.6. Go back. Thank you. Shutter speed. You ever buy a belt? Do you buy a belt where it goes in the last hole? Do you buy a belt where it goes in the first hole? No, because you got to leave room in case you gain weight or lose weight. You're going to gain weight, just so you know. But it's nice to have that dream just for a few minutes, right? When you put it in the middle hole, you're like, I could lose weight, and I'll need to be able to tighten the belt up a little bit more. I do the same thing with my shutter speed. I start at shutter speed 1/100th of a second. Why? Because at 1/100th of a second, I have leeway. I can gain or lose weight. I can gain or lose a stop, and I'm fine. So if I need to go back to my shutter and change my shutter to get the light where I want it to be, I can get more light in the camera by going 1 stop to 1/50th of a second, and I'm still okay hand-holding my camera. I can get less light in my camera by going 1 stop to 1/200th of a second, and I haven't hit my flash sync speed yet. I have a full stop on either side. I have room to move. If you start at 1/50th of a second, or you start bumped up against the flash speed, you're limiting your options. The next step, ISO. Now with a mirrorless camera, this is easy. You just look at your scene and you adjust your ISO until the background looks the way you want it to look. But if you're shooting with a DSLR and you can't do that, you can't see it in real time, then what I would always do was I would set my scene to 1 stop under 0. So, center needle, that's correct exposure, I would go to -1. Because I like for my background to be 1 stop under my subject. That's where I start. It may not end up there, but to start, that's where I'm going to start. That way, the flash is going to light my subject. They're going to pop off from that background a little bit. It's not hard to do. What I do wish the camera manufacturers would do was make it easier to change your ISO. Camera manufacturers are still making cameras along the idea that it used to be back in the days of film, where you put the film in and you set your ISO and you never mess with it again. And it's not that way anymore. We change our ISO all the time. I shoot at 3200 without blinking, right? And if you're at 400 versus 800 versus 1600, it doesn't change the way your picture looks anymore. The grain doesn't come roaring in at 900 like it used to. However, changing your shutter speed makes a big difference. Changing your aperture makes a big difference. So I think there's going to be a new generation that's going to come along, and they're going to start using ISO really like a member of the exposure triangle the way they should, and they're going to be changing it all the time because it has the least effect on your pictures. But right now, it's change your aperture, change your shutter speed, change my ISO. There's a button I have to push, and then I have to turn the dial. And it's not that way on all cameras, but it's that way on a lot of them. And I think it's going to change hopefully soon. Then just season to taste. Get your background looking the way you want it to look. Now let's talk about the magic button. Have you ever had a thing where you use something all the time and you're like, why don't they make it that does why don't they make a thing that does this? Like I had a girlfriend once who complained for a year because they didn't make a wine cooler that was diet. And then they came out with a diet wine cooler. And she was like, yes, they listened to me. For years, I said, why don't they make a remote where I can shoot in TTL, and then after I take the picture, I can push a button and it will switch to manual and set the manual power to whatever the last flash was. And they did it. It's called TCM, TTL Convert to Manual. It's fantastic because before, if you were going to shoot in manual, you had to either use a light meter or you had to shoot in manual, shoot, fix it, shoot, change it, shoot, change it. Now, if you want to shoot in manual, shoot in TTL. If you look at it and you go, that's a good exposure, convert to manual. Now it's locked in. Fantastic when you're shooting, you're going to be shooting at a wedding and you're taking a lot of groups in the same spot. You're doing headshots. You want consistent light all the way through. You don't want the camera to be making an adjustment every single time someone comes in. One person's wearing white, one person's wearing black. It's going to change your flash. You don't want that. You want the same one every time so the background looks the same in every shot. So convert to manual after you get your first clean shot and then rock it from there on out. Got to get a sip of water. I had cancer. Tonsil cancer, and the irony is not lost on me that a guy who made his living with his voice had tonsil cancer. And as a result, I only have half my salivary glands, so I don't produce spit as well as anyone else does. I couldn't spit on you if I tried. I will. Just come see me later. Just ask me. I'll be happy to try and spit on you. So I have to drink a lot. I'm so self-conscious about it, so I say it a lot. And right now, my friends are watching this at home, and someone just want to bet, because every time I speak, there's a lottery as to how deep I'll get in before I mention that I had cancer. Right now, someone's like, who had 6 minutes? So, once you've got all that dialed in and you've got a picture, if you're in a location where you shoot a lot, if you're in your studio, or if you're on location, a doctor's office you come back to once a month for headshots, go to your custom settings in your camera and set one of them, so that it's all memorized and it's there for you. And then when you come back to that location, instead of having to do this all over again, you can just go C8, C7, or whichever one you've got memorized. It's a great time-saving device. So let's start off with one light, the fastest and most versatile way to do something. And before I get into this, the name of the program is Advanced Lighting. And right about now, someone's going, one light, really? This is the advanced lighting class. Why one light? How many people saw Joe McNally yesterday? Did you guys see Joe? Okay. I'm not Yoda, and Joe McNally is not Yoda either. Joe McNally is the guy that Yoda learned everything from. Okay? No one knows more about lighting than Joe. And if you look at his images, you will be blown away. And you will see, oh, here's 3 helicopters and a crane and a hippopotamus and a one-armed model. And 16 lights and color gels, and oh my gosh, it's amazing. And then the next light will be a model in a warehouse, and it's all natural light. Because advanced lighting is not about more lighting. Advanced lighting is about understanding light, working with what you have, not using more than you have. I've told my wedding clients who come in and say, I talked to a photographer. They bring 3 photographers and 2 assistants to the wedding. What do you bring? I go, it's just me. I don't bring anybody else. I go, really? I go, yeah. You gonna get a band? Yeah. You want 6 guys that play in a garage band, or you want Bruce Springsteen by himself? And they go, oh. And then I go, I'm not saying I'm Bruce Springsteen. I'm really not saying I'm Bruce Springsteen. Did you see the slide about Yoda? I'm not that smart. I'm not that good. I'm just saying, don't be fooled into thinking that more is better. It's not. What's better is knowing how to work with what you've got. Knowing when you need something, knowing when you don't need something. Click. Thank you. So, 8200, bare bulb on the front so we can go in a softbox, and a cone in case I need it is all I take. A Godox 3030 collapses down about this big. Open, it's that big, so big I couldn't get it all in a shot. And that's the setup. The most basic, simple, one-light setup in the world. I'm here, my light is here. Take a picture of anybody in this room that way, and it's going to be fine. I feather the light across the front of the person. That's also, that's the best way to do it. It's just a way to do it. You can point it right at them if you want. You're just going to get a different look. You can move it closer. You can move it afar. You can get 4 or 5 different looks just from the one light. You don't need 14 lights to get a variety of looks. Here comes the water again. This is what it looks like on location. This is a week ago Saturday, doing a bar mitzvah. By the way, if you have a Jewish community in your town and you are like a wedding photographer and you're not doing bar mitzvahs, you need to get involved with bar mitzvahs. They are fantastic. Mom and Dad have known this party is coming for 13 years. They are professionals. They are adults. They have the money. They need expertise. They're willing to pay for it. They want professionalism. No one at a wedding ever comes in to pick up their wedding album and says, this is great, thank you. By the way, I'm getting married again next year. Here's a date, send me a contract. But with a bar mitzvah, the best thing that happens to me all week is when someone calls up and says, I'm looking for someone to shoot my oldest son's bar mitzvah. I have 4 children. Yes. That's 4 weddings. And you're doing the same work at a bar mitzvah that you do at a wedding. Fantastic community. They talk, everyone, the moms, you do a good job. They tell the other moms. You'll get word of mouth. So I'm always amazed when I go to conferences, I meet all these wedding photographers. I never meet anyone who's a bar mitzvah photographer. And then someone else will come to me and go, I'm a bar mitzvah photographer too. It's like the best kept secret in photography is how great bar mitzvahs are. So I set up my one light as if, my one light here. I start to bring in the family, and there's my shot. There's grandma in her chair. There's her kids and her grandkids. I take this home. I drag a gradient up from the bottom of the screen to drop the exposure because the carpet's going to be a little white, a little bright, I should say. Bam. Make it darker, crop it, and that's a page in the album. Now, Eric was in here before me. McNally was yesterday. No one's showing a picture that's this basic and plain because they are surgeons. I'm a general practitioner. The world needs surgeons, but they need general practitioners too. If someone calls me and says, hey, can you? Yes, I can. And if I can't do it, I'll figure out how to do it before I get to you. My job is not to be the very best at anything. My job is to be very good at everything. At least that's me. You got to be what's right for you. But it's okay. If you can be better at whatever you want to do than 95% of the people in your town, you've got a living, and you can support your family. It works everywhere. One light, outside. How many people have kids? You kids like it when you say you want to take pictures of them? No. It's junior prom. This is my daughter. Dad, just use my cell phone and take a picture in the yard. Why don't you just stab me through the heart? Are you out of your mind? You are going to give me 10 minutes. We're going to go to the park, and you're going to give me 10 minutes to get a shot. That's all I need. I got more than one. Put you in the shade, put that light in the same spot, balance out my ASIF, shoot it, and we're off to the races. Anybody recognize this pose? Shout it out if you know where it's from. Come on, no one in this room is as old as me. Pretty Woman. Yep, that's right. I call this the Pretty Woman pose. Senior portraits all day long on location. Same thing, one light. This is lovely, wonderful light right there. By the way, when I'm done here, I'm going next door to the Godox booth, and I'm doing it all live. So come see me. I'll walk you through it step by step and show you everything that I do. Bat mitzvah girls, stand them on a wall, fill up one light, snappy, 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 3 frames, I'm good, we're moving on. I work for 1 hour with these people. I produce 50 to 60 images for them to choose from. They usually can't narrow it down to less than 30 that they want to buy. So for me, variety and quantity makes me money. But it's got to be good variety and quantity. It can't just be trash. It's got to be good, and that's where the lighting comes in. Church, this is the oldest church in Tampa Bay. So old they had to move it, physically move it to a new location. He was a deacon in the church. The church was very important. One light. And these pictures are all very different. Different places, different people. But it's the same setup every single time. Same setup. Much more moody. Much more contrasty. Much more shadow. Why? What did you add? I didn't add anything. I just moved my light closer. I just took my light and moved it closer because I wanted more shadow. And this is what advanced lighting is. It's knowing when I'm taking the picture, you know what? I can light him normally here with this light, but what would really be good is if I got more mood into the picture and more dark and shadow, so if I just move the light closer, I'm going to get what I need. That's advanced lighting, understanding the properties of light. I did a bar mitzvah Saturday night, right before I came here, and I'm at the party, waiting on everybody to arrive, and they have these letters lit, illuminated at the party. It's outside under a tent. The river is behind them. Sun's starting to set. And I'm like, this is a good place to take a picture of my bat mitzvah girl. So I always keep, when I'm working events, I always keep my light on a stand sitting back somewhere in a corner. So I can quickly pop out my softbox, put it on, and go shoot something if I want to do something with off-camera lighting. So she comes in. Her friends are there. Her family's showing up. She's very excited. She just came from the temple where she had to do her live thing for an hour. The last thing she wants is some old dude to come over and go, hey, I need you for 30 minutes so I can take this picture that I want. That's going to end up being one picture in your album. No. I need to go over and say, hi, hey, can I get you for just a minute? Just a minute is all I need. And she goes, okay. And I bring her over to the letters, and I clear everybody out, and I set my light in the same spot, and I've already set my camera up, ASIF, and I go, pop, 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 3 frames. Thank you very much. And this is what I ended up with. And this, that's not what I ended up with. It jumped on me. She looks good for a bat mitzvah girl, doesn't she? That's what I ended up with. That's straight out of camera. I haven't touched that because I had to send this in after I'd already done my program because I wanted it in my program today. That's straight out of camera, no retouching yet, no anything. It kills me that I can't remember her name. She was really sweet and really nice, but I'm really bad with names. Took me literally 90 seconds with one light. And this will not win you any awards, but it will win you clients. Because most of the people in your town can't do it. Because they don't bother, because they don't want to. Carrying a light, it's a pain. Yeah, it's a pain, but I need to do something to distinguish myself better than you, or different than you. I shouldn't say better, I should say different. It's just different. You need to offer something a little bit different than the store next door. If everybody is a McDonald's, why should they drive a little further to your McDonald's? You got to give them, we got tater tots. You got to give them something. Hey, here's a sexy beast. This is in Colorado Springs, a place called Garden of the Gods. It's beautiful, and I think that's Pikes Peak behind me. We were there, and I was being shown around by some photographers. I was like, you know what? I don't have any pictures of me with a mountain in the picture because I'm from Florida. We don't have a mountain or snow. So let's take a picture. Well, we got a problem. The sun is blasting in from camera left. So what do? We think on our feet. Let's turn away from our normal position. Instead of facing this way, we'll face this way. We'll put the camera, the light from the sun there, which puts my face and my body into shadow. We'll move the light to the other side so that it is lighting up the shadow side because I want to control the light that is on my face. And then the sun becomes a kicker. This is also a perfect example of how you have to work with what you've got. Because there's something that is desperately wrong, that if this was in a competition or something, besides them saying you need a better model, they would say, there's a problem with this picture that you should never have happen. And it is that the line of the mountain goes right through my neck. Never should you do that. My photographer's laying in the gravel. The only choices were, I either have him stand up, in which case the mountain now goes above my head, and the mountain becomes more important than me, which, listen, nothing's more important than me. Or I get my head just above the horizon so that it's silhouetted in the sky, and I live with the line through my neck. The old rule about you have to know what the rules are before you break them, this is a good example. What's important is that I know that it could be better, but you can't always get everything you want. But what's important is that you know it could be better, so that the next time you do it, if you can fix it, you do. I'll also tell you, and this is probably true of everyone who ever speaks, every picture that I'm showing, when it comes up, I'm finding 3 things wrong with it, and I'm embarrassed that you're even looking at it. So don't think you're the only one. It never stops. Every picture I've ever taken is crap. Every time I look at it, oh my God, look at the line going through my neck. Why didn't I clamp the hot spot right here? You know, I could have moved away from those red boulders. They're kind of distracting. Oh yeah, never stops. Get used to it. Embrace the suck. Learn to love it. Is it windy outside and you can't use a softbox or you don't use an assistant? That's when the little cone comes in. By the way, little cone thing is technically what they call that, the little cone thing, if you look it up online. I'm not so good with labels. I work on the beach a lot. I shot over 500 beach weddings. These were destination brides. Literally, I would not meet them until they came back down the aisle. It's 1 hour. I shoot the ceremony. It takes 7 minutes. Then I move everyone over. I shoot the group shots. Now we're about 30 minutes in and about 30 minutes away from sunset. I take the bride and groom out to the water, and I do 30 minutes of sunset pictures with them, and I sell them the pictures after the ceremony. So if I don't produce good images that they want to buy, I don't make any money. My wife owned a beach wedding company, and I was the photographer. She built the whole company around the idea that we would have better photography than the other beach wedding companies. She came to me and she said, there's all these companies doing budget brides and destination brides, but their photography is not that great. And I said, no, it's not. And she said, why? And I said, because you're not going to get a good photographer with off-camera lighting to go out there and shoot a 1-hour wedding. And she said, well, why don't we provide that? We're going to be the ones that provide the tater tots. And we'll get clients because of us. I said, that's a great idea. Who's going to shoot it? And, you know, she said, you're going to shoot it, or you're going to teach people to shoot it. And so that's what we did. As a result, the pictures are going to be more contrasty, deeper shadow. But I can count on one hand 500 weddings. I can count on one hand the number of times I was at the beach and I saw another photographer working with a bride and a groom on the beach at sunset that even had an off-camera light. So again, embrace it. You know, what's important is that you're a little bit better than your competition. You don't have to be a world better. You can be great. It's up to you what you want to be. Click. There we go. This is 1:30 in the afternoon in July, getting married on what is literally the face of the sun. It is 100 degrees, burning hot, bright sun up left, right about here. What am I going to do? Everything goes out the window here. Flash goes to manual, full power. I'm going to need every bit of light that I can get. Then ISO goes to 100. Shutter speed goes to whatever the flash sync speed is. And then my aperture goes where I want it to be. And I look, and what's happening? My aperture, I want it to be about 4.5, 5.6. And I go and I look, and everything behind them is blown out. So what do? You can't go anywhere with your shutter speed. You can't go anywhere with your ISO. And yes, there's high-speed sync, but that's not going to work for me either, and I'll be happy to explain that to anybody in the next room when we're done. High-speed sync works, it's just not in this situation. So what have I got to do? I got to start changing my aperture until I get my aperture to where my sky looks good. And then what happens? You pop it, and the people aren't lit anymore. What happened? Well, your ISO is at 100, your shutter speed is at 200, and your aperture is pretty high, and you're fighting the sun, and even at full power with a Godox 8200, which is 3 times as powerful as a Speedlight, you still can't overpower the sun enough because you're cutting down your flash power with your shutter speed and your ISO and everything, and you can't get enough light. So what do? You start opening up that aperture until you finally get enough light on your subjects to get your picture. And there's a chance that the sky will be blown. Luckily here, I saved some of the sky, but you can see some of the clouds there to the right are a little blown. It might be completely blown. I cry for all of 2 seconds until they buy the image because no one else could light this. Not because I'm great, but because they just don't bother. At the best, at the most, they might use on-camera flash, right? So again, mountains through your neck. You have to lose the sun. What's important is that you recognize that and you do everything you can to correct it. But if you can't correct it, to get the shot and move on. Don't obsess over it when you're on location. Go back. Once you get good at it and fast, you can start to move your lights all over the place and do all kinds of special stuff and create more images that you can sell or put into the album. You know, have them look to one side, take the light and move it over there and shoot it straight into their face that way. And let me tell you this, if you work at sunset, silhouettes are your friend because that's an extra shot every time. I light them, I shoot it, I turn the light off, I shoot them again, I just got 2 shots. Same pose, same location, same everything. One silhouetted and one not. It's romantic, it's moody. Yes, it is. It's also one more picture for me to sell you. The problem with that is, a lot of times what happens is the ground gets so dark, they look great silhouetted in front of the sun, but the ground does not. So what do? You take your light, you put it on the other side of it, and you blast it through. The light you see on the floor in front of them is produced by my flash. Now you can tell the sky is orange, but the light on the floor is white. And that's a nice little tip for you. I didn't do it here, but normally I carry a CTO gel, and I tape that on the front of my flash, and that way my flash becomes orange and it matches the sun. It became so prevalent, and I did it so much, that it basically became my signature shot. And when I was working on the beach with brides, and to this day, the last thing I do right when the sun goes into the water is this shot. Whoop, go again. I do it all the time. And it looks like it's the hardest thing in the world, and it's not. You set up your camera so the sky looks good, you put the light on the other side, and you shoot it. It's too bright, you turn the light down. Not hard to do at all. Let's talk about 2 lights. Now we're kicking it up, right? Woo, 2 lights, are you crazy? That's crazy talk with the 2 lights. When I go on the beach, if I know it's going to be a big family, if I know there's going to be groups, I'll bring a second 8200 with me. I set it up in a standard configuration. If you go look up a portrait lighting book that's 40 years old, you know, Monty Zucker, you're going to find this setup. Same light, same position as before, but a fill light behind you and high. And this light washes your scene and fills in your shadows a little bit. Now here's where it's going to get tricky. It's not actually tricky at all. Here's where it's going to get less tricky. All of your lights, all of your controls, all of your remotes, you got group A, B, C, D. You get all these different settings. I want group A at 1, group B, I want it 3, so that group B is brighter than group 1, or group 3, all these different things you can do, right? And these are great in a studio if you're setting up your lights and they're shooting that way all the time. But on location, it's more stuff you have to worry about. I want to keep it simple. So what I do is I set both my lights to the same group, and they're treated as if they're one light. And I shoot in TTL. So if you don't know how TTL works, it's literally magic. When you take a picture, you pull the trigger. The camera commands the flashes, which it doesn't know how many flashes you have. It doesn't know where they are, how far they are. It doesn't know anything. It treats them as one light. If they fire a little pulse of light, the light goes out, it hits your subject, it bounces off, it comes back into the camera reads that light and goes, okay, that's X amount of light. I need Y amount of light to make this picture look good. So X needs to be 3 times brighter. So it sends out another signal to take all those flashes and turn them up 3 times brighter, and then it pops them again, it opens the shutter, and it takes the picture. It does that every time you pull the trigger, if you're in TTL mode. Pop, pulse, read, figure it out, send a signal, flash, take the picture at 1/250th of a second. It's magic. We live in a glorious time, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is great. It doesn't know what these lights are, where they are. It fires them as one thing. But what we know is there's a little something called the inverse square law. And it tells you how light falls off over distance. So, you take your main light and you put it in your normal spot. You take your fill light, you put it twice as far. That light will be 2 stops less bright on your subject as your main, if they're firing at the same power. So instead of having to do all that fancy stuff, I just go bang, bang, good. 2:1 ratio, ready to go. Full TTL, not manual. Flash is going to figure out my light. Pop it, clean, good. Fill light, main light. If I decide I want more fill light or less fill light, I just pick up the stand and move it. A little bit closer, a little bit farther. It's genius. It's a rare example of where there's all this sophisticated technology in the remote that you don't have to use. And you also are not going into manual mode. You're using just what you need. And that's what you can get with it. And again, this is a very bright, you see the blown out sky far right? Yeah, this is my life when I'm on the beach, is having to work with that horrible, horrible sun, because the sun is setting into the ocean, and I've got to fight it. I've got to combat it. So this is how I do it. 2 lights, one left, one behind me. Works at night, too. I had to put them here because those lights in the trees are the only place where there's light in the entire dang area. Why? Because they didn't listen to their photographer. And she's a photographer. She's a friend of mine. And I'm like, please, please end your ceremony 1 hour before sunset. Oh, we want to end right at sunset. Oh, please don't. But they did. So now I got to figure out how to light them quickly. A huge wedding party. It's just 2 lights, one here, one here. Let's talk about headshots. There's several ways to light a headshot. First, there's the traditional way. And the traditional way is simple. Same thing, 1 light here and a reflector, or a second light, because a reflector is in effect a second light. You bounce the light into the reflector in front of your subject, not on your subject, in front, because what you're trying to create is a wall of light. So your main light hits your reflector here, and that becomes a wall of light that pushes in. Basically a 2-light setup, but using a reflector instead of a light. This is what it looks like. This is backstage. They have this conference every year in Orlando, and it's the largest graduation of homeschooled kids in the state. It'll be like 350, 400 homeschooled kids all graduating. It's fantastic because they get to walk across the stage and do everything that the high school kids in their schools do, but they're homeschooled. So it's really wonderful. Live, they're doing it on stage. I'm backstage doing cap and gowns of every single kid before they go up on stage. We cannot make a mistake. We take 2 frames only of each kid. Not my job. This is a friend of mine, same guy with all the stuff that I showed you bringing him. He's out front doing the stage, and I'm in back doing the portraits, and this is his setup. 1 light bounced into a reflector, and he's got a hair light in there as well. I don't have a picture from this, but this is a perfect example of the setup. I had to go fill in for another friend of mine. He shoots the Chamber of Commerce, or this would have been Chamber of Commerce. This would have been the people that run a city. Not the board of directors. What are they called? Mayor. What? Mayor. Council. What was it? Not the mayor, the council, the group. City council. Right, city council. So I had to go fill in for him. So I had to mimic his style. He shoots left, right with a hair light, so I had to set it up and do it, and this is what you get. Now, when I am on location and shooting with a natural background, I don't use this setup. In fact, I never use this setup unless I'm copying somebody else's light. What I use is standard clamshell lighting. So I want to set up with a long lens if possible, because when you're using a natural background, you want it to be blurry. So I use a long lens. I want to try and get out to about 85 ff if I can. I use a shallow depth of field. Again, I want that background to be blurry. I use clamshell lighting, and I have my subject standing, not sitting. Why? Well, there's 2 really good reasons. One, it's easier for me to pose you if you're standing, because I can say, mirror me. Move like this, do this, do this, do this, and get the shot. Whereas if you're sitting, I got to be like, oh, turn your chair this way and get your feet out from under, and et cetera, et cetera. But there's an even bigger, more important reason, and it is this. If I'm going to put you on a stool, I have to carry a stool, and I don't want to carry a stool. Right? I want to keep it simple. Also, if you're working and doing a lot of headshots on location, it's much faster to cycle them through if they don't have to sit down. There are drawbacks to it as well. By the way, this is my kit if I'm going to do a headshot. That's everything I need. Clamshell lighting. Oh, go back. There's a better way of showing this, but I couldn't figure out how to make the thing tilt. It looks like I'm shooting through the reflector. I'm not. It's a reflector here and a light here, shooting straight down towards the reflector, coming straight into your face this way. I'm going to show you how to do it next door. So there are advantages and disadvantages. First of all, it's best in a tight space. When I am working in a doctor's office and they've got me in a little tiny waiting room and there's chairs everywhere, or I'm in the conference room of a lawyer's office, I'm lucky if I have enough room to put up my backdrop, which is 5 feet wide. I'm really lucky if I have enough room to go another 3 feet outside that backdrop with my lights. So what I want to do is I want to keep a tunnel that is exactly 5 feet wide. My backdrop has to be 5 feet. I want everything in that tunnel so I can work in a more narrow space. It also means I can reproduce my lighting more easily, right? Because I'm much more likely to be able to reproduce that light in that tunnel in the next place I go to than I am if I'm doing it this way and suddenly the next place I go to is smaller and I can't do it. So that's why I like the consistency of it. I shoot headshots for Humana has a chain of Docina boxes, and I've been to like 12 of them. I do all their doctors, and the pictures all have to look the same. So I have to be able to shoot no matter where I am and make them look the same. So I use clamshell lighting. It's easy to duplicate. And flat lighting erases wrinkles. Everyone loves that. Now, the drawback to it is that your friends who are portrait photographers will judge you because there'll be no shadow on your face. And they've been taught that you have to have shadow on the face so that you get depth, and you do. But if my clients love it, that's all that really matters to me. Also, clamshell lighting is also called fashion lighting, and if it's good enough for an expensive fashion model, it's good enough for my clients. So, on location, there's my setup. This is an environmental company. They wanted their pictures done outside, so I've got a clamshell. Remember that Coupa bar that I showed you before, that metal bar? This is when it comes into play. So instead of having to have a big boom arm, which is hard to manipulate and use and hard to carry, I just have this bar that I put on top of my stand, and I put my softbox and light there and point it down, and it sets it off center so I can shoot the head right here, and the bar is here and not in my shot. I set it up, and I shoot it, and this is what I get. One light, one reflector. I timed it. I went into a doctor's office, got out of my car, went in, set it all up, brought in the doctor, shot a bunch of frames, showed him, had him pick his favorite, broke it back down, went back out to my car. It was 20 minutes start to finish. I don't make a lot of money when I go to a doctor's office to do one headshot. I don't want to spend 2 hours doing it. I want to do something that's better than my competition, but that I can set up and break down fast. I have a conference that me and a buddy of mine do. I have a podcast called Photobomb. We do a thing called Inside Out, where you spend a day with us, and half the day you spend inside with him, and half the day you spend outside with me. Yeah. I was in a vacant lot in downtown Orlando. I just did headshots of everybody who was at the conference so I could show them the lighting, but also to show how easy and quick it is to set up. I had a guy call me and say, oh, I want something, but I want it to be more modern and urban. I said, great. Do you have windows in the building that you live in? You live in downtown Tampa? I said, yeah. He said, yeah. I said, fantastic. I'll just use those windows. I'll blur them out. Same exact lighting. We're off to the races. Remember the bar mitzvah boy we started with? There you go. There's his bar mitzvah portrait. Same exact lighting. Do I need to add a background? No problem. I bring in a background. It can be a pop-up, a flex. It can be anything, and I add it. Do I light it? Of course I don't light it, because I want to keep it simple. The more stuff you add, the more things that can go wrong. And this is especially true when you're doing an event like this, where you're going to be shooting headshots of people at a conference. I want it to be as simple as possible. I may have to light it, and if I do, I will. If they want the background to be pure white, I'm going to have to hit it with a light, but only if I have to. Orthodontist office, right? I'm moved around the highlight books and the who remembers highlights? Right? You go to the orthodontist, the dentist office, at the highlight books. You have to find things in the picture. I move around all that stuff, move the chairs out of the way, set up a background, same exact lighting. Piece of cake, always the same, no problem. Now, if I want to add a light, is it a hair light? No. Because when you're using clamshell, the light's up here, and you're going to get most of the light that you need on the hair. So I don't need a hair light. If I'm going to add a light, it's going to be a kicker. Now, the trick to a kicker is, a kicker doesn't work unless it's hitting a shadow. So all you have to do is take your same clamshell setup and just move it off center. This is going to be automatic if you don't have the Coupa bar. If you don't have the bar, then you're going to always be off center. In fact, if you go downstairs, they've got this exact setup downstairs. The little curved reflector underneath downstairs, and they've got that, and it's a little off center. So you're getting a little bit more depth. You're getting a little bit more directional light. So yeah, you can do that. You can get your standard left to right look while still having your lights inside your 5-foot corridor. And that's what you get with a kicker. I'm still only using 2 lights. Main light, reflector, kicker. If I bring in a 3rd light, it's going to be a kicker, and then I'll add a hair light. You've already seen that setup. It's this one right here. And it produces Councilman Booray. You just moved in that chair and you laughed at me. I love you. How come you haven't been there the whole time? You went to the bathroom. A likely excuse. Now, if I need a background color, yeah, I can background color. Background color is easy. If you were here for Eric, who just spoke, you guys saw a lot of this. And if you're watching this at home, go find Eric Stoner, who did a whole hour on this. All you have to do is use a dark background, dark gray or black, get yourself a gelled light, and hit it. And you're off to the races. Ah, we jumped a slide again, didn't we? There it is. So you can create any color background that you want with gels. Why? Because I don't have a studio for starters. I just have a room in my house. But I definitely don't have the setup where I can have 12 racks of colored paper to produce whatever I want. So if I have to have a color, no problem. I just hit it with a gel and create what I need. Again, I am online. Just go to YouTube at Booray Perry. And now I will answer your questions. Questions, anyone? There we go. Yes, ma'am.
What is the name of the bar you keep referencing?
It's called a Koopa bar, K-U-P-A, okay. Koopa. And I've done I forget what I always forget what it's called, and then I have to start emailing my friends and be like, okay, what's the name of that bar? I always forget. If I need a new one or someone asks me, I never know the answer. But because of this conference, I had to look it up and memorize it just so I could tell you guys what it's called. It's K-U-P-A, and B&H has it. You can buy it from B&H. Who else got a question? Yes, sir.
I saw your webinar where you had slightly different ending.
When in this?
Yeah.
Well, it was much different. My webinar that I've already done, the one I did about a week or so, half that thing was all about bounce flash.
So that was my question.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time on bounce flash.
So if I'm at a reception, I want to light a dance floor. I saw at the end of your webinar you had the kid in the.
Yes.
You had two lights on the stage.
Yeah.
Were you using a bounce flash to light the boy directly on your camera?
No. His question is, what if you want to light a room at a reception? How do you light it? Well, first of all, most rooms at a reception I can light just with bounce flash off my camera straight off the ceiling. I bounce it behind me. By the way, bounce flash, that's the miracle of all miracles. It's the easiest thing in the world to do, but it'll change your world if you use it. If you start bouncing, stop bouncing off the ceiling in front of you and start bouncing off the wall and the ceiling behind you. It'll change everything for you. But if I'm in a situation where I can't bounce because the ceiling happens to be black, for example, then what I'll do is I'll run up two lights in the corner, two 8200s, and I'll just cross them right over the dance floor, just like this. Again, they're in the same channel, working the same way. But in the example he's talking about, it's a boy, the hora, he's up in the air, and it looks like it's perfect 2-1 lighting. His face is lit, but he's in shadow here, and it's not perfect 2-1. I don't have set up 2-1. All it was he happened to be a little bit closer to this light than he was to this light. And so it looks like I'm a genius, but I'm not. I'm just trying to get the shots. Who else got a question? Yes?
When it comes to shooting in natural light outdoors with the flash, do you, I guess, tend to move the subject towards the shade, or how would you light the subject first to get the ambient light?
The question was, how do I work with people outside working with ambient light? Do I try and move them towards the shade? Yes. If I'm working outside, say I'm doing senior photos or something like that, I'm in a park, the first thing I'm going to do when I get there is look for open shade. Find me a spot where there's open shade, and that's where I'm going to start. And I'm going to start by using ambient light only. Because if you find a spot that's open shade, let's say I'm here and this is an overhang that's blocking the sun. If this is where the sun is out here, you get what we call garage light, okay? And it's the light that you get in your garage. Go to your garage, open up the door on a sunny day, stand in the back of the garage or get someone to stand in the back of the garage, and then have them walk forward towards the front of the garage and look at their face. And there will be a point where they hit a spot where suddenly their face is beautifully lit. Because that's the spot where the light's coming in just right, garage light. So that's the first thing I'll do. I'll start out my ambient light with using just ambient light in my senior. I'll put them in that open shade. I'll move them forward. Great. I'll dial in at 2.8, zoom in tight, and do headshots. Right? I'll get 4 or 5 usable shots right there. And here's the best thing about that trick. The best thing about that trick is that once you shoot that first one, it's good, it's clean, the light is fantastic, this background is all shallow, and they look good, and you go bam, 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 bam. You dial in a good one, and you go, this is what I'm getting. And you show it to the client. They're nervous. They're worried. No one likes getting their picture taken. You're nervous. You're worried. You're afraid you're going to screw up. You show them that picture, you will visibly see them go, oh, wow, that's really good. Which is them saying, you really do know what you're doing. And when they do that, your brain will go, I really do know what I'm doing. You'll relax, and they'll relax, and you'll have a better session all the way around. Way back.
You say the
No, I've never had anyone, he asked, my background is usually dark. Do people complain about the dark? Well, are we talking about like outside or? Well, I don't really set the background that dark outside. I usually try and treat it out one stop under. And listen, the old school photographers are driven crazy by the fact that now, because everyone takes pictures with their cell phone, the idea that the background is brighter than the subject is just normal now. You see it all the time. And maybe you do it too. People like it. So the days of photographers standing up here and talking about make your background one stop under your subject, they're coming to an end because all things change. Everything is subjective and everything is relative and to what's popular at the time. So blowing out the background can be very popular, especially with younger kids. That's what they're used to. I'll tell you what else, I'll get to you in just a second. I'll tell you what else the younger kids are used to that's driving me crazy, is that when you take their picture and they come back and they go, my face looks fat. No, that's your face. Your problem is you've been using a wide-angle lens on your camera to take selfies since you were 6 years old, and you think that that thin, distorted face is what your face looks like. I had a guy come to me, had me come to do his headshot because he had lost some weight. He's like, I want to look like this, and it was a picture taken with a cell phone way up ahead, high above him. And I was like, okay, and I tried to explain to him that that's not the way he looks, that that's because of the cell phone. He said, I don't care, that's the way I want to look. I said, okay. I put a short on my camera, a short lens on my camera, and put him in a chair and literally took the shot like this. He loved it. You got to give them what they want. You can't fight them. Hang on. Was it you, sir? Yes, sir.
Quick question. When you talk about hilarious, by the way. When you're at the beach, midday, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, when it's bright and you try to retain some of the sky, what is your stance on using ND?
ND. Oh, I love this question. The myth of ND. Neutral density filter. He's saying, what about bright sun? What about using neutral density? When you're in that situation, when I'm in that situation, my flash is at full power. And I'm trying to figure out how to set up my camera so that I can get that flash to produce enough light on my subject where I can see their face. A neutral density filter affects every light source. So if you put it on your camera, yes, it makes the background darker. 4-stop neutral density filter just knocks 4 stops off your background. It also just knocks 4 stops off the power of your flash, and your flash is already at full. And you're not getting the light that you need. I'm sorry? I still didn't hear you. Well, now you're getting fancy. You want to use a graduate? Yeah, there's always one guy who's going to come in here and show me up. You and your graduated neutral density filter. A graduated neutral density filter is a neutral density filter where only the top of it is dark. So it affects your sky, but it doesn't affect your ground. That's great if they're laying down, but my people are standing up and their head is in the sky. So yeah, no, I don't. When I use a neutral density filter is when I'm shooting natural light and I want to shoot at f2.4 with natural light, and that's going to blow the sky out. That's when I pull in the neutral density filter, which knocks everything down 3 or 4 stops, and it allows me, the best use for me for a neutral density filter is to allow me to get a shallow depth of field using natural light. But if I'm in a situation like that on a hot beach on a bright day, the neutral density filter doesn't help me because it knocks down every light source, including my flash, which is already too low. I'm trying to get more light out of it. Yes, sir?
What about the high-speed sync?
Okay, high-speed sync. Okay, here's the thing you have to understand about high-speed sync. It's great as long as you've got enough flash power. If you've got power to spare, great. But in the situation I was just talking about, where you've got your flash maxed out, the way high-speed sync is, it's pulsing, right? Because your shutter opens and then it closes. And then you reach a point, the flash sync speed, where it starts to close before it's finished opening. So instead of opening and closing, it does this. And it just travels across like this. So the flash, it doesn't pour into your camera like a water hose. It turns itself on, it turns itself off. So what happens is you get this, and so it flashed at this point, and you get light in this part of your photo, but not in this part of your photo. So what it has to do is it has to pulse. It has to go pop, 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 like a strobe light. Pop, 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 so that it hits it across the entire travel. Well, think about it. Your flash at full power, which is where you are when you're in trouble on the beach, there's no way it can recycle and charge back to full power enough to shoot 3 or 4 times at full power in 1/1000th of a second. So what happens? It has to cut down its power. So you're trying to get more power out of your flash, and now you've engaged high-speed sync, and your flash is cutting down to half power or a third power or even less so that it can recharge fast enough. It wants to charge the capacitor and then fire third instead of full, because it can't fire that fast. So high-speed sync works great if you've got a flash that's bright enough that you've got wiggle room. But if you're in a situation where you are dying to get more light and you've got everything maxed out, high-speed sync will not get you that light. I think I'm about done. Am I done? Hang on, one more real quick.
Clamshell, wonderful idea, thank you. Your preferred f-stop, are you a 2.8 or do you like to have the ears?
It depends on what I'm shooting. I prefer 2.8 usually. Again, this is APS-C, so that's 4. I'm going to use a 7200 equivalent lens, so but I'm probably going to be 85. So maybe 85 and 2.0 on the APS-C, maybe 4.0. I like the ear to start to go a little bit shallow. And the reason I'll do that, it really depends on what I'm doing. Like if it's a lawyer headshot, okay, I might go up and it's more clean, everything's in focus. But if it's something where I have a personal branding company or whatever, then I'll go a little bit more Hollywoody, a little bit more, let's go more shallow, let's go. And again, this is just changing trends. Everyone will say, this is how you do it. Today, this is how you do it. Tomorrow, it changes. You could be the person who changes it. You could be the person who does it a certain way, and suddenly people go, that's great, and now we're all copying you. So what you have to find is do what you like, because the more you do something that you love, the easier it is to sell.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go next door and do live shooting, so be happy and come join me over there.
Round of applause, everybody. Booray Perry. Thanks everyone for joining. I love seeing this packed room, and you guys still have energy. We're almost 2 days done with an amazing round of speakers, and you guys are still smiling. Round of applause, let's do that. I love it. Thanks again for being here. And we can't forget about the people who are at home watching. There have been tons of comments and people saying where they're watching from. I think we are worldwide, even though we are just here at the beautiful New Yorker Hotel in New York City. So thank you to all of those viewers. We love having everyone join across the world. So our next speaker, who's been a regular at shows and a B&H regular in the B&H event space, things like WPPI, Photo Plus, loves to specialize in human interest stories and stage performances. And I can't wait for you all to see this. We're going to be talking about the intentional headshot with Lori Patrick. Welcome.
Well, hello. Following up with Booray, like it's daunting, but it's perfect. Because, you know, doesn't he have the sauce? If you were here for Booray, and then Scott Kelby's after me, so I think it's a perfect 3-time package, and David and Michael are so good at setting that up. But I'm here to talk about the intentional headshot. And that's what here is on the screen, my splash page for this conference. And I did the conference in 2020, the last time that we were live here on stages, and I was on the main stage, and I had the same type of intro to the intentional headshot, which goes into so many areas, and we decided to slice it down and just kind of like give you just a little portion of it because it takes an hour to explain it, really. The last time I was just kind of talking about how you take the headshot business and the fact that it's a bread and butter concept for you if you're just getting started, that a headshot business or opportunity for your clients will lead you into what you want to do otherwise. If you want to do glamour, maternity, family, newborn, whatever it is, you know, because when you learn how to do a headshot correctly, like Booray was talking about, you listen to Peter Hurley, listen to him all day, watch his YouTube, because he's got the basic secret sauce going, you know? He's got the expression, the lighting, and things like that. He's just so good to listen to because he is very consistent in his message where he's only talking headshots typically. So I love learning from Peter. I went to see him almost 15 years ago at B&H in the event space when he was a baby in the educator thing, and he just really turned my thoughts around. And that's why I'm here today. Thank you, Peter, because of him, because of his message. So what I want to say is, along with that, let me get to the next slide and we'll start talking. Here we go. So I was here at the Depth of Field conference in 2020. They used, I was a splash page. You know how you see the people from India on the splash page now? They gave me the splash page, so I was like on the internet, you know, through B&H. It was so cool. And here is a headshot example of mine. So I'm not gonna have a gallery of images, and I wanna get into the meat and bones of this deliverable thing, but this is just one that I did take in Cuba. I take students to different countries, and I was explaining how to do strobe here with a Westcott modifier, rapid box. And so this was the splash page, and I was really proud of that. So, because there were so many cool speakers last time too. And when I say cool speakers from the last time, I flipped. I'm really flipping. Where am I going? Where am I going? Oh no.
Too much to drink.
No. Boy, you're seeing my presentation. I might need your help, Michael. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's,
When in doubt, use the arrow keys too.
I prefer that. That makes, oh my God, look at how I'm flying. Look, holy mackerel, I can't believe that happened. Okay, so anyway, in 2020, sorry, in 2020, I'm not used to the thingies, you know, the remotes. In 2020, we had Mick Rock here. I mean, how many of you saw Mick Rock on stage? So cool, right? And then I was in this room for a second talk, and I did like the nuts and bolts of concert photography. And I just want to just shout out to Mick Rock. You know, I mean, he was here. He wasn't really an educator in life. You know, he was an artist, and now he's passed. So David had sent me a text and let me know he wanted to do a concert track. So I did. I was like backing up to Mick Rock in here. And what I want to say about that is when David texted me, I decided to make a headshot for Mick because it just touched us both so much. So I made this. It's his book, Mick Rock Exposed, and I just went straight into my studio and sat down crying about it and made this headshot. So what I want to say is not about that story, but if you need to practice, use yourself. Put yourself in a stool. Use your remote, use your timer, whatever it is. Practice with yourself. Lighting, like Booray was talking about the great lighting. Do that, you know? So now, I'm going to say this. I talked about Peter, I talked about Booray, Scott's coming up. Other people, so good. We all need something to believe in. Education is an everyday coincidence when you are open to receive it. And so what I want to say with that is, as you see different speakers, just like Booray was just saying, and if you didn't see it, back up and watch it on YouTube later. But, you know, we're all different. You are all different. We all have a different eye. And it's okay. You know, what we're here to do, speakers like us, are to give you basic training. And then you find what you want to do from that. You know, not everybody wants to shoot like Peter's people, the headshot crew, which is phenomenal. Okay, I don't. I do a different scene. I can do that, but I also do everything, like so many other things, with headshots. Considering this is my buddy that I met on the Brooklyn Bridge, and he was just standing up on a rail, and people were holding his hand, and he was taking a picture of the scene off Manhattan Bridge, actually, and he looked so cute, and I went over and said, "Can I please take your picture?" And he said, "Sure, why not?" And I said, "What kind of camera do you use?" And he said that he uses a Canon. And he said, "But my last name is Nikon." Isn't that funny? I love that story. So I'm like one of these people that love a story when there's an image. So I wanted to show that. And then again, just like Booray is out there everywhere, taking pictures wherever he wants to or needs to. You know, your clients might have you come to their office. This was on my splash thing for the Depth of Field, my little card that was on social media of this model. She's a model. And she's building her modeling portfolio. She's kind of new to the business, isn't agented yet, from Philadelphia. And so I joined with her, and where do we do it? We did it outside. She couldn't come to Paterson, New Jersey. You know, she was in Philadelphia, so I'm like, okay, let's go outside. So this black and white image was shot on this scene that I took there. And like Booray said, I'm gonna keep saying things that I love. don't take too much gear. Don't worry about it. I didn't even have lighting here. I had daylight. It was late in the day. Boom. And I got the contrast. I love a contrasting image. That's my look. Somebody else's look might be something else. And that's what I'm trying to say about education. Listen to everybody and then find your space. Okay, here's another one. This is gonna be quick. Just getting expression, all right? Very important to find expression and bring out mood, make people laugh like Peter does. He's got his Hurleyisms. So here I am. Look at, if you really can see here, this lovely lady. I have her posing on this chair. Let me get the microphone. I have her posing on this chair, little stool with a background on the side of a barn, and I needed her legs to come up so she wasn't slumping, and I put her on paint cans that I found on the farm. So you make your set. Don't let anything stop you, and because the image in the end is what matters, okay? You don't have to have a typical studio. I just did this, so because it needed to be done, and I needed to preserve her look. And I just love the 3 looks that she gave me right here. So who needs a headshot today? Social media, they are not only for corporates, like LinkedIn, they're for everyone on social media. Everybody wants to look good in that little circle. Small businesses and artists aren't any longer, and everyone wishes to put their best face forward, obviously. So on social media, it's nice to see your face and not your dog, like on any social media. It's nice to see you instead of the poster, I think, on Facebook. I always said Facebook is all about the face and about showing you and reflecting yourself instead of what you're interested in, and you use a cover photo for the life stuff, like the dog goes there, okay? So ditch the selfie. Somebody came up to me a couple days ago and said she loved that I said that in 2020, hashtag ditch the selfie. I created that, and use it all day. Use it with your clients. Ditch the damn selfie. Let you take it and give them the right lighting and the right mood. Everything I've done in my career started in journalism and remains today. I still work for the paper. It's just a newspaper, and it brought me into concert photography and the whole thing, and it keeps me on my toes to deliver the results. Because what it's doing for me is the intention story. I'm finding the intention with the people, what their needs are. And the thing is the story, Booray said this too, find out about them. The story is what you're pulling out so that you can get the look that they need. Okay, I'm gonna shoot a ballerina, different than I'm gonna shoot an attorney, and I have an attorney here to show you an example. Okay, but here's the newspaper I work with. Here's Elton John. I guess that's the coolest show I've ever shot, but I love that. Okay, it led to headshots. I kind of already said that, which led to commercial work, meaning the headshot. If you think about it, if you're going to a business like an attorney, they might have you come back and expand that business and make a lot more dollars to shoot more things that they need. Maybe their location, maybe their staff, maybe headshots of everybody. That happened with an attorney I'm gonna show you now. Last year, I shot him, he loved it. He loved the mood I created, had me back. That's the intention for you. It's your intention. You're shooting, giving them the service they want, and then you prosper in other ways. It's really a cool thing. So headshots is a great bread and butter. I learned the fine art of capturing expression through direction, and it led to headshots. Did I repeat that? Am I going backwards? I'm sorry. Booray's better than me. Okay, so I learned the fine art of capturing expression through direction. And where did I learn that? And you can all do this. This is the biggest lesson you can do, is getting the camera out and shooting. I keep saying to people, and I could see it at imaging, I can see it here, and the spirit and energy of the people here. It's so cool. The COVID coma is over. All right, let's dust off those cameras. Let's find a way to shoot. Let's find a way to practice. And the way that I did it back whenever I was starting in the business was I found a theater, a local theater group, that I went in and I just offered, hey, do you want a photographer? and I shoot action, so I did shoot the live play, but what was more important to me, and I wouldn't have done it, because that's a lot of work, I wouldn't have done it if I couldn't do the lobby cards. The lobby cards are what you see in the live theater, and you go in, and there's a picture of the, actors. So I did the actors. And what that taught me was expression for the intention of what they were up to. So this guy was playing a part where he was a drunk. I captured him with a speed light. One light, this is all one light. Arsenic and Old Lace was the play. Do you know it? Yeah, it's cool, right? So he was a drunk. I got him pretty good for that theater. That was their intention, to show the characters. I liked showing the characters being a character, and I always did it during dress rehearsal. I would take the ones to the side that weren't on stage. Then these two old broads, so, I'm an old broad too, but they were dressed to be old broads, and they were the mischievous ones. And I shot them intentionally really hard light, crazy hard light, because that was the mood of the play. So there's your intention again. Remember, it's not all about just the headshot crew look. That's a look, and that's a very, very highly corporate, good look for a lot of different reasons, social media, whatever. But intention, intention, intention. It's hard to find the intention in that look, although we know it's there, because if you put the picture up next to what they do, the intention shows. Okay, but anyway, for these lobby cards, these two girls, and this here, see that little thing, you might say, that's a terrible picture. Look at her neck on the right. Well, actually, see the glass that she's holding? I literally took the flash down here, and I let it come up, and that is etching in the glass coming on her neck. And I wanted that look, because it was about the drinking. Okay? So anyway, that's a little more about intention and how to practice that. And then we already talked about that. And here's another one from that time. And I'm just showing the idea that you're doing a couple different, you're finding different ways to express yourself through intention. So this one was Civil War era, and I looked it up, and I was like, okay, I can do that. Do the little vignetting and all that stuff. So what it does for you is it gives you training. And oh my gosh, I love that. So it's important to learn the rules of a standard headshot before charging your first clients. And Booray, Peter, everybody else was teaching that. I'm not getting into that. I'm getting into deliverables, and that's where we're going to get started. But here we are, crop, orientation, where they fit, meaning where they fit later, where they fit where they're going, is something you will need to study and apply to each intention scenario. So be prepared, and tell them to be prepared through consultation. So we got this guy that's needing a shave. Not sure he wants to, kind of like my husband. But what I want to say to this is you need to make sure that when you have a headshot appointment, that you are finding out what their intention is. It's your job to consult with them, have a form ready, let them fill out a form. That's the easiest way. You can talk to them on the phone. But if it's a guy that, and you know that it is, usually if I'm doing a headshot client, I'll look them up on social media and see what they look like, hopefully right now. And if I see that it's a guy that shaves, I want him clean shaven for the shoot, because you're gonna, unless you're resourcing him out, outsourcing, you're gonna go through hell taking that hair off that face and making it a smooth face, right? Okay, so it's true. So prep your client, tell them what kind of clothes to bring for their intention, and tell them to keep them nice and not wrinkled, fitting clothes, not too big jackets, because they get real funny in the arms if you're getting the arms in. Okay, cropping with American Standard guidelines. When I say American standards, there's stuff out there right now that they are saying that a headshot is something that it's not. And Peter talked about this on stage the other day. And a headshot is not from here to here to the knees, right? It's not. Where's this definition of a headshot? This is from the dictionary. A photograph of a person's head and face. Hello, and it's true. please keep it. A headshot is a headshot. And if you're doing to the knees, to the feet, to the whatever, it's not a headshot. It is a branding. It's a business portrait. Call it something else. All right? Let's keep the standards where they belong. And the standards belong in a certain place so that other photographers can enjoy that the standards are the same. So if we say that we're cropping bigger, you know what Peter said? And I love this because I always said this too. I'm charging more. I'm charging more. A headshot isn't that much money. You know, it's this. Here you go again, intention. If they say, oh, but, you know, I like the way I'm dressed. I have this cute dress. I want this. Can I like this? You know. Oh, yeah. Guess what? That's an add-on. That's an add-on part of the shoot. Because now you're taking it from a half an hour, maybe. It takes me a half an hour to do a good headshot and to give the deliverable to what I want. If I have to go beyond that, I need to be paid more. Don't you? You came and you set it up and they're asking for more. Well, do it. Find a way. So on my offerings, I do say to them, once they get everything together, like whatever, if I do a contract or whatever, I'm letting them know that they have the opportunity to purchase more. If they decide they want more that day, there will, you know, you can go to this package instead. So I'm giving them 2 packages, headshot and then personal branding. It's beautiful. A lot of people do it. They go to the next level. They say, yeah, I want this too. I'm at the Art Factory. That's where my studio is, if you guys know where that is in Patterson. And if people look around there and they're like, I don't just want my face. I want to be in this cool brick wall or whatever it is. And I'm like, okay, let's do it. Do you want to upgrade to the next package? Yes. I'll take another hour and shoot that, you know, for a good grand more. Yes, yes, yes. That's a yes. Okay. So that's cropping to delivery for their needs. All right. So we're cropping from the head to the sternum. Now, Peter's different on this one, and that's okay. Again, everybody has their say. You choose what you want to do, but here's my ideas on it. Cropping head to sternum, so that is here to here for horizontal images, okay, for your landscape images, here to here. Peter likes to go down into here. A lot of us do. I do. I love to go down in here, if it's going on their website. So now we're talking about deliverables again. Where's the intention for them? What do they need? What do they need? What did they tell me? Okay? So that's that. But if you're shooting for this and you're getting the camera in there and you're getting that perfect shot in your little display, you're going to be so screwed. And this is my experience, by the way, if you find that they needed it for something else that needed to be cropped differently, now you don't have a canvas. You screwed yourself. You might have to overshoot it again. That's not fun. Do it, you know, and it's so easy. It's nothing. But if it's a portrait style, which people still want, now Peter doesn't talk about this, and that's okay. If it's this way, my coined phrase is keep it above the belly button because it's easy to remember. You know, don't bring it into the hip. That's a different type of portrait. Their face gets lost. Keep it above the belly button, portrait. You can cut the thing off. You can cut a little off the face. I do that a lot. You know, whatever. It depends on who it is and what it's for. Artists. They want, like, edgy, whatever. The real estate agent, not so much. But their company might say, we have a business, I want to see, I want to know, why am I delivering this? What do they need it for? Why are you going to use this? So now they're going to show me a business card. Well, we have these business cards, and everybody gets shot like this. And it's like the old style business card where it's half of it's like them. And it's the portrait. It's the portrait framing, you know, this. It's not always this. Because that doesn't work on business cards so much. So that's why we need to find out. And that's why we need to give more canvas. If you become creative with these time-tested guidelines, you are making a portrait with another portrait purpose. So now, here's a jazz singer from Cuba. I just love this guy. He's really cool. And I met him at an art social club. And he was just hanging out by a tree, looking like this. You know, he wasn't, I don't know, he might have been performing that day. I didn't see him perform, but he was just hanging and having fun. And again, I will sometimes, he wasn't my client, but I'm in Cuba. I want to take some portraits, man. You know, you guys all know how that feels. You have to. We're artists. We like see the picture everywhere we go. We see it. It's a sickness. It's a good one, though. So I see him, and I'm like, I made good friends with him, quick friends. And I said, hey, I'm a photographer. I do like some headshot work. Can I take your portrait? And he's like, yeah, that's cool. So he leans back. I posed him and everything. Look at his gold teeth. They're so cute. So I pose him, but what I want to say about this, I'm using him as my cropping example. Here's his record, and it's good. I like that photography. It's like straight on flash. It's kind of cool. That's coming back, by the way, if you've noticed. But now this is a different look. He didn't have the gold teeth there. So I updated his image. That's another one of my hashtags. Hashtag update your image. What does that mean? It's twofold. Update your image meaning update your picture, and then update who you are. Like, your image is now this. Maybe you were the real estate agent and now you're the rock star. Well, you're not going to have this picture. You're going to have this picture. You know, it's a rock star. You know what I mean? You're going to be a different image. So update your image. It's twofold. All right? So now he's got gold teeth. So we got to update his image. Anyway, so that's about the cropping here. And if I'm overcropping, which I did, on the right, that's not a headshot. Can you see it? Can you agree with me that that's not a headshot? Please agree with me. Okay, because it's just getting confused out there, and it's pissing me off. I'm sorry to swear, but it is. Okay, I'm not seeing his personality there. I'm seeing him. It's a nice picture. Here it's okay, in case he needs it that way. I do a lot of turning the camera, all right? But then I just showed you the next screen where now I got a headshot. Now I feel comfortable. I want to, like, I'm hanging with that. Now, this was just natural light. I was drinking rum, you know. Who knows? It's probably not perfectly executed, but I'm giving you the bullet points on the fact that you had to bring out the eyes, you know, like we all talk about in cropping, you know, do cut off the head a little bit. Get those eyes up here, not in the center of the frame. I see a lot of that. When people are practicing with me, I have to retrain them on how to crop in camera. Although this opening up the canvas is new with me, and it's because of the circle crop, but I don't want you to keep the eyes here. You want them here, or higher, but I like this hat. So, but now I'm like digging his face. I'm digging a tree that was behind him. So let's go. Your headshot reflects the character within. What do you want to portray and why? This is intention. We talked about it a lot already. On the left, I have Brandy, one of my clients who owns a flower shop, and she needed this for her business card and whatever else. Okay, the right is my daughter, who is an editorial hairstyle in New York City. And so what did I do? I'm like, Kayla, let me think. And I wanted to shoot her in black and white. She always wears concert T-shirts, so she had Pink Floyd on. And I said, you know, I wanted the hair in the face. I wanted this. Because she's a hairstylist. Now, she's not using this right now. She's using more of a beauty one. But I love this for her personality. And on her newest website that she's creating right now, she's probably going to use that somewhere. So, you know, history repeats itself. Sometimes people pull out the old stuff. So here we go. The pre-consultation for success. I use the journalist rules. Again, I'm a journalist. I work for a newspaper. I actually write stories and I do photo essays, so I write. And I always think about the who, what, where, why, and when. All right, so who are we shooting? What is it for? So kind of like get that in your mind when you're consulting, when you're doing your questionnaires. Who are you? What is it for? Where are we going to be? Are you going to be at my studio? You're going to be at, you know, the middle of the park. I don't know. Give them options. Let them tell you their options. You know, why do you need this and when are we going to do it? Isn't that a good bullet point? It can be used for this. All right. So now we have Seshu. Guess what? Seshu was supposed to be with the guy with the shave. Sorry, he should be flipped back there where the shave guy was. But I was going to say that, you know, if you already have hair on your face, you don't have to tell them to shave, obviously. So we're going to go past that one. This is one of my favorite headshots I've ever done, though. I did it many years ago. One light, speed light, outside, black background. That's all it was. It was a hot day. And boy, you know, he just brought it, didn't he? So, and then if you're going to shave, I'm sorry I didn't flip these, but if you need a shave, you want to look like Neil. Neil is an author. This was for a book that he writes, like Western fiction. And I need his face to be clean because I want to see the shadow from the hat, and I want to see the blue, and I want to see his thought process in his face. You know, so you're the creator to find that. Anna is from a Cuba touring company. Anya, I'm sorry. And she's lovely. And I was doing a demonstration with my headshot class in Cuba, and I had a Westcott Rapid Box modifier, and we just went out in the night, and I just found her, like I met her, and then I said, can we do a little demonstration with you? And that's what I do, I pull models from the street, basically. Well, she was hanging at a club with us, and she said, yes, I loved her look. So we went out, and I got to teach the students one light at night, when it's weird conditions that you typically wouldn't do a headshot. And we just talked about this online, and she said this is her favorite headshot of all time, because it reflects her personality and what she does. She's like, come on, let's go. I'm a touring agent. Let's go. You know, come with me. So she's kind of like, let's go. Because she's probably looking like that all the time. Reverend Tony, he's at the Little Wedding Chapel in New Orleans. Maybe some of you have met him if you ever went there. He's the only reverend there if somebody got married there. So he was kind of cool. Here's where I was talking about, you know, doing the headshot. Like, so if I'm doing a beauty shoot, I always do a headshot too. And she came to me because she wanted a headshot. She was one of those ones that flipped and said, yeah, let's do more. I want more. But if that happened in the consultation, so then we were able to dress her appropriately and take her to the right location so that she could have this other ethereal look. All right, so here we go. So this is the headshot. I pulled headshots. That's not really a headshot. That was for her mom, you know, in my head. I always do one for the mom, you know. But this one's kind of a good headshot, too. I like that one. It really is her personality. She does some type of soul coaching or something. And there's another girl that does that here, too. But here's Stephanie, mind healing coach. So she had a terrible illness, and she got through it. So she teaches about coming out, you know, like kind of like the flowers meant something to me. Come out of your space and get back into life after you've been through a painful illness. And that's her. That's what happened with her. She's beautiful, and I just really nice girl. Your client's intention, why do they need their headshot? There's so many reasons, and you can probably shout them out to me, but do they want to reach out to potential employers? So LinkedIn presence is a big one. If it's professional people, they got to have something good on LinkedIn. Who cares about Facebook or Instagram? We care about Instagram. Facebook is for everybody. They want to look good there, but LinkedIn is a whole different level, right? And it's usually professionals. So I like to, when I'm talking about the headshot business, a lot of your clients are those people. So let's think LinkedIn, because they do use it. They use it. We don't use it so much anymore. But you should be, because you can market there, and you can tell people they need a headshot. Let's update your image. Use that hashtag all the time on LinkedIn. Update your image. Get it in people's heads. Will they be placing it on their website or brochure as a business owner? Are they in a new position and their company needs it for their website or printed for a wall? You know, do you still go in your local grocery store and still see the manager's pictures, 8x10s, over by the cigarettes? I mean, seriously. Now, they're doing those themselves, but think about it. People still want things for different reasons. The phone book, last time I talked, there were still phone books out there. I don't think there are anymore, so I took the phone book slide away. But it's so true. Are they in the acting world, pageants or dance? You know, there's just so many reasons. And then the most important one is hair or weight changes. Are they reflecting their age today, or do they have a 15-year-old headshot? You know, are they, if they got older and they're not happy about that, you can make them still look wonderful at their age today. Because when they go and meet, if you're a real estate agent and you got this hotter version of yourself because you were 15 years younger, they want to see who you are now, because whenever you come, it's like an Uber driver's headshot. You want to make sure it matches the person. So it's another marketing point for you. Update your image so that it's relevant to today, right? Okay, so that's just that little spiel. Are they in a new position and their company needs it for their website or printed for a while? I don't know how many calls I get from companies who are hiring me, not the person. And they send the person to me, and I'm consulting with the company and not the person of what they need. So think about that too. Michelle Celentano, wonderful, wonderful. I hope you saw her talk. See it on YouTube if you didn't. She's a family photographer, beautiful person. And she had a hair change during COVID. She did the whole go silver. She had beautiful brown hair before, and then she went silver, and she looks really chic. And I was telling her that last night, and so she has a new headshot that reflects that, and it's awesome. So remember, if you know that somebody has a hair change, get it now. Like, girls change their hair all the time. If you see some pictures, older pictures of me, I'm blonde as can be, and now I'm brown. So I had to, like, switch it all out. Girls are easy. You know, they're an easy, not sell, but to service, okay? Yeah, sometimes. You're hilarious. He said boys don't have hair, in case YouTube didn't hear that. So we did talk about this. That's so important to me. Open up in the camera crop, add extra canvas for processing any need. So here we go. Now this is Jan Carlos. And remember I said sometimes I cut off half the face or whatever it is, I cut off half his hair because I wanted to make a record for him, you know? So what are we gonna do? What does he need? What does he need from me? Anybody think of something in delivery? What is it? Edgy, yeah, that's the look. Room for text. So I thought about that, and I used his hair. Obviously, his hair is part of his look. He didn't have that afro a few years ago. He must have grew it out during, you know, the C word. Oh. But anyway. Yeah, that's a good one. So this guy, let me tell you his intention and his idea of what he might need. Can you see this little lump in his, right here, can you see that lump? That is formed there because he's one of these guys, I can't remember what it's actually called. He plays a trumpet from his mouth. Did you ever hear of that before? Yeah, what's it called? That is so awesome. Embouchure, you said, right? Yeah, he plays that, and he does improvisation, and it's like you never know what you're going to get when you go to see him. It might be a whole different tune. So I needed it to be kind of like he wore the sunglasses due to the fact that, you know, you don't know what you're going to get with him. He's so good. And so he's not a singer. He just plays a trumpet. So I wanted to reflect that bump. That was important to me. He didn't even ask for it. But you need to see that. That's your job. What was their intention again? Look for the things that were going to make that scream for them, because that's our job. We can do it. We are creatives, and we know how to make it happen. So anyway, Jan Carlos, consider this. This is not a real album. Don't go look on it for, you know, Spotify or whatever. I just did this for this class, and he doesn't even know yet. So, hey, Jan Carlos, sorry. He probably loves it. He'll probably utilize it. But in his bottom, I have LP records. I put my own label just for you. you. So, but okay, the intention again is a 12 by 12 crop. That was something I was looking for an answer. Is, you know, you got to give it to him 12 by 12. I'm not going to give it to him as a 4 by 3 or whatever panel. I need him to have what he needs to give to the printer so that they can print it or he can put it online digitally, which is now the way of the world. But now he has exactly what he needs, and that was not the crop I shot it in. He was in the center. And I did the post-cropping. We have the room with the cameras now, right? Yes, we do. So we can do that. I shot it close enough that I was able to do that. He wasn't like 12 feet away from me. Here's Brandy. Here's another me working wherever I can, wherever the opportunity presents itself. And I work at a hotel. I work for a hotel in Allentown called the Americas, and I utilize their ballrooms a lot for clients. I have that relationship with the hotel. So if you don't have a studio, and you're like, where am I going to work? Make a relationship in your town. There's libraries that will rent their for a really small fee, their program rooms to you. And you can set up a little studio in there and rent it for half a day. There is a way. And then you build from there. But anyway, so Brandy, I'm just going back to Brandy because I'm showing you how much space I had to work with her in my setup, actually, which is, you know, she's a florist. So she wore this pretty blue dress, and the necklace was really important to her. She posted about that, the necklace. But the flower background was what I chose for her. I didn't even ask her. She came, she goes, I love it. Didn't show up on her card because there wasn't a lot of space. But then I also overshot it, and I made sure, see, she needed it that old-fashioned way, like the old way that the real estate agents use, right? So have they gotten up to speed? I don't know. So anyway, Brandy, I love you. We can lay out another look for you too. But because I want her to see the flowers more in the shot. And possibly she's using it on her website. So that's hers. And now we're going to go to an attorney. And this is one of my favorite clients. Sorry, everybody else, but he's great. I mean, so are you, everybody else. But he, you know, my experience with this group taught me so many things this past year that I can talk to you about now, which is important. You know, we want your people that are talking to you, and you take the time to come and sit with me instead of hanging on where it's really cool, where the cameras are out there. It's real lessons that us photographers are learning, and B&H brings speakers that have that model, you know, that really are working and out there learning more and more for you so that you can apply what you love from what you saw. So this is an attorney, and I shot this at the hotel, one light, obviously. He wanted a lot of contrast, and I wanted that for him as well. I think I said it to him. You need a lot of contrast. He is like a firearms attorney. He represents people that if somebody steals your gun and you get in trouble because of that, he's that guy. He takes care of you in that way. Okay, so that's what he does. So I'm not going to have him he's smirking a little bit, but if he was a divorce attorney, I wouldn't have him smirking. Okay. Well, I don't know how good that marketing is, but his marketing is basically, I got you. And as I talk to him and his wife over and over again, they have a podcast that he does, and that talks about firearm law, basically, the law, and it takes you all through the United States, and it's a very important conversation. And but I've learned so much about him that I was able to pull so much intention into him to get the look that he needs to convey to his clients, and that's what we are here for. So now, I'm getting into the meat and bones now. What do I want to say? We're taking this headshot, and again, I'm shooting it. Was this the same? Yeah, I shot him twice. This is the same shoot. Now I got even darker and deeper for him because he wanted that. He likes that, okay? And he was able to use it on his Facebook page about postponed duty. It must have been a big weather event. And here's his headshot up here in the circle. the dreaded circle, I call it. I don't like it. But he's in a circle. That's the headshot I just showed you. And then he used another headshot. We're going to call that a branding, although it is a headshot. It's above the belly button. Okay? And he's just looking off, saying, I'll see you later. So he utilized another headshot. I think they bought 5 or 7 or something like that, so that they could utilize them along the way. All right, so that's one of the reasons. Here's another of them. This is the second shoot that I did with them, and I shot. Now he loved this so much, I came back to shoot the whole staff, everybody, the attorneys, everything, okay? And and now we took it from the hotel, and he said, Lori, I have a new office, and it has the law books, and it's so cool, and he loved this, you know? So we utilized this for his group shot and his new images for the website. But we didn't use those in the headshots, we used it for the group, okay? So that was like, that's an old look. And what I used here, in case people are always asking about lighting, you know, what did you use for the light? So this is the lighting that I used that you see here. The room was very dark, and I used this piece. I have these by Jenna Ray, who is here, and I never can find the thingy, but it's so good. Oh, is it not turning on for us? Okay, well, whatever. You can imagine, you know. Go down to where they're shooting the bridal stuff. That's where these are. This is the SL series 36, and then there's an SL smaller one now. And they're really inexpensive for what they are. And they've got all the bells and whistles. You can dim them. Here's what I love. I was able to execute these shoots to add the contrast and then take it away just with the barn doors. So I have a video, I didn't put it in here because I knew I would run out of time, that shows me working the barn doors. Right? I mean, seriously, and this is what I teach whenever I'm teaching on site, like on my one-on-ones or my little group teachings that I do. I teach how to use something like this, but this is gold. These barn doors are gold. And this really lights up the, you know, whatever it is that you need. So that's Jenna Ray. And Josh is down there with the bridal models, okay? So I'm going to get out of there, and here I'm, again, on location, and I'm shooting in the lunchroom of the doctor's office. So this dentist has me come back and shoot his new employee. So this is a roundabout, you know, his intention is, Lori, I need to have a contract with you that you're shooting our staff, and then every time a new employee comes, you're coming back to shoot it. That's the beauty of this, too, is that if you get into corporate stuff, which you should, especially doctor's office. He's in a big building with a bunch of doctors. And you know what I did after this shoot? I ran around with my cards to every one of them. My headshot card, I have a headshot card. Ran around to every one of them and said, hey, I did headshots for Dr. Stimple today. If you need headshots in the future, if you find yourself in need and you don't have a photographer for that, call me and I'll take care of it. You know what it did? What it does is it gains trust because Dr. Stimple used you. Oh, you are working. You came here. You know our building. That is such a good marketing tip for you. Just walk around and give your card out. And I learned that from a sign guy that did my signs. I had a flower shop for many years. And he did my sign, and he ran around with a business card to the businesses beside me and said, I use Wildflower Studio, da-da-da-da-da. I was like, that tip was the greatest marketing tip I've ever heard. And guess what? He got a couple other signs near me, you know, because businesses change all the time today. So here's where Dr. Stimple, this is the only place he needed it. The only place is on the website. And the website was a template. And again, if I would have shot this, only landscape, it wouldn't have worked. He needed this tie to be down here. The template called for that, the portrait style. So that's why I don't want you to get in the bag where, wait a minute. Now, I'm not dissing Peter. I love Peter. He knows that. If you're only shooting this because you saw it there, you might screw yourself. Because maybe they needed that and you weren't realizing it because you didn't consult for it. You didn't look at the website that they were using. You didn't look at the template. Please send me a screenshot so I can see what you need it for. Because they might not know to say to you, Dr. Stemple doesn't know this. Oh, you need to show it this way. You need to look at it, and you need to say to yourself, oh yeah, is it going to be, you need it to be that way? Confirm it with him. Yeah, I want it like that. You know, that's all they're going to say. They don't know. We have to know. That's our service. Okay, so there you go. Here's an old one. This is before the circle crop. This was when it was still square. I think this was on Facebook. Isn't that hilarious? So here's another one on location. I only use natural light here. He's a realtor, and I gave him a different look, an environmental look. And he was against his building, which is a glass building, and I showed his shadow. So that was kind of cool. That worked out. And the cropping was square. So again, we're talking about cropping. Okay. Deliverables. What does your client need? What, why, and when? We're going back to the idea of the journalist rules. So we're going to get through this before we run out of time, because Scott Kelby's coming up next. Oh my gosh, I had to like bring it, because these two giants are between me, but I said that on Facebook. Anyway, so here we are. How do I want to say this? Boy, oh boy. This is what a screenshot of my Lightroom, and the, you know, I used Lacey. I use these. Anybody else use these? This is a Lacey external hard drive. They're wonderful. You can drop it. You can throw it. You can, you know, your kids can whatever it, you know, play basketball with it. And it's got that case. Okay. So anyway, along with that, what I want to say about that is here, that's on my external. And here's how I'm labeling them. I'm labeling them because when I'm delivering this, I want to make sure that they're clear on what they're getting. I'm not just sending them a full res copy. You know, we're so into the full res, low res. Don't call it low res. Don't call it full res with your clients. You can do that if you're working in documentary or you're working, you know, with a magazine. That's all they want to know. But your client, you need to dumb it down, bring it down. Print, web. Okay, you can see the sizing here. This is full size. Actually, some of them are changed a little bit because I cropped them in. That one I cropped in. See, I took my canvas and I cropped it in, okay? And then over here, these are web sizes, and you do what you want. But what I do is 1,000 on the long side. I use Lightroom, and I use PNG because PNG looks better on the web. It just does. Nobody messes with it. Facebook, right? Somebody knows up here. Nobody messes with it. Facebook messes with you sometimes, and then you're like, why does that picture look so warbly? And you already put it out there, and it sucks, you know? So PNG, give yourself a break. You know, it's hard enough what we do. Here's my circle crop. Now look at my delivery. Does anybody else do this? I'm giving him what I want him to look like when he puts it on LinkedIn or on social media. I want him to be able to just drop it on there, and there's the circle, and Facebook or whoever it is finds that circle right away because it's a square crop. So now I'm square cropping. Do this. It will save everybody's life. Like, really. Here's the circle crop. All right. And then when I said here, I didn't say it. Okay. If it fits the work, delivery, or extra service, it's not promise. I'm going to say it now. Yeah. What I'm going to say here is something really simple, is they didn't ask for black and whites. I don't promise black and whites unless they, in the consultation, say they need them. I love black and white. So if it turns out that black and white looks great, I'm going to give them an extra one. It took me a second to do that. I'm not messing with it. I'm just like converting to black and white. Boom, done, send. Guess who loves you because you gave them something extra? I'm not going to charge him for that. It's the same shot, right? But I gave that to them. Extra. I got an extra goodie for you in case they want to use a black and white. And he looks good there. Why not? All right, let me get through this so we don't lose time. We chose in consultation to utilize landscape cropping for the website. So that's what he wanted, not Dr. Simple. They knew. And I asked them, believe me, I pulled it out of them. How do you want this to lay on your website? Do you want it this way or do you want it this way? We want it this way. Done. I didn't shoot the other way except for the Giamita, Mr. Giamita, the lawyer. I shot him that way the first time, and he used it. But the second time, they didn't want it, so I didn't take the time. Okay? All it was for their website. So there it is. That's just a screenshot from the website. Now, let's talk about this quick in-camera crop. This is Joanna. This is one of my very good friends. We hung out in New York. This is at Washington Square Park, where the monument is. And I just said, hey, I need to make some slides for my presentation. Let's do it. And I just took this shot. So I'm going to show you this shot. In-camera crop. That's what I did in the crop. This is what I'm talking about, the canvas. So important. Here's the negative space that she needs because she's a coach and she loves to put print. Something else you want to ask. She loves the social media thing. She loves to put print beside, or her logo beside her face. That's a cool thing. People do it all the time, okay? So now I've cut off her head a little bit, negative space. Here's room for centering. Now I have room to center it, okay? Now she's centered because I want to go to a square crop. Here's how the client might load it onto LinkedIn or whatever. I gave her that square crop that was just down the center. You got to do a little bit more work and push her over, okay? What if she loads this? Circle crop is going to go like this, isn't it? We don't want that. Not for them. So I do this. And now I go the extra step and I make the create circle crop in the elliptical marquee or vignette on the Lightroom. I will make a video about that one day and put it on YouTube on Photo Communique. Okay? So that was my goal. Did you see now the progression? Open it up and crop. It's not going to hurt anybody. So you can go in Lightroom and not screw yourself. This lesson is about not screwing yourself, right? Delivery for most social media, that's how she's going to look, right? That's how it lands. Here it is on my computer. I'll leave that for a second. And then I put her on my Portrait of Beauty thing just quickly. I hope she didn't catch me doing this, but she's my friend. She doesn't care. I did this for you. I put it on my Portrait of Beauty client thing, you know. Here it is. I'm loading it. It was like this. I didn't have to move it. I didn't have to edit the crop. Done. Here she is in the final. All right? That's how she looks. And she didn't get cropped weird. You know, hopefully they don't use a freaking filter. That happens sometimes. Proofing and delivery time. This will be quick. Again, I told you I use Lacey. They are out there on the mezzanine. Lacey's great. I just love them. Client selection. Here's what you want to do. You want to call your images first for the best of. Don't show them everything. Don't show them everything. If you shot 100 frames, it'll kill you. It'll kill them. Tethering in studio is one way that a lot of people work. I don't. But they tether with Lightroom or Capture One. They go off to the side and they call first. Then they show them the best of. The people pick. I can't take that time. I just don't have it in me. I could, but I don't. I prefer utilize on Zoom or Skype. Other people do this. This is a really cool one too. Zoom or Skype a meeting with them online, and they can pick from there. But if you do that, put proof on the watermark. Make a proof watermark in case they screenshot it, and they use it before it's retouched. Because what if they're taking something that they don't pick? And then it's not retouched. No, okay? A proofing site is what I use, and I also use, if it's somebody like Mr. Jeremita, and I think I did this with Robert too, the dentist. I use WeTransfer or Dropbox. I'm not a Dropbox person anymore. I like WeTransfer. It's great. Look into it. 2 gigabytes they give you. She's shaking her head. Oh yeah, baby. Okay. Okay. The client selects toned only images, white balance, color exposure. Next, retouch those 2 needs. And then the last thing is this, and I'm going to go through this really fast. I found a company. I wanted to change my company, so I'm going to tell you the one I was using because I don't want to, diss it. But I found a new company, and I found it through that somebody sent me for proofs, something. It's called Lightfolio. I will be using this in the future, and I want to show you why. Look it up. I can't get into it. We're out of time. But you can build a website off of this. There's a booking site for photographers. It has the studio manager's dashboard with invoicing and the whole 9 yards. Then I looked on the bottom, and I saw this. This is crazy. Contracts and questionnaires already made out that you can customize. Beautiful. It's crazy. I'm not associated with them. They don't even know who I am. I don't know them. But look, print photo release, model release, portrait contract, portrait client questionnaire. I emailed them this morning and told them I want a headshot questionnaire for you guys. And I'm going to help them design it. Okay, I'm almost done. Copyright release, blah, blah, blah. I am Portrait Symposium, Avant-Garde Photographer Education at Art Factory Studios. Look it up. At the speaker table, I'll have cards. That's the website, portraitsymposium.com. You have to put the www. I have a class coming up for people to learn the method of shooting the headshots. That's available now. Join our Facebook community, Portrait Designers. There's 46,000 members. It's pretty cool. You can find it on that website, and I do the cultural training to travel if you like to travel. And I'm done.
Well done.
Scott's up.
Round of applause for Lori, everybody.
Oh my gosh.
Great job.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I'll be out at the speaker table.
Lori will be at the speaker table, which is downstairs in the trade show area. If you got any questions and you want a little more details, definitely meet her down there. Welcome back. Thank you all for being here. If I take too long with this intro, you guys are just going to be losing out on the tips and tricks. So I'm going to step off stage, and you already know who you're here for. So,
Thank you. Hey, thank you for this great turnout. I never expected this many people for a class on nude selfies. So, thank you. This is great. I have some really exciting stuff to show you. So what we're actually doing is we are doing portrait photography effects. So I'm going to be doing a little retouching. I'm going to show you some things that I do on finishing moves on all of my images. I have certain things that you just kind of do when you get to the end of the portrait. We're going to do a little retouching. We're going to do effects. We're just going to do a whole bunch of stuff. We'll never fit it in the hour that we're going to do, but we'll get as many of them as we can. It's a lot of Photoshop. It's not a lot of Lightroom. There's some Lightroom. There's some stuff you can do in either Lightroom or Camera Raw. For those of you who don't know, Lightroom and Camera Raw are the same thing, written by the same guy, using the same math and the same sliders in the same order. So it's the same thing. So whether you use Photoshop as your main gig, who does use Photoshop as your main thing, like that's your thing? Okay, so you'll do, if you see me do something in Lightroom, you'll be able to do the exact same thing in Camera Raw. It is literally the same, written by the same guy. All right, so let's start off with this one. This is an effect that I use a lot. It is an effect, and so you can see I kind of overlit this shot. You can see the flash just kind of going all over the place, and it's just, I didn't feather it, I didn't do a bunch of stuff I should have done because of the drinking. So, so what we're going to do is, now I know that this morning Sherk did a whole thing on all the new Lightroom masking tools, which the masking stuff is amazing. Christy's amazing, put them together, it's a magical unicorn. But, so we're going to use a little bit of the masking stuff. I'm not going to go anywhere the detail that she did, but this first one is one that I was doing even before all the really cool new masking stuff. And it is, how would I make this more dramatic in 30 seconds? Like, how would I make it a lot more interesting and dramatic? And you're going to click on the masking tool and grab the masking tool. And the one you're going to get is the radial gradient. So it really just draws a circle, or an oval. It's a circle if you hold the shift key. It's an oval any other way. And I'm just going to drag out an oval over her. Now, if I were to go and grab any of the sliders, it's going to make everything inside that circle go dark. So if I want to make it darker, she's going to be darker. So what we want to do is we want to go to the invert button, this little checkbox here. Now in Camera Raw, instead of putting a checkbox and saying invert, they just put a little square that's half black and half white because they figure it's fun to change things between two programs that are exactly the same. So just hit invert. So now, anything that I do with the sliders is going to affect everything but her, right? So it's everything but her. So now, I just go to the exposure slider and drag it down, and it's like I did a better job with the lighting. So now I can say, well, I want the light source to come a little more like it really was over this way. So you can just move your cursor right outside the little thing and just move it around. So you can just make the whole scene a lot more dramatic very easily. You can decide how dark or how bright you want the background. But here's what's nice about this, and this is why it's nice to do it like the end. Because when you do it this way, you're not brightening her. Her exposure is exactly the same as it was. We're darkening everything else. Because if you just put an oval on her and brighten her, then her exposure's messed up. But the exposure set, I kind of do this at the very end so I get everything else looking okay and any retouching or whatever. And then you've got this little thing that you can pop in here. And you can decide if you want it to be really tight or really, oh, I didn't mean to move the feather amount. You can decide if you want, because where the center is its brightest part. So you can kind of, if you wanted to have some fall off so it's not lighting the bouquet, or if you want to light the bouquet, it's just very flexible and it's like a 30-second effect. So that's that one. And again, you can do the same exact thing in Camera Raw. It looks and works all the same way. All right, so that's one thing. Let's move on to another thing. Let me get out of this here. Go to this guy. Looks pretty happy. Looks kind of Fabio-like, right? He's smiling, living his best life. The only thing is that's not how he looked in the studio. First off, he wasn't in black and white. No, but this isn't how the shot looked at all. He looked a lot more serious, like this. There is a filter inside of Photoshop that makes him smile. It doesn't just make him smile, it adds teeth. I'm not kidding, it's an AI-powered, so look, there he is with teeth. Now, there's one weird thing about this. There is a weird thing about this. See, it looks okay now, but if you go back and forth, you're like, yeah, that guy's kind of messed up. But he looked okay at first, like you didn't know, you thought like, he looks okay, and then you see the other one, you're like, I like him better without the smile. However, but there's one weird thing about it. You have to, for this particular thing, you have to be connected to the internet because it sends the change to the cloud. It stays up there for 3 or 4 seconds and then comes back down. So I have, for some reason, disconnected from the internet. So let's see if it gets me back on the New Yorker guest. And if not, I have a plan B, which is New Yorker guests with Pearl. No, it's, I'll connect to my phone here. We'll just connect to my phone because the New Yorker guest isn't making it all the way in here. And for those of you who are watching at home, the password for the New Yorker guest, no, don't do that. Hang on. Oh, now it wants my password. We're not putting that in. Why is it asking for my password? I was just connected a few minutes ago down in the restaurant, the TikTok restaurant, by the way, open 24 hours right here at the New Yorker Hotel. Let's see. Okay, all right, it linked up. All right, so to get to this, you had to jump over to Photoshop, so let's just jump over there. In Lightroom, you press Command-E on a Macintosh or Control-E on Windows, and it takes your photo over to Photoshop, as you can see here, where it's done nothing absolutely at all. Why didn't it go over to Photoshop? Here's Photoshop, he's not there. Let's try again, Command-E. Oh, there we go. That's better. And let's just see, we'll take them over there. So these filters are called the neural filters. You go under the filter menu, under right there at the top, neural filters, and it brings up a whole window. Now, these filters a lot of them are not done yet. So this is kind of almost like an incubator where Adobe's trying new technology. So you notice that some of them say beta, and what that really means is these aren't very good. They're gonna get better, but right now, just try them and let us know what you think. So the one for him is called Smart Portrait. You go to Smart Portrait, you have to turn it on, and it says this needs the cloud, right? And then look, there's a happiness slider. And the further you drag it, the happier he gets. So let's just go over here. I'll take it over to 25. Give it a second. See, it says processing. See, at the bottom of the screen, it says processing in the cloud. So it takes a minute. And it's going to take just longer just because it's my phone instead of my Wi-Fi at the house, which it's fast because it's my neighbor's Wi-Fi. Yeah, look. So look, he's got a little smile. Look, right? He looks like happier. And then if you can go a little further. There's a point at which he starts to look like the Joker, and you're like, okay, that's too far. But there he goes. If you go much further, I think we're in trouble. But what's interesting about it is it doesn't just move his teeth and his mouth. It actually kind of readjusts his face to where, because when you smile, it affects other parts of your face. So anyway, I want to show you one more while we're here, but that's just how it works. And on the right picture, it's surprising how well it works. And it's not his teeth. He would probably realize, I don't know if he would. You don't see enough of the teeth to really go, hey, those aren't my teeth, But look, can I open that picture that we just opened a minute ago? I want to show you another one that actually works pretty well. It's still in beta. But let's just open the same picture of the bride that we had open a minute ago. Oh, I didn't open her over here, did I? Let me just open her again real quick. Just bring her over here. Actually, let me get rid of that darkening because you'll see it better without it. There we go. Yeah, that darkening did a nice job there, didn't it? Now it just looks stupid. Let's go into the filter menu to neural filters. And the one we're going to use is called depth blur. It's one of the betas. It's going to be off, so you have to turn it on. And what it does is it actually does a very good job of simulating what real depth of field would be. Because if you have a very, very shallow depth of field, like if you're shooting a landscape or something, you would actually see the ground in front of you out of focus. Then it goes to really sharp in focus, and then it would go out of focus off in the background. Well, this does it pretty well here. It depends on the photo, but all you do is just turn on blur and then drag the blur strength just over quite a bit. It never does enough. But you got to wait. Now, it's doing this. You don't have to be connected to the internet. This one's doing it on the device. But it kind of has to wait a second. Like, you're like, is it done? You think it's done? There we go. And what's nice about this is, if you've ever tried to put a Gaussian blur, it never looks right, right? You try it, and then you try lens blur, which is the next best thing, and it never looks right. This is the one that I've seen that actually looks the closest because it's AI based. I don't know how they build AI stuff, but what they do is they take tremendous amount of images, maybe as many as 1 million. They feed it into a computer, and the computer runs for, I'm not joking, like 6 weeks. And then when it's done, you don't know when it's going to be done. It doesn't say, hey, I'm done Thursday at 2. It just runs, and then all of a sudden it's done and says, here's the code. And like people that I've talked to that are into this stuff, they say, we don't really know how it wrote the code, but it works. So we put it in the program. So it's probably going to take over all of our jobs in our lives. But anyway, that's it. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And this is the first one of anything I've used in a plugin or anything else where I think the results look pretty real. Let me go to history and we'll do a before and after. And Let's go to open. So there's before and there's after. And you notice it stair steps it back. It just doesn't, and that's one of the things with Gaussian blur. It just throws it on there right at the focal plane instead of just, and you could put a gradient and then try it. This is very easy. So keep an eye on the neural filters. They keep adding things there. Some of them are kind of dumb. I'll tell you what's really good is their photo colorization. If you take an old black and white photo and put it in there, it's amazing how well it works. It's really amazing. In fact, if you'll give me 1 second, I happen to have a picture of myself from the 1980s, and I'm just going to go grab it real quick because, hold on 1 second. It was a band picture, so I was in a band back then, and it was called the Beatles. We were called the Beatles. And let me see if, hold on, I know where the folder I put them in because I had to scan it. That's how old this photo is. So, it was just taken like 15 years ago. Hang on, don't laugh. It's just mean. 1 second, don't move, don't breathe, don't make a sound. And I think I have it. This is the right folder. Let me find the picture. I'm going to open it up. And what's amazing to me was when I did the colorization, like how it knew the color of my tie. I was a keyboard player, and you were always issued a skinny tie as a keyboard player in the 1980s. And it nailed the color. And I'm like, how would you even know that was the color? Here, let me just, I'm in the right folder. There's so many pictures of me as a child. I don't know why. You know why? Can I tell you why? This is an important thing. Because my mom and dad made prints, and they stuck them in a shoebox. And you can say what you want about the shoebox thing. It works, right? Those pictures taken of me when I have pictures of me as a baby taken 31 years ago that I would not have if they hadn't. So that's why I always tell people to make prints, because like this is the visual history of your life. And it's so easy to find these later. Come on, I'm in the folder with them. And I can't find this one shot. It is driving me crazy because I know I'm in the right place. I might just have to grab this picture of me taken right here. Well, in Atlantic City. That's close. We'll use this. Let me plug it back in here. It's taken in Atlantic City with my brother. We were on a trip. This is when Atlantic City first legalized gambling. And so we were addicted to gambling. So we went straight there. Okay. Here we go. Filter, neural filters. And go to colorize. Done. Now, it missed a little spot on my tie, right? But, that would be pretty easy to fix. But that's the right color of the tie. That's the right color of the jacket. And my lips are a little redder than they should be. But outside of that, that's amazing, right? Here's what's worse. This was in Photoshop Elements first. It was in Elements like 6 years ago, and they finally said, should we put it in Photoshop? Would people have a use for it there? Boom. Yeah, we would. All right, so I just want to introduce you to those neural filters because they're pretty awesome. All right, and then we'll get rid of the Fabio here. All right, let me take a look at another picture here. Let's go down a little further to right here. So we're going to do a little bit of masking. And what we're going to do is, I'm going to do this in Lightroom. You can do it in Camera Raw. Again, exactly the same thing. We're going to once again use the radial tool and the radial gradient. What I want to do is, it doesn't look like I put a light on the background right behind her. It looks like maybe I put a light up in the corner because it's going from kind of bright to dark. But I wish I put a light behind her. So you can do that later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the radial mask tool, which I just grabbed, and we're going to grab it again, and I'm going to put a spotlight right over her face. And we're going to brighten it up, and we're done. It's not the best effect of the day. No, here's what we're going to do. We are going to go and now we're going to say, all right, well, I added this mask, but I don't want it her lit, I want the background lit. All you have to do is go, all right, I want to subtract her. That's it. Go to select subject, and it will cut her out of that circle in like 2 seconds. And then you can dial in a reasonable amount for for the thing. There you go. And you can also change the color if you want to gel your light. You know, you can gel it using the temperature and tint sliders. So it's just a really easy way to throw a background light, especially if you've done something like seamless or something. I do a lot of seamless or a lot of like painted backgrounds and stuff. And it's just easy to just drop that in there. So you put the mask on first, and then you go subtract, and you take out what you want, which in that case was her. All right, I do want to show you one thing. Let me reset her. I just want to show you something crazy. Let's go over to Photoshop, because this is going to be this is a big thing, and it's not very well known. So you probably know that you have select subject. You can choose anytime select subject, and it works pretty well. It selects her, right? So I could put her on her own background. Let's just press Command J to put her on her own background, and then you can see it did a pretty good job. Not a killer job, but pretty good. To get the killer job, you only have to change one thing. And let me just get rid of that layer. So instead of just going under here and choosing Select Subject, you're going to change one thing. You're going to click on either any of these tools, like the Magic Wand, the Quick Select, any of those. You're going to click on that, and then up here there's a button called Select Subject. It has been there forever. Not forever, it's been there for 3 years. But what's new, and this just snuck in like middle of the night, maybe a month ago, is the little down-facing triangle to the right of it, where you can choose to have it done in the cloud, and it does a night and day better difference. So as long as you're connected to the internet, you just hit Detailed Results, then click Select Subject. Give it a second, because it's got to go to the cloud. And it does a much better, more accurate version of whatever you're selecting. Look at them, it kept a lot more hair detail. It does whatever you're going to do, it does it much better. Corners are smoother, everything's rounder. It just really does a tremendously better job. You just have to wait for a few extra seconds. So just to recap, for better results from Select Subject, don't go under the Select menu. Go choose one of the Select tools, like Quick Selection, Magic Wand, or the Object Selection tool. That's when that button appears, and that's when you can choose from the little pop-down cloud detailed results. All right, while we have her open.
Could you bring this full screen a little bit in, because it's being cut off?
Is it being cut off?
We don't see the menus.
We don't see where you're going for the menus.
Well, I can see them fine. All right, let's see. Tell me when it's in.
The other way. It's the tools that we can't.
Oh, is it this?
The menu.
Yes.
Ah.
And the menu's on the top.
And there's not much I can do about the menus on the top. I can move the screen, but the menu, you can't see the menus at all up there.
No.
Well, luckily, we have a staff of highly trained AV guys sitting looking concerned over there. I've never seen a more concerned look. Yeah. Do you feel good about fixing? You don't feel good about fixing it, do you? It's the different aspect ratio. Well, do you want to try a different aspect ratio? Let's do that. Let's go to System Preferences. Let's click on Displays. And because this is, I can see the crowd's getting angry, I'll step away and let you do this. And then, we need to bring in a professional to try different. Oh, they all look the same. Want to try that one?
Yeah, it's not going to look very good for you, though.
I don't care how it looks for me. I want it to look good for them.
Still going?
No, still don't see them. There's the.
Which one was better?
Well, the other one, you could just see the bottom of the letters. You could play,
How it was fine. How it originally was?
The stench of failure is hanging over the room.
The unfortunate part of TVs
All right.
and computers being different aspect ratio.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm sure you'll find a job someplace quickly. You'll land on your feet, no problem. I have good confidence in you that, a guy like you, been around, probably know people. Are you on LinkedIn at all? LinkedIn?
Sure, everyone on YouTube is enjoying this too.
All right. Oh yeah, the YouTube crowd.
You're fitting inside of the screen now. So.
Are we in the screen? No, there's
not the menu.
Yeah, no, there's no menu bars. That's okay.
Is there a menu bar up top?
Yeah, the menu bars aren't there at all, so that's okay.
That's not me. That's Photoshop.
No, that's Photoshop. Yeah. That's not you. It's always that way, right? Isn't it on your machine? You don't see the menu bars, right? Okay. Well, thanks for trying. Hopefully we'll run across each other again one day, you know. Okay, I will be more descriptive about the filter menus and things that are under there, so since we're not able to see them. All right, I'll give you another just a little quickie that I think helps to make. I use a lot of gray seamless, and for those of you who saw my talk earlier, I talked about why seamless is such an awesome thing. So I do use a lot of seamless. I use gray because it's the easiest one to change to any other color, right? So, but it's also kind of bland. It's great if you're doing fashion, and it's kind of boring for other things. So what we're going to do is this. I'm going to go back to Lightroom real quick, and I'm going to steal a texture. And it's really easy because of the masking to add textures to your background. So I'm just going to copy and paste that texture onto here. And now, if you change the blend mode, which is what you're going to do, there's only 4 blend modes that are really generally going to look good when you're pasting a texture over your subject. They're either multiply or screen. It's most likely going to be overlay or soft light. And overlay looks pretty good in this situation. But unfortunately, it gives her a terrible case of psoriasis. So here's what you're going to do. This is so easy when you think about it. We're going to go back to her layer. And we're going to go choose Select Subject. Or if we want better results, we're going to click on the tool. We're going to go make sure that this is set to Cloud and hit Select Subject. And what it's going to do is it's going to select her, right? And her hair and everything else. And then we just go to the top layer. And if you're more advanced in Photoshop, you can add a layer mask. If not, just hit delete. Now the texture is completely behind her. So Photoshop took and put that selection in place, and when you switch to the top layer, the selection stays there. So let's do it again real quick. So I'm on her layer. I hit Select Subject, go to the top layer, and I'm knocking a hole out of the top layer with her selection. So now you can go to the background if you want, and you could lower the opacity to make it look better. You could provide, and a lot of times what I'll do is to make it look like there's a little more depth, I'll put a tiny Gaussian blur on the background, just like a 1 or 2 pixel. You don't want it to look really blurry, but just a little bit out of focus back there just to end it. Here, we'll try it again. Let me just grab a different texture here. And it's just an easy way to add interest into your images. Let me go to Lightroom. We'll go over to this one. These are just, you know, these are walking around town, shoot a picture of a wall kind of textures. And let me just paste it on top. Switch the mode to overlay. So that's step 2 is switch it to overlay. Go to her layer, hit Select Subject, go to the texture layer, and hit delete. And now you can do all that stuff to the background. I would definitely lower the opacity level a little bit. By the way, the difference between overlay, which is like a contrast mode, and soft light is just more subtle. So if you think it's a bit too much, just switch to soft light, and it already subtles it up for you. And then you can dial in the amount with opacity, and then a little bit of blur, and you're done. So it's just a quick little thing to make simple backgrounds look more interesting. All right, let's close those out. And let's go on to the next thing. All right, this is a retouch, and I cropped it closer. It's just a full-length shot, but when I was looking at this, I realized, we'll take it over to Photoshop and you'll see, I just happened to snap it at the wrong moment, so her eye wasn't fully open on this side. Her eye is normally fully open. It's both eyes are open. But this is actually a surprisingly easy fix if you follow just a couple of simple rules. When we're doing retouches like this, the rule is there any other part I can use to fix this part? Is there a hand? Is there something I can use? In this case, she has one good eye and then the one that's kind of closed. So all you're going to do is get the lasso tool, which is the one that makes freeform selections. And you're going to just select this whole area of the eye. Just get the whole thing to start off with, just make it easy. And then you're going to press Command-J. That's just the nastiest looking thing. Hold on, let me do it a little smoother. There we go, it just looks terrible. There we go. And you can feather the edges if you want. It won't matter because we're going to erase most of them anyway. But if you want to soften the edges, you can. And then press Command-J, so the eye, you just have just it up on its own layer. Now, don't do this. There's no reason for this. It's mean. It's just mean. All right. Now, you could say, well, just take this eye and put it over the other one. wait, there's a couple of things we have to, it looks stupid, I know, and it's going to look better. The first thing is, to get the eye alignment correct, if you lower the opacity of this eye, you can see the other eye below it, so you can go, oh, okay, so let's do that. Let's lower the opacity of this eye, and you can see where the other eye is. But right now, you have two right eyes. So what you're going to do is go to Free Transform, right? Press Command-T on Mac or Control-T if you're on Windows. You're going to go to Free Transform, and you're going to flip the eye horizontally so it becomes a left eye. So that's what you're going to do. If you right-click here, on it, at the very bottom, it says flip horizontal. You're going to flip it over, and then you're going to rotate it into place. So at least now it is a left eye. And now is when we go and we lower the opacity. Let's zoom way in and see where the other eye was. You can pretty much get right in there on it. So it should be about right there, it looks like. And then we raise the opacity back. Now, you were catching some of the shadows and stuff from the other eye, so we want to clean those up. You're going to click the third icon at the bottom of the Layers panel, which is the Layer Mask icon. And what that kind of does is gives you a get-out-of-jail-free card if you make a mistake. So you paint in black, and that will hide the other eye. Anything that's left over, you're going to hide it. But if you make a mistake and you go, whoops, you can just switch to white and go, no, I meant to keep that part of the eye. So you can go right in there. Oh, my opacity is very low, sorry. So you can go in here and we're going to paint this. There we go. Because you want to keep as much of the other eye as possible, just not the closed part. But if you make a mistake, all you have to do is switch from black to white, paint over your mistake, and it's fixed. So is that better? Oh, yeah. Hey, how you doing? All right. It's a little dark right in here. So let's just fix that. Now, there's one other weird thing. Does anybody know what it is? Can you see what it is? The catch light is from the other side. But, who's going to know? No, you got to fix the catch light. So there's a couple different ways to do it. I'm going to flatten the image. One way to do it is to go over here, get the clone stamp tool. So we're making a copy. And hold the Option key on Mac, would be the Alt key if you're on Windows, and click on that catch light and just put it over here. And then now she has, still the opacity thing, huh? Really? Sorry, these were set from earlier. There we go. Put another catch light in there, and now she has cat eyes. So, no, and then go and clone in the other part of the eye over that. And so at least now your catch lights are on the right side. So that's a very typical thing that we do when you're missing some body part or something's funky or whatever. You're going to take whatever other hand or whatever it is that's working, you're going to flip it horizontally. You're going to use the lowering the opacity to line it up, and at least that way you get to the, and so let's see where we were, and there's the eye was closed, and now you've got it open. So and I'm not sure that I really angled that eye quite right, so you'd probably work on that a little bit. But that's just a quickie on how to do that, because it's a quickie. And I can tell by the silence how thrilled you are with that. Let's move on. I'm going to take a quick drink because I just need a quick drink. Okay, everyone, take one of your drinks now. Go ahead. Okay, let's go here. So let's take a look at our bride. There's a couple of different issues here. Deep set eye sockets, which is very, very common. We have some blemishes. Those are easy enough to get rid of. They did do a change here in the most recent Lightroom, and I'm sure Christy talked about it this morning, but they made the I guess they call it the healing brush, better in Lightroom. It is better. It's still not as good as the one in Lightroom, in Photoshop. Photoshop's healing brush is fantastic. Lightroom's new erase brush is better. It's good. It's not as good, but it is better than it used to be. It's this little thing. Let's go ahead and just start really quick by taking out a few with just the most obvious blemishes. You can change your brush size on your keyboard by using the left and right bracket keys. So the left bracket key makes it smaller, the right bracket key makes it bigger, or you can use the size slider if you want. I make it just slightly bigger than the blemish we want to remove. Just make it slightly bigger and just click once, and it usually does a fairly good job. If it doesn't do a good job, you can hit the slash key on your keyboard and it will try someplace else. And let me just grab a couple more of these. I'm shrinking them down for smaller things. And there's just very little to do here, but Let's just grab a couple of these up here, just real quick. Now, so we're going to do this, what we're going to do here, all inside of Lightroom. So we don't have to go to Photoshop. You used to have to go to Photoshop for sure. We really don't. So this does actually a pretty good job. And again, if it does, is that my phone? No. Is that your phone? That's okay. You can sell it. All right. So we have step one in is get rid of those. Now, so you would ask yourself the question, does she need skin softening? No, right? She's young and you don't really need that. However, what we're going to do, we're going to apply what we would call skin softening, but it does something so important. If you do it, it smooths the gradations on the person's face. So that's what I'm doing it for. I'm not going to do it to, she doesn't have craggly skin. But the smoothing of the gradations really looks good. Now, there's fancy ways to do it in Photoshop. We're going to do the simple way to do it here. And that is this. Let's go and click on the masking tool. We're going to go to the, do you notice how a little circular picture of her showed up in the bottom right corner? That is, it's using facial aware, facial recognition to find her face. If you click on her face, it says, well, here's the things I can select. Her skin, face skin, body skin, eyebrows, eye sclera, the iris and pupil, her lips, or her hair. So we can do face skin. Now, just choosing it does not, the red area shows you what it's going to select. So that's what the red's saying, I'm going to select this. And then you hit create mask, and it still is going to be red, and that's how I would finish the photo. So you know you're only affecting her face. There's just two little sliders you move now to just smooth the tones. And that is, just go down here to the clarity slider and drag it to the left. And it just, look at how the tones kind of smooth. And then you're going to add a little bit of sharpness so it doesn't look soft. You don't want to lose all her skin texture. Go up to plus 25. And so it just kind of lets you, and it's going to be different on everybody, but you want to get in there enough to where the skin looks smooth, but you're not trying to make the skin look smooth, you're trying to smooth the gradations between colors. And it really does make a phenomenal difference. You'll see in just a moment. All right, next you have the deep set eyes. That's a pretty easy one to fix. You can just go here and go to create new mask, choose brush, and you can just paint over the whole, just increase the exposure. Usually it is about a third or so, and just paint over her sockets. And it might take more than just the exposure. You might have to go into the shadows a little bit because there's a lot of shadow area. Just be careful you don't get the raccoon looking stuff. Just kind of go a little bit there. And I don't know if you can tell, but do you notice she's got like bloodshot eyes? Right? Because she had a lot of questions. Should I go through with this? Should I not? So let's go, yeah. So it was like, and you know, when they start asking the photographer, should I do this? We're always like, no. All right, so now, this is weird the way this works, but it's important for you to understand. The first time you go here and it finds the little person, right, is the only time you'll see it the first time. The second time, you have to go choose select people for it to actually show up again. It's weird and it throws a lot of people, but just the first time you see the little thumbnail automatically, the second time you have to choose select people and then the thumbnail appears. This time we're going to go to the eye sclera. And you have to hit create mask too. Once you do that, you can increase the whites of her eyes a little bit. And this is the one that you have to be, of all the retouches, probably the most careful. Because this is the thing that I see overdone the most. People will do the eyes to 100%. And they look like aliens. And you're like, wow, it trashed it. But you can see the red, like the bloodshotness in her eyes. I just go down here to the saturation and just lower. It's the whites, right? They shouldn't be any other color. That takes the redness out of her eyes. I think we're pretty close to being okay now. Let's just do a before and after side by side. Now that I see it, I think the skin softening might be a little bit much, but that's okay, right? You can lower the clarity amount to dial it in where you want. But look at the gradations in the skin, you fix the socket and all that. I mean, it's pretty easy stuff. The masking stuff is just so good. It's just so good anymore. You know, and I know a lot of photographers kind of feel sometimes that this is like it's taking my job. And what I would say is, it's doing the stuff you didn't want to do anyway. Nobody goes, man, I had the greatest time last night selecting the scleras of someone's eye. It was just a blast. We had a sclera party. Like, nobody wants to do that. What you want to do is the creative part. How bright do I make them? Should I take out the reds? What looks appropriate? Where you're doing the artistic and the judging part of it, not the taking the lasso tool and getting in there as tight as you can. And a lot of Lightroom stuff was kind of big and blocky, like it was hard to get little areas. So I think this stuff is phenomenal. And I use it all day, every day. I really think it's wonderful. By the way, to see the split screen view like that in Lightroom, just press the letter Y. And it gives you a split side by side, and press Y again, and it goes back to regular. All right, let's move on. Let's go look here. This whole next thing was one of the first things where I really felt like the AI stuff was catching up. Let's go over here to Photoshop for this one, because it only lives in Photoshop. It is the miracle that is the liquify filter. So I'm under the filter menu. You could see it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get anybody fired. But too late. All right, we're going to go up. No, it's absolutely not their fault. We're right here, liquify. Now, I want to explain so liquify has been in Photoshop for many, many, many years. But this thing we're going to work on here is rather new. Now, I'll talk about what the thing that we did in liquify for years was, which was using this brush up here in the corner called the forward warp tool. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But what I want to focus on now is this thing called Face Aware Liquify. This thing is just a miracle. So what it does is it looks at the face. It uses facial recognition is the word I'm looking for. It uses facial recognition, and it takes all the parts of the face and assigns them to a slider. So for example, if I wanted to make her face thinner, I can go to face width, drag it to the left. Want to enhance the jawline? Drag it to the left. But what you notice about it is how smart it is when it does it. It's so smart because it's moving all of the parts of the face that you need done. If you want to adjust the lower lip, make it bigger or smaller, the upper lip, the smile. You can have her be very disappointed or bigger smile. In this case, her smile's fine. We don't need to adjust her nose, but I'm just going to show you. You can make her nose smaller. You can choose the nose height if you want her to be more arrogant. Then you also have all of the eye sizes, eye height, all of this different stuff that you can control just using these sliders. And there's a little preview button at the bottom so you can see just what moving those sliders did. It does it realistically with softness and feathering, so you're not seeing hard edges, and they've really thought it out quite well. So let me show you a couple others. Let me just open up a different image here. I just wanted to grab one here. How about here? So this one will allow me to show you the other thing that we do a lot, which is we use the forward warp tool. So go under here to liquify, and she could use the smile thing, I think, right off the bat. Come on, it's not so bad. There you go. Okay. So the best way I can describe the forward warp tool is it moves your subject around like they're made of a thick molasses, like a liquid. But there are two secrets to making this tool work for you. Secret number one is make your brush a little bigger than the thing that you want to move. That's really important. And number two is it's not a paintbrush. Just nudge it. Just kind of nudge, like move this way. So like her hair line is kind of messed up, right? So you could go in here and just kind of nudge it out. And as long as your brush size is about right and you don't mind nudging it. So here I need to move this whole area. Watch, I'll make it bigger. And just kind of move this whole, bigger yet. Move that whole area up. And when you get to a dent like that, that's when you have to get the brush small and move it up. So you can kind of go through this whole thing quickly and just kind of straighten this out. Little lump there. That looks kind of funky. I don't know what's going on here. Let's just move that up a bit. And then we're going to scrunch these down a bit. I'm doing this kind of quickly. You'll take more time, I'm sure, that when you do it. But even just 30 seconds on here is making a difference. Watch. Right, just 30 seconds really is making it. Now, it looks like to me this whole side needs to come up a bit. So get your brush nice and big and pull up the whole side. But do you see why it's so important to get the brush the right size? It really makes, and it doesn't take long for you to start to see that, right? And then maybe down here, I noticed you might want to fix this part of her dress. They would usually pin that, right? That'd get pinned back in the studio. not in real life, but in studio, and maybe that little dent there. Okay, now that dent didn't move. Notice how it moved too much? Get your brush small, and now you can move just that little piece. There you go. Anything on the other side? I don't know what's going on there. So yeah, okay. But I'm going to go with that. Now, that's not bad. Watch the preview. I mean, we spent, a minute on this? But it makes, the smile looks pretty good, actually, doesn't it? Because she was looking like, please let this shoot end. And now she's like, I got 5 more minutes. All right. Then you've got some dropouts in her hair. There's a couple of different ways to deal with this. One of them is to just use content-aware fill, right? That's where instead of filling with white or filling with black or something, you select what you want to go away, and then it tries to make an intelligent fill. It doesn't always do it. You just have to go to the fill dialog, hit OK, wait for a second, and yep, there's the second ear. So the third ear, I'm sorry, yeah, there's the third ear. So you might instead just go up here with the clone stamp tool, using all the regular old settings, and just clone that out. But my preferred method is not to actually do that, is to actually pick up other hair, like grab this hair over here. All right, grab as much of it as you can, whoops, all the way to the edge. Feather it so the edges are soft. If you don't feather when you're copying and moving stuff, you will see a hard edge. Right, so feathering just softens the edge a little bit, and my kind of default go-to is 10, so I'll just feather and hit 10. All right, and then you're going to put that up on its own layer. So the keyboard shortcut is Command-J on Mac or Control-J on PC. See how soft the edges are? That's the feathering. So then you can just literally move that over, and well, let me get to the move tool, sorry. And then you know that the texture is going to match and all that stuff. Now you see I have to do it a couple times to fill that in, but that's how I would fill those in. You're better off to actually use big chunks of hair than you are to just trying to clone it so you don't pick up repeating patterns and stuff. But that's just a quickie on the other uses of that tool. Let me grab 1 or 2 more images here. This one is a fix that I wind up having to do more often than you would think. It's in the Liquify, and it is the eye distance. So you just move it just like that. Just move it over a little bit. And it's a quick fix, it's what, 15 seconds? But it makes a difference. Yeah, but it's those little things, right? And you know, I was photographing her for, I don't know, a couple hours. It was for a class for beginner photographers and all. I never looked at the photo and thought, her eyes are too far. I never looked at her and thought her eyes are, but you opened up the photo, it was the first thing I saw. So it's an easy fix to make her look like she did when I was standing there. Next is this shot. So we have a couple of different issues here. First, let's go ahead and get rid of the first part of the teeth issue. So her teeth are a little yellowing and they're not as bright as maybe we would like them to be. It's easy to fix. Go over here and choose the masking tool. Wait for it to draw her face down the bottom. Click, and if a person is smiling, it adds the setting for teeth. It only appears if the AI sees the teeth. So now I can just go say mask the teeth. Click Create Mask, and then you just go and either lower the saturation so you don't see the yellowing. Yep, yellowing's gone. And then I would just go to Exposure and brighten up the teeth a little bit. It's a 15-second, 30-second kind of thing, but it makes a difference. I do it to everybody's teeth that I see smiling. Almost everybody's got some yellowing, you know, a little bit of yellowing. Take the yellow, lower the saturation to get rid of the yellowing, brighten the teeth a little bit, and then we're going to go over to Photoshop and do dental surgery. Let's go in tight. We're going to go to Liquify. There we go. We're going to get a very small brush, really, really small. I'm using the key. And I'm going to pull this down a little bit. When you have the right size brush, everything just falls into place. We're going to do this over here, get that one. And then if you feel like maybe the front teeth are a little too forward, you can just pull them back just a little bit. And it helps if you make that sound. And what do we spend? 10, 15 seconds? It just fixes them up a little bit. Now, I'm not going to do this to the bridesmaids and people in the back row, right? This is going to be when when it matters and someone's up close. But if you want to see the difference between, it's a 2-minute retouch from there to here, and then we also fixed the yellowing and all that stuff, which you'll see back in Lightroom. We can close this now, but you'll see back in Lightroom. All right, let me see how we're doing on time. I think we're I think we have 7 minutes plus the 8 minutes that were run over. So I feel like we have 15 minutes. But I don't. Is there another instructor on after this class? Is there somebody else? All right, call them and tell them not to come. No, it's okay. It's okay. I will end on time. I won't do anything else worth the darn, but I'm ending on time. All right. Oh, by the way, I just want to show you this. I thought this was kind of interesting. So I've had a lot of people ask me, okay, when you go to Liquify and Face Aware, right, and you go to Liquify, what happens if you have more than one person in the photo? Look at this. Face 1, Face 2, and Face 3. Now, I can never figure out which face is which, so I go to face number 2, and I move their smile. Yep, it's her. All right. And then you can start your retouch. All right. So this next one is kind of weird, but I want to tell you about it first. This is the thing that you and I are going to kind of look at as a little bit corny. But can I tell you, when you send this to a client, it absolutely delights them. They are so excited about it. They think it's the coolest thing in the world. And it's one of those weird things hidden inside of Photoshop. But the reason you haven't used the thing I'm about to show you is, if you opened it and with its default settings, you would not be able to hit cancel fast enough. It's the stupidest looking thing with its default settings, but you can change a setting and it's actually okay. So let's take this photo over to Photoshop, and this will all make more sense in just a second. I'm going to select all and copy, so we're using her in memory, and we'll just go to a clipboard and create a new empty document. All right, so what you're going to do, and this is going to all look and sound stupid till the very end. I'm going to add a new layer, so we have an empty blank layer. We're going to go use a filter you've never used. Under the filter menu, oh, we're losing one. And then we'll be giving out the free $100 gift certificates to B&H. Everyone gets one. Didn't work. Look, if you can't get them with a free $100 gift certificate, you're really bombing. It's going down. It's like you bring this filter out, people run for the doors. I'm surprised we only lost one. Here we go. We're going to go under the render menu to ready, picture frame. You're like, what? I know, it's stupid, because when you bring it up, it usually puts like a frame of flowers, and you're like, when am I going to use that? But, so there is actually a decent one in here. If you go down to the bottom where no one's ever been, there's a thing, and this looks stupid. It all looks bad at first. So you're going to choose art frame. Now they have rounded frames and other stupid ones. The only one that's worth the darn is number 42, art frame. When you click it, it's going to make it in the size of whatever your document. Remember I copied her into memory? I hit select all and copied her. So it makes the frame kind of her size. But what I'm going to do is it's too big, so we're going to make it little. And it looks dumb, but it's going to get better. So one of the things that's going to make it better is this. We're going to create a new layer, a new blank layer, and I'm going to drag it behind the frame. We're going to fill this with white. So you're just going to draw a big rectangle in somewhere like, bigger than the opening of the frame. And you're going to make it white. So you're going to press Option Delete on Mac, would be Alt Backspace on a Windows PC. And now you have just basically, here's what we have. A white background, a white rectangle, and the frame on top. Go to the white rectangle thing, and we're going to go to this little FX menu at the bottom, and you're going to choose Outer Glow. And you're going to make your glow black. Oh, wait, we skipped a step. Sorry. The step we skipped was you have to cut a hole in this, because this is going to be your matte. You're going to cut a hole in this where you want your matte to be. So I'm just kind of eyeing this, but let's just say that it's there. Actually, that's not a great matte. Let me go make it bigger. That's going to have to do. And just hit delete. So now you've got that, a hole in your matte, right? Just like a real matte. Now, you're going to go to Outer Glow, and you're going to set your glow color to black. And it makes a matte. Here, let me zoom in, because it did not get the response I was expecting. See? It makes a matte. Hey. All right, hey guys, edit that for the YouTube version. Just cut it right there where they go, ooh. Okay. So now all you have to do to finish this off is you already have the bride in memory, right? Just go to this layer, pop her in here, And you want to make sure that when she shows up here, she goes behind the mat, right? Because it would look stupid for her to be in front of the mat. So let's go over to the layers palette and put her behind the mat. And you have this basically instantly matted picture. Let me get it to fit more correctly. And so the frame to me still looks a little cheesy. So the last step is what kind of makes the frame. I just hold the Command key on Mac or the Control key on Windows, and I click on that frame layer. And then I add a new layer and fill the new layer with black. And then I just lower the opacity so a little bit of the frame shows through. And it looks a lot better. Now, if you put this on social media or you send it to somebody else that is not a photographer, they call you back immediately and they just love it and they're going crazy about it. If you send it to another photographer, they're like, dude. So don't send it to your photography friends, but if you send it to a client, they are delighted with it. How did you get it in? Did you buy a frame? And all that? Yes, I did. I bought a frame and I cut the mat myself. I swear, I promise. I cut the mat myself with a selection. You say that part quietly, and then it's done. So it's just a very simple thing. It lives there in Photoshop, and it'll make any size you want and all that stuff. You can control all that stuff. But anyway, it's kind of an unusual and neat stuff. Now, this class technically is supposed to end in 1 minute, but is it? No, that's not going to happen. Because I believe I have an extra 9 more. I don't know if I'm going to go quite that far because we have another instructor. Is the other instructor here? 5 minutes? You're giving me, I got an official 5. All right. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at this image. Oh, well, you can do this in Lightroom or in Photoshop. It's either way. We'll do it in Photoshop. So a characteristic of this subject is that she has a mole right there. If I remove that mole, everyone that knows her is going to know this photo was retouched. But that mole stands out tremendously more than it would if you were standing in front of her. In fact, I didn't realize she had a mole until we literally did the shoot, right? So here's what we're going to do. Go get the healing brush tool, the spot healing brush, make your brush a little bigger than it, and click it, and it's completely gone. Here's the last thing you step. Go into the edit menu and choose Fade Spot Healing Brush. This is undo on a slider. So you can just go, wait a minute, let's bring some back. There we go, right about there. That way it's there, but it's faded back to where it would be if you were standing in front of the person. You can do the same exact thing inside of Lightroom. Take the healing brush, remove it, but instead of going under the edit menu and choose heal because it's not there, just lower the opacity. It works exactly the same way. So if you're just a Lightroom person, you don't have to go to Photoshop for that. All right, we're down. That's, by the way, I do the same thing here for dealing with wrinkles. All right, with wrinkles, what do? Duplicate the layer. I prefer to do this one in Photoshop. Here's why. Get rid of all his wrinkles, every wrinkle he has, and you don't have to be very good at this. So even if it's a little sloppy, it doesn't matter. So let's go and get this wrinkle and get this wrinkle. Wow, this is sloppy, all right, but I'm on a time limit. This pressure is ridiculous. Here, there. All of these got to go. And I know I'm not doing a great job, but it's really, you're going to see why it doesn't matter in a minute because I just don't care about this subject. No, that's not it. Get rid of all the wrinkles. Come on, there's a couple left here. Let's just get rid of these. Oh, and those are wrinkles, right? All right, you get him back to where he looks 14, right? Now, what's our goal with the retouch? Is it remove the wrinkles or reduce the wrinkles? We're trying to make, we're trying to make the shadows look less. So all you do is, this is now your undo on a slider, the opacity slider for a layer. You can bring it back and you can make them 10 years younger by not going to 0. You go to 0, they're all back. You go to 100, they're all gone. Somewhere in between, it still looks like him. They're still there, but they're much, much, much less intense. Sorry. All right, and we can do the same thing with hot spots. I'm not going to show it, but you circle the hot spot, remove the whole thing, bring back the slider for the same exact way. Now, real quickly, got to do these too. All right, this is something I do in studio. We're on location. So we have our bride here, and here's the actual shot. So you can see my softbox, giant softbox there and there. And I told her, we're going to move the softbox, just stand there. So we have 2 shots, one with no softbox, one with softbox. Here's what you're going to do. Select both of them. Go over here to Photoshop. You're going to copy and paste the one with the Well, you can it doesn't matter which one you paste on top. Let's do the one with no lights on top. And are they pretty well lined up? Yeah. All right, here's what you're going to do. You are going to put a layer mask. You're going to hold the Option key on Mac or the Alt key on Windows and click the layer mask icon, and that's going to hide the version of the layer without the lights. The one I took where I told my assistant, can you move the light out of the way? And then what you do is you go in with a paintbrush and you paint the light away. And so you get to have the beautiful light on her, you paint everything else away, and then you can also control the spill on the floor, get a bigger brush, control the spill on the floor and on the pews and all that stuff to where it looks like a magical light from heaven came and fell right upon her. All right, now, one last thing I would do here, and I did when I did this shot, was this. I would get the polygonal lasso tool or the polygonal lasso tool if you're kind of stuck up. And let's get these crosses over here, bigger, go big, right there. Let's feather them to death, right, 10 pixels. We're going to put them up on their own layer, so you just have that, and then flip it horizontally. Because do you want to see that stupid screen? No. Do you think the bride wants to see that stupid screen? Nobody wants to see that stupid screen. Then you hide you add a layer mask, and then you can hide all the edges by painting with a black brush. Well, if you paint too big, you see the screen again. So you just want to paint on the edges so you don't see them. You want to do a better job than I'm doing because you know. All right, let me ask Michael. Michael, how much time do we have left? One more tip? Yes, let's go. All right. Now, you can do that same trick that I just did with reflections in glasses. The key is you cannot have your subject take the glasses off. Somebody else has to do it for them. You have them take the picture and say, my assistant's going to come and take the glasses off. You take the second shot. Because then you have a picture of her without the glasses. You paint the glare with her eyes right over it. You use the exact same technique you just saw. Just pretend that it's not light, it's glasses instead. And do I have time for one more? Yes. This is the #1 most requested retouch where a client actually walks up to me and says, can you please do this thing? They're like, can you make me, and they always whisper it, can you make me look a little thinner? Right? It's the easiest thing to do in Photoshop or Lightroom. All you do is you go to, ready? Lens corrections, of course. Actually, it's the one right below it. Go to Transform, and there's the thing called Aspect, all right? And drag it to the right. And then you're going to hit the Constrain Crop tool. Look at the difference. It does a great job. It'll make you more money than all the rest of the stuff you just learned combined. Thank you, everybody. Thanks very much. Thanks.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Pete Isgrig. I'm with Western Digital. Thank you for coming to the trivia session. I hope you guys can learn something, but have a little bit of fun. Right now, we're passing out raffle tickets because if you stay to the end, I'm going to be raffling off our G Drive SSD 1 terabyte. This little guy right here, you can go home with it right now today. Stick around to the end. Hopefully, I select your raffle ticket. Normally, this trivia session, we do this online. We started this during COVID when everything was virtual and trivia answers were a little easier because we could put them in the chat. So we don't have a real big formal process for this, so I'm just going to basically ask you guys some questions. Feel free to throw out some answers, yell them out in your head if you want to, whatever you want to do. We're just gonna have a little bit of fun. And then I'm gonna give you some more information about those questions and why some of these data storage techniques and practices will really help make sure that you find the right product for photography and that you're caring for your memory card and you're not getting image corruption, data loss, things like that. So hopefully you have some fun, you learn a little bit, and I will have some time for questions at the end. So if you have some questions, I'll be around and we can ask some questions during this as well. So we're gonna give it a start and we're gonna go with the first one. Maybe we will go with the first one. All right, I will not use the pointer then. Question 1, true or false? Western Digital owns Sandisk Professional and Sandisk. And I know this is a boring question. I have there's a point to it though. All right, so that is true. We are all one company. Sandisk was purchased about 10 years ago. Actually, G Technology was purchased about 12 years ago and then rebranded to Sandisk Professional a couple years ago. And it's all one company. And the main reason for that, good, it's working again, that really the big point that I want to make to you, not so much about Sandisk Professional, is that by becoming one company, we are a vertically integrated company. And for those of you that don't know what that means, it's basically a company that owns all of the research and development, the manufacturing, and every sort of aspect of the product they create. And that's really important when you're looking at tech products, because a tech company that has designed every component and has made sure that those pieces of everything that they're creating work together and are designed to work together, you're going to get a much more stable, you're going to get a much more reliable product. It doesn't apply to just hard drives and memory cards. It applies to any tech product out there. So you want to look for a vertically integrated company because it means that they are one that has control over all of the elements of manufacturing, and you're going to get a good product. As it relates to our space with hard drives and memory cards and whatnot, basically this means that we have all the pieces of the drive. We make sure that every piece in here is designed to work and to make sure that it works together. We're not taking somebody else's internal hard drive and an enclosure we find somewhere else and bits and pieces. We're not cobbling something together from other people's products the way maybe some of our competitors do. So it just basically means you're going to get a much more reliable, much longer lasting product. And that's true in the tech world in general and anything. So you always want to look for vertically integrated. And basically by buying Sandisk, Western Digital owned the flash technology that goes in SSDs that goes in those memory cards. And by buying G Technology, they basically owned the hard drive patents that go into all of the enterprise class drives that are inside of all those products. So they basically have control from start to finish of the product. They're not creating something from other people's components. So it just means, again, it just means you have a more reliable, longer lasting product. All right, the next one. True or false, you should always buy the fastest speed memory card. True. All right, good. I saw most of the correct answers there. That is false. So, why shouldn't you always buy the fastest speed memory card? Well, a couple reasons. For starters, your camera may not always be capable of taking that speed of memory cards. So, for example, as you see here in the example on the slide here, there's two types of SD memory cards. They're called UHS-1 and UHS-2 cards. And as you can see over here, the UHS-2 has a second set of hardware pins on the back of it. And that second set basically allows the camera to interact with the card and read and write more data, faster speeds, etc. The UHS-1 doesn't have those extra set of pins. So this card is faster, but if your camera is designed with these set of pins and only these set of pins, you put this card in there, it's just going to ignore that. It's not going to read and write faster than this card would be. So in the case of this, if your camera doesn't support the faster UHS-2, you've spent a lot more money on the same card and you get the same speed out of it. So you do want to make sure that whatever your camera is capable of is the speed that you're buying, because otherwise you're just wasting money, because not every camera supports every fastest speed card out there. There was a little, I thought there was one more. So, I guess it is up there. It's in the other bullet point. So one other reason why you don't want to buy always the fastest speed is, in a lot of cases, even if your camera is capable of the reading and writing at the faster speed, most of the time, the way you're shooting doesn't require the faster speed. So with these UHS-2 cards, unless you're shooting 4K video, 8K video, or extremely high frame rate burst photos, that's what the faster speed cards are used for. If you're not doing that, save yourself some money and buy the slower speed cards, because you're not really going to see any speed advantage, and you're not going to get any extra value out of spending what is approximately 5 times the price for the faster speed cards. So just keep that in mind as you're looking at cards. Just because it says it's a faster speed isn't always better. It doesn't always mean your camera can use that speed either. All right, and the next one, true or false, never format your memory card in a computer. True. Good. That is true. So you should always format your memory card in the camera that you're using it with. And it's going to reduce your chances of data loss and having image corruption. How many of you have been out with your memory card, you've captured something, you look at the card, and you see some images on the camera, you put it into the card reader or into the computer somehow, some of those images aren't there. And you see them in the camera, but not in the computer, or one or the other. Or the images are completely gone. You knew they were there before, but they're not there anymore. That's data corruption, that's image loss. And I have a few tips and tricks and some do's and don'ts that will help make sure that you reduce the chances of that. And the first one being is to always format the card in the camera that you're using it in. The second one, we like to tell you, don't mix camera bodies and cards. So if you have two different model cameras, use two different cards with them. Do not take one card and put it into the other one. It's not going to work. It will work. It's not going to work exactly well, and it's going to have slight problems trying to use the format from one camera to the other. So if you do have to put it into another camera body, make sure that you reformat that card first in that new camera. And keep in mind you will lose your data when you reformat it, so you want to make sure to back up that as best you can anyway. Because basically what happens on these little memory cards is when you format them, you're writing a little directory file to the card, and that directory file tells your camera where the free space is, where the files are, where the images are on it. It's just a little piece of software code, and in time it can get corrupt. And also, different camera bodies, different computers, they all write these directory files slightly differently. They're all compatible, but they're all slightly differently. And in time, they won't always read and write exactly correctly. So if you're formatting it in your camera, you're writing a directory file that is specific to that host device, and you will have the best results when transferring files and reading and writing to it. So again, for that directory file, make sure that you're formatting that card in the camera body and you're not mixing them between different cameras. Next one we like to tell you guys to do is, I like to tell you to do, use small capacity cards. These are little pieces of plastic. How many of you have misplaced a card or lost it completely? Exactly. So you don't want to, I don't want to tell you to buy a $300 or $400 or $500 memory card and it's a piece of plastic that you lost or that you step on and you break. So it's best, in my opinion, to buy 64 gig, 128 gig memory cards, and hopefully you don't lose them. But when you fill them up, maybe put it in a drawer. That's one of your many backups that you should be doing of your data anyway. So it's good practice to just sort of buy smaller capacity cards and not reuse them as much as you can. Obviously, you can reuse them. And like I said, with that directory file, because it is software, reformat your card every couple of months or every couple, at least once a year for however long you're using it. The more often you can reformat it, the less likely you are to have data corruption issues with that card in its lifespan. And I know a lot of people like to reuse a memory card by deleting files off of it, whether it's in your camera or you put in the computer and you delete files off the card. I would recommend against that. I would say when you're done, back up all the photos somewhere else, reformat that card and wipe it completely. Because again, the more you read and write to these cards, the more likely image corruption, data corruption can happen. So it's best to just start fresh every time when you're done with the project, back up the data, move it somewhere else, wipe that card and start fresh again. It's just going to reduce those chances of data corruption there. So, with reformatting a memory card, I like to tell you to read and write to a memory card at least once a year. If you're leaving, a card inactive, if it sits in a drawer and it's one of your backups, or if it's just archival storage, don't let it sit inactive for too long, because if you're not running an electrical cycle through it every so often, that flash memory will have some data corruption after a short time. So, the more often you can read and write to a card, the better. Just don't leave them inactive for too long. I always tell you, use a card reader when offloading them to a computer, because that little USB port on your camera, it's not designed for the large amount of data throughput that offloading your images to a computer requires. It can result, and often does result, in checksum issues and data corruption as you're transferring files. So a card reader will do it significantly more reliably. A card reader will also do it significantly faster, because if you look at our cards, our UHS-1 card says, on the card, it says 200 megabytes per second. We all know you don't get that speed. UHS-1 write speeds tap out somewhere around 95 megabytes per second. You're not really ever going to get faster than that. You will get faster read speeds out of the card, though. That's what that number represents. And that read speed, you only really get that through card readers. So, you'll get a faster offload speed, whereas your camera won't provide that speed. So it's just better. Also, you're not wasting your camera's battery life, so it's a good idea. The last point, and one I see a lot of photographers do, and I stress highly to not do this. Don't use a micro SD card in that little plastic adapter that it comes with in a full-size SD card slot in your camera. I know the temptation is there to buy micro SD cards because they're cheaper, and you can save a few dollars. But that little adapter piece, it's very poor technology. It's not designed for the data throughput. It will result in data corruption. Your camera will try to write through it, and it's just going to have issues. So don't do it. Only use actual SD cards in your camera slots where they take full-size SDs. Micro SD should only be used in, devices that take them normally, like a phone, a drone, or an action camera, or things like that. So don't use them in your DSLRs or your cameras. You will have data corruption issues if you do it that way. All right, we're going to go to the next one. True or false? Photos taken on an iPhone are stuck on that iPhone forever. I know the hyperbole there. So that is false. They're not stuck on there forever, but we all know Apple makes it very difficult to do whatever you want with those files and to get them off and to manage them in any way, shape, or form. So we have a solution for you that makes it significantly easier. It's this little guy right here. Hopefully some of you came up to my table and saw it earlier today or yesterday. It's called the iXpand Lux. And basically this is a little flash drive. On one end, it's a lightning port for an iPhone. You plug this into your iPhone, and through our free Sandisk app, it will automatically back up all the photos on your iPhone onto the flash drive. Or if you want, you can tell it to selectively back up. You can say on the screen, you can just tap the ones you want to back up, you can add them to the drive. And then the other side is a USB-C port. Plug this into your computer, and then it's just like files on a flash drive. You'll see folders organized by year with subfolders by month to help you organize the files, the photos that you've taken. And they're all right there, and then it's all just files that you can do whatever you want with. You don't have to wait for any kind of syncing with your computer or with however Apple wants to hold them back from you. So it's a really easy way to get the files off your phone. It can also do it in reverse. You can put files on here, photos and videos on here on your computer, and then plug it into your iPhone and load them into your iPhone, or just watch them through this, or just use them. It's like additional storage through it. I see a question? This will work, yeah, Mac or Windows. Yep, Mac or Windows this will work with.
Is that the highest capacity?
256 is the highest capacity at the moment.
Like 2 terabytes?
And that price is a little wrong. It's about $60 now. I haven't updated this slide in a while, so.
So if I have like 2 terabytes on an old phone, I would just have to do this like
A couple times, yeah, exactly. So. Yep, it will not so if you plug this in a second time, it won't back up what it's already backed up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you won't have to worry about duplicates or, you can just put it in and it will back, if, a month later you plug it in again, it will just back up what you've taken in the last month. You can buy one from B&H right now across the street. You can pick it up, yeah. This one won't work, but we do have we have other versions of this product, ones with micro USB-C port, or micro USB, with the micro B connector. We have another one with the USB-A connector. Yes, basically any type of phone we have, and honestly, most flash drives for those Android phones will work. Any type of flash drive you can really plug into those. You don't even need one of these. We don't make it. We don't really advertise it for Android because it's not really needed. Any device you plug in will back up phones. It's really just the Apple one that limits what devices you plug in can do it. And we have to, you do it through a free app, and that's basically why this exists, because Apple restricts it all.
What is the name of that device?
It's called the Sandisk iXpand Flash Drive Lux. You can use it on multiple phones. You can plug it into any one you want, and it will back up. And it will, again, like it won't, even if those file names are, the IMG 0045, it will still know that that one was from a different phone. So it won't overlook it will segment them as well.
Back to the SD cards, can you wear out an SD card by using it too many times?
Yep. SD cards have a limited lifespan. Any flash-based memory has a limited lifespan. So I always try to tell people, think of it as a stack of Post-it notes. And every time you write to it, peel a Post-it note off, and eventually, through enough write cycles, there's no more Post-it notes left there. That's the end of the flash. That's the end of the SSD. That's the end of the memory card. But we have a lifetime warranty. We'll replace it for you if you ever get there. Most people won't ever get there. You usually lose the card, or the technology is, is so outdated you don't need to use the card anymore. So you likely will not run into that in flash drives. You might run into it with SSD drives and whatnot.
That sounds like a challenge.
So.
And how we can know that it's almost over?
You can't really. No. The thing that's nice though, when it's done, it's stuck in a write mode, so you can always get the data off of it. It's not like it just fails and the data is lost. You will be able to still see it and read from it. You just can never write to it again, essentially.
Just about that warranty, I dropped an SSD card like right at this very specific spot where it split. Will you cover that too?
Technically, no. For damage like that, we wouldn't, but usually we're pretty flexible, so I would say just give it a try, and I'll give you my contact information and we can talk afterwards. So, yeah.
So I had an SD Sandisk, and I used it for 2 years, and I used to record a video, like 30 minutes video or 20 minutes video at night, non-stop recording. And I remember that after 2 years, I was editing, and there were some spots of the video that were black.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a camera, so I called Canon, like, hey, I have this problem with my camera. And they say, how long have you been using the SD card? I say, like 2 years. Yeah, that usually happens after a few years. So you have to replace your SD card.
Yeah.
So that's what I did.
So
I mean, how do I know? Like, I have to do it automatically every year?
I would probably say it just sort of depends on how much you're using it. If you're using a memory card every day, I would say maybe once a year it's probably a good idea to replace them, or at least to ensure the integrity of what you're taking the data on it. If you're not using it that often, you're probably going to be okay. But you can, yeah, like I said, it just sort of depends on how often you use it as to what the life of the actual card will be. So, yeah.
And the other way around, let's say I have a camera, I have an SD card, and it's been sitting there for 2 years, and then I take it out. I mean, what is your recommendation? Like, I change the SD, or I just erase the content?
If in your specific case, I would probably recommend getting a new card, or at least calling us up and telling us you're having data integrity issues on the card, and we'll send you a replacement card.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Is there such a thing as there's a software that actually where you can not only format, but also redesign or redo something with the card so it's like where you first got it?
Not really. The only option is reformatting a card in that sense. For that directory file. Your camera writes a directory file, and it's somewhat unique to the camera itself. So the computer would write the same directory file, and both can read them, but it's a slightly different type of directory. And over time, it can result in image corruption if you're using a directory file in a different type of device.
I'm in the Army, and I can't convince them to buy more SD cards because they're all on our property books, all this kind of stuff. How do I go, have this conversation with them? Like, we should be, replacing our SD cards every year or so. We go out on missions.
Let me get your contact information at the end, and I'll get you in touch with a salesperson that can have this conversation with somebody and hopefully convince them that that's a better way to do it. Yeah.
I don't really know what I'm asking, but I just know HEIC files. I feel like I've had trouble with the iPhone. I think HEIC is like a live photo.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that translate when we're taking that off?
It will just copy anything, all the photos, bit by bit, so it won't have any issues.
Manage the live photo if it's not on an iPhone anymore? You know how on live? You have a Mac, yes. Oh, on a Mac.
Yeah, your Mac can do whatever you need to do with it.
Mac, you have to convert it from the HEIC
Okay,
So when we take them off the phone, it's still an HEIC file, right? It doesn't
correct,
change it to a JPEG.
correct. Yep.
You're saying about making a separate unique directory per camera. What about switching SD cards from one camera to another?
So, did you just join us? Because we both of these, okay, so we had just done all of these things. Let's talk afterwards. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Question 5, true or false, the technology inside every hard drive is the same? Good. Good, good, good. I'm not trying to stump you guys by any means. It's more of trying to just sort of make sure that you're aware of, you know, the basics and good practices here. So yes, not all hard drives are created equal. There is quite a different degree of components, engineering, and design of hard drives that allow different hard drives to handle different workloads, to be able to read and write more data. And if you have consumer level drives, they are not designed to handle a lot of data. And by reading and writing to them too often, you're actually putting stress on the mechanical components of that drive, and you're causing it to fail. You're having data issues with it. You know, I recognize a few of the faces here. Some of you came to our table and, you know, we talked about this, and I showed you how basically we only had Sandisk professional brand products out on the table because I didn't like showing, even though Western Digital is our parent company, I didn't like showing WD products and WD drives at shows like this because for photographers, you guys read and write a lot more data than the average user. If you buy those consumer level drives, you might get 1 or 2 years out of it before it fails. I'm sure a lot of you have been in situations where you plugged a drive in and it didn't mount, or it intermittently mounts. That's the sign of a failing drive. That's the sign of a drive that's been overused to the point that the mechanical spinning components really don't know how to function anymore. So, you know, you want to make sure you're buying a drive that is designed for the workload that you have. You know, I always use the metaphor here, you don't buy a Honda Civic if you're hauling a 2-ton trailer, you buy a truck. Yeah, both of those cars will drag that trailer to where it needs to go, but that Honda Civic's going to die in a very short amount of time, whereas that truck will last you 10, 20 years. The same applies to hard drives. If you don't buy the more professional level, the enterprise class hard drive, which is what's inside of all of our Sandisk professional products, you know, you're going to have a drive that maybe you get 1 or 2 years out of before it dies on you. Whereas the enterprise class drives, I have some that are more than a decade old that are still plugging along because they're designed for that. You're not going to put stress on them. You're not going to cause that mechanical failure. So
Western Digital is not recommended.
I don't recommend Western Digital. It's fine for backup purposes and for and for small intermittent use and whatnot, but if it's a drive that's where your data lives, it's what you're editing off of, or it's what you're reading and writing to for hours a day, it's just going to fail on you in a shorter amount of time. So as you're looking and cost comparing, just keep that in mind. A Western Digital drive, you might get 2 good years out of. A Sandisk professional drive, you're going to get probably at least 5 years because most of them we put a 5-year warranty on anyway. But you should get a good 10 years out of that drive in my experiences. They're going to last you a whole lot longer, and they're just going to be that workhorse that you need them to be. So, you know, nobody wants to be left with data failure. And so, as I put here on the side, you know, for photographers, that truck, it's the Sandisk professional drive. And then I just put a few other options here. We do have a whole separate line for gamers. Again, the same applies, like if you're a gamer out there, gamers read and write more data than the average user. You don't just want to buy any old hard drive. You want to make sure you're buying something that's rated for the data amount that you're doing, because not all hard drives are the same. And so it's not marketing, you know, it's not like we're putting a fancy name on a box and telling you to buy it. It's not like when, you know, Bic puts out a pen in pink and says this pen is for women. That's not what we're doing here. You know, there's research, there's science, there's engineering in these products that make them last longer and make them designed for your workload. So you might pay 20, 30% more, you're gonna get a lifespan that's probably 5 times as long or so. Yeah. So the NAS drives are a higher class drive. They are sort of our mid-level drive. I don't recommend NAS environments for production workflows because A, NAS drives aren't really fast enough for it, or there's much faster options out there. And B, the drive isn't quite the enterprise class drive level that you should be using for your workflow anyway.
And if I buy, for example, the first one that is for photographers,
Mhm.
you recommend also to have a backup?
Always have a backup. Just because I'm telling you that this drive is good and will last you a really long time doesn't mean failures won't happen, and doesn't mean a failure might happen in the first 6 months that you own it. It might. The Sandisk Professional ones have one of the lowest failure rates on the market, so it's less likely, but always have a backup of your data. We're jumping the gun a little bit. I don't want to talk too much more because that's one of my questions that's coming up. We'll talk about data backup in a little bit as well, so yeah. Okay, I'm going to go on to the next one. So again, the last point I want to make here is this is one of the most important parts. If you take away anything from this, just be aware, hard drives are not the same. Make sure you're buying something that's designed for your workflow. Otherwise, you're going to get a very short life out of it, and you're going to lose your data off of it. And you're going to think we have a bad product when really it's kind of like you use that Honda Civic and you hauled a 2-ton trailer and you killed the engine. All right, here is our next one. SSDs are more durable than traditional spinning hard drives. Good. I am liking these answers. You guys are great. That is true. So they're quite a bit more durable and reliable than hard drives. And why is that? So no moving parts. Right, exactly. SSD stands for solid state drive. It's flash-based memory. It's similar to what's inside of the memory cards that you guys use, but it's much faster, it's much better quality, it's designed for more data throughput, etc. But basically, there's no moving parts in it. There's not a spinning hard drive inside. So it's very durable, it's very reliable, it can withstand a lot of bumps and bruises, it can travel very safely, very easily, and keep your data safe. Because even if you have a hard drive and you're not dropping it on the ground, a hard drive just in a backpack, just walking around, you're bouncing it up and down, that jostling can put stress on the mechanical components of a hard drive and increase data failure and mechanical failure in hard drives. So you can take really good care of a hard drive, but moving it is still really increasing the chances of data failure and putting stress on that drive. So if you're moving data a lot, if you're traveling with data, SSDs are going to be the way you want to go. So this raffle prize, our 1 terabyte SanDisk professional G drive SSD, it's 1,000 pounds crush proof. You could run this over with a small car. And as one of the B&H guys was telling me, we did this show last year. I actually had a demo unit of this. One of the things I love to do is I throw it across the room and then I go over and jump on it. And it always freaks people out. And unfortunately, I forgot to bring the demo unit's actually sitting on our table downstairs, so I can't do that. But you literally can jump on these drives, and they're going to keep the data. You're not going to break it. SSDs are much faster than hard drives. So a typical 3.5-inch hard drive gets about 250 megabytes per second. This one that I'm raffling off gets 1,000 megabytes per second. We have some that get about 3,000 megabytes per second, depending on what speeds you need. So you're going to get a lot faster speeds out of SSDs, and you're just going to get a long life out of them. Now, the one part about SSDs that I want to talk to you guys about, because most people don't really know it, and you don't get a lot of advertising around it, or you don't make a big point to talk about it, it's data throttling. Basically, as you use SSDs and any flash-based memory, even your memory cards, as you use them, they heat up considerably. And in order to prevent that heat, will corrupt the data on that SSD, on that flash memory wafer. So what the product does in itself is it starts to turn itself on and off in nanosecond intervals to reduce how much it's processing so that it's generating less heat and that it's not going to overheat to corrupt your data. So that turning on and off those nanosecond intervals, it means that you start to see speed decreases. You won't really notice it either. It just means that as you try to copy the same size files or do work on it, it's going to be a lot less, or it's going to take a lot more time, I mean. So you're going to get a lot lower performance on that because of that data throttling issue. And that's what happens on some of our Sandisk SSDs and whatnot. It doesn't happen on our Sandisk Professional SSDs. We put heat sinks on these guys, and it pulls enough heat off the drive that no matter how long you're using them, they won't data throttle on you. You'll maintain the full speed of what it's capable of. Whereas these guys down here, after 20, 30 minutes of use, you probably will see they're capable about one-third the speed that they advertise. These ones will maintain that full speed. So if you're using an SSD to edit on, if this is where your Lightroom library lives, or if you're going to edit video content, buy a Sandisk Professional. Buy whichever speed you think is right for you, but buy the Sandisk Professional one, because in the long term, it's going to perform so much better for you because of that data throttling issue that I mentioned. And these are the only two, well, now there's a third one. Our ProBlade system also has the heat management in it. But those are the only ones on the market with a heat sink in them. Every other brand, even our Sandisk ones, there's no heat sink in them. They will all data throttle on you. So there'll all be some reduction. And unfortunately, nobody talks about that. So if you're comparing them, they look like on paper that they're the same speed. Sandisk Professional really is going to be the one that performs the best. Question? You won't need to be concerned. It will throttle itself enough that it will reduce to the point that it's not going to corrupt your data. So if you are familiar on your memory cards, there's a V rating on the card, V30, V60, or V90. That's actually the minimum speed that it will throttle to. So as your card gets too hot, it throttles to either 30 megabytes per second, 60, or 90 megabytes per second. And just the nature of that, whatever that flash memory is, it's able to handle that speed without overheating itself. But as you will, most of those cards, just because it can write at 30 megabytes per second minimum, it's capable at the start of 95 megabytes per second. It won't always write at that speed because that's the point where it will overheat and corrupt data. Extreme Pro is the card that that has a longer lifespan. It has that thicker stack of Post-it notes, so to speak. It will have more read-write cycles on it because you guys read-write on it more. It will last you longer. It has faster speeds than some of the Ultra or the Extreme model cards that we have.
But if, for example, like, if I'm on a shoot all day and I tether and I have my images saved directly into my external hard drive, I should be using the Sandisk Professional, like for like a 6-hour shoot?
Yeah. Because if that's going to be constantly written to, these ones will start to data throttle and your camera will pause as it's trying to write more and more to these where you won't have the latency that you're having with the Sandisk Professional ones. Yeah.
Is this also shown an internal SSD?
Not really. Internal SSDs, some come with their own heat sinks, but for the most part, PC computers, whether it's a laptop or a desktop, have their own heat management system inside. They'll keep it running cool enough regardless. So it really does, it technically would apply, except those computers have their own heat management systems already inside of them. All right, we will go on to the next one. RAID storage solutions can provide automatic and immediate backup. True or false? All right, good. Hopefully some of you have good familiarity with RAID systems. So RAID stands for Redundant Array of Independent Disks. And basically, a RAID drive is a hard drive box with multiple drives inside, whether it's 2, 4, or 8, sometimes even more. There are 16-bay RAID systems and whatnot. But basically, these drives act together in such a way that they can provide a mirrored backup of your data, and I'll get into what those are in a second there. But the idea with a RAID system is it provides an automatic and immediate backup of your data, and that's the advantage of it. So I'm going to talk about 2-bay RAIDs and 4-bay RAIDs. So the first up, 2-bay RAIDs. Go up to 40 terabytes in capacity right now, soon to be 44, because we're going to be putting 2 22 terabyte drives in them very soon. But basically what this is when you set it up in RAID 1, which is the mirror mode, there's basically RAID 0 and RAID 1. RAID 0 is where the computer sees the 2 drives as one whole drive, and as you read and write to it, it's writing the data across both. I don't like to tell anybody to use a drive in RAID 0. Because should one of those drives fail, all of your data is lost on both drives. There's no way to data recover anything on that. So RAID 0, I just tell you to avoid it completely. If you're going to buy a RAID drive with 2-bay, RAID 1 should be the only mode that you consider, that mirror mode. And basically that means that there's 2 drives inside, and you write to one, and it mirrors itself on the other drive. So you have an automatic backup. So the second you edit anything, the second you add anything or change anything, it's automatically made to the other drive. So if this is your working environment, if this is where your data lives that you're working off of, and you don't want to have to, at the end of the day, run a long, lengthy backup, or you don't do it all that often, this is a good solution because it will do it the second you make any changes. Keep in mind, it's not a history backup. It's not like Time Machine. You can't go back and get the data that you had months ago or whatnot. It's only going to be a reflection of the current data that's on the drive at the moment. In doing that, the disadvantage is that, say, if you buy the 40 terabyte capacity, because it's mirrored on the second drive, effectively you only get to use 20 terabytes of actual capacity. So as you're buying a RAID drive, keep that in mind. Whatever capacity you buy, you're only going to get half of it. And then it's very easy, you know, if one drive fails, it pops out of the very quickly. We will send you a replacement if it's under the 5-year warranty. You pop it back in, and it will copy the data back over. You don't even need to remember to do it. It does it automatically. Yeah.
So if you, let's say you did get the 40 terabyte, 2-bay RAID thing and you were using it correctly on RAID 1, you're using those 2 hard drives simultaneously starting from the same point. Are they aging?
They're aging together as well. So.
How often do you need to replace those?
So with most hard drives, at least Sandisk Professional, you'll get 5 years out of it because A, we put a 5-year warranty on it. But like I said, you can probably get a solid decade because, again, it's the enterprise class drives that are inside there. It's what's designed for that 24/7 workflow of a photographer. And because this is a mirrored system and one mirrors the other, I say you don't have to replace any until one has failed. You don't need to worry about advanced replacement. I mean, if your data is really super important, you can look to have a third backup somewhere. And again, we'll get into the backup question in a little bit. But I would say in this system, because it's automatic backup, you don't really have to worry about replacing them in a regular basis or whatnot.
So 1 is different than 5, which writes it across all drives.
Yep.
And you could, swap them out. So you recommend 1 because it's a complete backup.
This is one of them. So I'm going to
Each drive separately.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the 4-bay RAIDs in just a second as well. But yes, that one is good for having an automatic backup. And one of the advantages of that one is you can pull one of those drives out and give it to anyone, and that data is usable outside of that RAID drive. So you could give it to someone, they can put it into their own enclosure, their own RAID, well, not their own RAID system. They could put it into a PC computer, and they could read the data, and it's just as if it was an actual duplicate. It's not the same way when it's on a RAID 5 in a 4-bay system in that sense, yeah. So 4-bay systems, we'll get into that. So obviously, we have our G drive, our G-RAID shuttle product. It's 4 drives inside. And basically, you use it in what's called RAID 5 mode. And for layman's terms, RAID 5 basically writes data across 3 drives, and then it uses the 4th drive as sort of that redundant, sort of that backup drive, so to speak. It's not an actual mirrored backup, but it's writing the data in such a way that should any one of those 4 drives fail, you just replace the drive, and based on what's on the other 3, the system knows how to rebuild the missing data on that one drive. So you do have security in here. You do have sort of redundancy of drive failures. And it's very, very rare that you're going to have a drive failure unless this product, I would say, is more than 5 years old, if not more than 10 years old. It does happen. It's even rarer that you have 2 drives fail. So this is a really good option to still have data security. but also have more space on your drive, because effectively when you do this, you get the space of 3 drives. You get 3/4 the total capacity. So in an 80 terabyte version of this, you would get 60 terabytes of usable data, and your computer would see that as one 60 terabyte drive, and you don't have to worry about writing data across drives or anything like that. The other advantage is it's faster. Because you're writing to 3 drives and it's splitting your data across them, you'll get 750 megabyte per second read-write speeds out of this as opposed to the 250 megabytes. So this is a good drive for production workflows and for editing workflows, because you're going to get that faster speed. You're going to get higher capacities so that you can have those large projects on a drive. And then it's going to have security of your data if any one of those drives fails. You essentially have a backup. It's not an actual backup. You can't pull one of these drives out and put it in another machine and read data off of it. It's gibberish to another machine. You can only use the 4 drives within the shuttle enclosure in itself, in the RAID enclosure.
Well, I've been through several raids, and the downfall is if, something happens to the electrical components of the...
Yeah, most failures are actually in the enclosure as opposed to the drives.
Then it's like $5,000 to recover your data at the least, I think.
Well, if the enclosure fails, you can pop out all 4 drives and put them in a new, at least with our product, you can put it in a new enclosure. But if one of those drives fails, as far as I know, there's no data recovery services that can do anything for any of that. So your data, but if one drive fails, you replace it and it will rebuild itself fully. If 2 drives fails, you are out of luck, unfortunately. I have, in my 20 years of working in tech and selling hard drives and working for Western Digital, I have never heard of anybody have 2 drives fail in a 4-bay RAID system, short of somebody who did tell me that it got waterlogged and they had all 4 drives fail. Yeah. Software RAID, go running. If somebody says software RAID, you do not want software RAID. You want hardware RAIDs, and that's what these boxes are.
Could you compare what's the difference in Sandisk Professional D-RAID and WD?
So this guy, I put this on here because this is a good option for cloud storage. This is a network attached drive. So this connects via Ethernet, and then you can use this for collaborating with other people. It's not a production drive. It's too slow for that. But it is a RAID option if you wanted something where you can centralize your archive all your projects in one location, and or if you need to share those projects with other people throughout the world, essentially, or wherever there's an internet connection.
So you're saying the top one doesn't have to be networked?
The top one is a direct attached storage via Thunderbolt 3. You cannot network that one.
My question is, if you were to have like I have a different enclosure, but I was to use you guys as hard drives, is there any issues with that? Or would there be any issues with using a different enclosure from the hard drives that you're actually putting aside, like with Synology or something?
If you took our enclosure and put new drives in, you'd have to format those drives. Same if you took the drives out of ours and put them in another enclosure, you'd still have to reformat the drives. They're just standard hard drives, but our drives will not work in somebody else's enclosure. You can't pull the 4 drives out and put them in somebody else's enclosure. You can pull them out and put them in another shuttle 4 enclosure, but not somebody else's product. Yeah. Oh, 5, you tell me 5 minutes? All right. All right, then I'm going to carry on, and if there's more questions, I'll be around afterwards, and you can ask me some of the questions. All right, how many places should your data exist? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
3 different locations.
Good. Your data should exist in at least 3 places. What are those 3 places? So the first one should be, it's obviously on your computer or your camera or whatever your host device is that you're working on. The second should be a backup hard drive. And if you want to get even more redundant, buy a second backup hard drive and have a second one. But third, the most important one I think is having an off-site backup. Whether you get a cloud service and you upload it to the cloud, or you just simply buy another hard drive, back up your data to it, and then you ship it to a relative that lives in another state. Backup drives are great, but if there's a fire, if there's a flood, there's a robbery, your computer and your backup drive are gone. Your data is lost. So having an off-site backup just helps ensure that, whatever the situation is, there's some copy of your data somewhere else in the world. And for a lot of people always ask, what is a great way to archive things? In my opinion, cloud storage is the way to archive, because there is no good media other than really old tape media that will last just sitting on a shelf somewhere. So by using cloud services, you're putting it on, Google, Amazon, whomever, Apple's iCloud, and they're replacing those drives in a timely fashion, but your data is always going to be safe. That's the best way to archive and just leave data for the long term. Because you buy a hard drive or an SSD, put it on a shelf, in a year or 2 or 3, it may not have survived. It may have data integrity issues. It may have failed at that point. All right, so that's all I've got. Like I said, I'll be around for questions. Thank you. And we're going to do the raffle. So we have over here, you've got all the tickets there.
Shake them up and all.
Awesome.
I saw a few stragglers. Somebody knocked out the ticket in the back.
Oh, okay.
I have them already.
All right, and they're in here? Yes, they're in. Okay. All right, so like I said, Pete Grigg, Western Digital, Sandisk Professional. If you guys have questions, please come up afterwards, and I will happily answer those for you. So, that said, there's a few people who haven't gotten their ticket. Everyone's gotten a ticket?
I don't have my ticket.
All right. So the winning number is 956762. 762. All right, congratulations. Thank you, everyone.
And that concludes our stream. Thank you, everyone, for joining here in person. Thank you, everyone from home. We're so excited to be back in person, and we'll see everybody soon. Thank you for joining Depth of Field, and thank your friends from B&H. See you guys soon.